I trust the community, and I think the design of DREP and constitutional representative and stake pool operators, it feels right. I feel we have the right check and balances to make this work, and it's probably not perfect, but together as a community we need to make it better, and I'm so excited about it, and I hope it goes well. I think it's gonna go well, yeah.
Now, a quick follow-up question here. What challenges do you hope that the Cardano community addresses through this governance process? And I'll ask both of you that, because I think it's an interesting thing. It kind of reflects your priorities and what you think are super interesting questions that we want to try to answer as a community with this decentralized governance model.
Yeah, I think the thing that comes to mind is education and communication. So try to understand the implication of doing certain things in a certain way and communicate it transparently to everybody, so that the community can take the right decisions. Different actors have different incentives, and we need to make sure that they're all aligned for the greater good of Cardano, right? And so I think there's need to be a lot of work in understanding what specific changes might mean and communicate that.
Charles, I have the same question for you as well. What challenges do you hope that we can tackle in this next iteration of decentralized governance of Cardano?
So anytime you start something, you have very primitive, chaotic, and immature institutions. You know, the United States ran into this with the Articles of Confederation, and we couldn't even get shoes for people in the winter, and Washington had to pay out of his own pocket. You know, it was horrible. But on the other hand, it created America. You know, so it takes time for institutions to mature. So the first major challenge is just building that muscle up and not having them shatter. Because when you have immature institutions, people get frustrated, and if they don't have patience or belief, the frustration translates into competition. So too much competition too early, too much fragmentation too early, nothing gets done, because you have 25 factions killing each other over very trivial things at the end of the rainbow. So unity and institutional maturity is the first challenge. Second, we have to get a constitution written and passed, which is an enormous logistical effort, and there's a lot of pioneers in this room. Joel Telpner has been putting an enormous amount of effort into it, and other people in that team. And it really is the challenge of a career. Building a constitution for a nation state is like the privilege of a lifetime. Doing it for a decentralized nation state that has people in more than 100 countries is just fucking stupid. I mean,
it's a little difficult.
Yeah, it's hard. It's very
monumental
hard. It's
and I just want to shout out the Intersect team has done an extraordinary job in organizing that effort. So shout out to Intersect. If you're not an Intersect member, also this is where this.
Right.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. Good job so far. It was extraordinary. We had, I want to say, nearly 100 applications, if not more, for these constitutional workshops that'll be hosted all around the world. So pay attention to social media and those channels, because if you want to participate in one of these workshops, they're open to anybody that's in that geography. So just try to find the person that's organizing one of these. There's a list of these things available, and we'll make sure we get connected at the Intersect booth over here. It's next to the IO booth. It's over there. It's with the CF and with Emergo. So make sure you understand where your constitutional convention workshop is going to be taking place, the one closest to you. You got to attend. That's how you participate.
Well, I got to finish my thoughts.
Of course.
So that CoinDesk doesn't misquote me. You know, it's exceedingly hard. You know, when you talk about 100 countries plus, you talk about people that come from different governance systems. Some people live under dictatorships. Some people live under democracies. Some people have radically different notions of human rights. And some people care a lot about things like the price, don't care at all about the philosophy. Some people care all about the philosophy, and they'll ride the price down like Slim Pickens on the bomb. I mean, they don't give a shit. You know, so there's a lot of people there, right? And so how do you get to a common ethic and ethos, and how much do you borrow from what Satoshi created versus new things that we have to be a bit more nuanced about? And this exercise of consensus building, I think, is one of the hidden superpowers and the biggest competitive advantage that Cardano has. So while it's a huge challenge, we do not live in a world right now where people compromise and get along. The paradox of hyperconnectivity, social media and the internet, is that it made people very comfortable with living in silos and fighting each other. And so that means we no longer have to negotiate, be bipartisan, compromise, multi-partisan. Instead, we can just be radicals and just throw hand grenades at each other. And there's no greater example of that than the cryptocurrency industry, where people, even though like everybody uses wallets, everybody has public key cryptography, they have consensus algorithms, we literally are like 99% the same. But it's almost like a holy war where we really hate each other and say horrible things, and they go at it because being so close paradoxically makes you so far apart. This conference right here, we have ICP right there, we have Algorand right there, you know, we have all kinds of people. Midnight is being built with some DNA from Polkadot. So one of the superpowers of Cardano is that we're solving real time the capability to bring people together who have radically different viewpoints and philosophies, different technological viewpoints, and get them to work together for a common set of problems and good. So while it's stupid from a surface level, the fact that we actually potentially could solve that problem means that we have the largest competitive advantage, and it's something that I think I'm most looking forward to, because everything else is just a matter of getting the right configuration. And if you have 3 million people working together, 1 million people got us the Apollo program, but 1.5 million gave us the Manhattan Project. 3 million people with modern technology, you can change any economic, political, or social system in the world. You can change any nation state in the world. We'll eat the entire world, overcome them all, go for number one. So we just got to solve this and get it done.
Well said. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's good. Now, speaking of which, when we're talking about these 3 million people with modern tools, Giorgio, I'm curious, what technical advantages do you think are going to set us apart moving forward?
Well, I think it's a great follow-up question, and I think it's governance, because there's no other layer 1 blockchain where people can voice their needs and they can change things. Try to change something on Bitcoin or Ethereum, the governance there works in a slightly different way, and it's not necessarily democratic. So I think this is our biggest advantage. The second thing is that the DNA of Cardano is one of peer research, review stuff, and things tend to work from day one, unlike other competitors that are, not competitors, other layer 1 blockchains that are building on the fly and see if things sticks to the wall. If we keep this DNA intact in the next few years, I think we can really go far.
Totally agree. Speaking of the DNA, that's a perfect segue, because one of the things, as the more we change, some things have to remain the same. And I wanted to ask Charles, thinking about the values of Cardano and where we started and what you hope we preserve as the system continues to iterate and improve over time.
Yeah, we talk about this in terms of a reference point of North Stars. Right. You know, as long as you know North Stars, then no matter what the roadmap is, you have a way of navigating it so that you preserve the integrity of the system as a whole. So we created one with the ecosystem in the University of Edinburgh, and that was the Edinburgh Decentralization Index. I'm so tired of hearing things like sufficiently decentralized again and again and again and again and again. What the fuck does that mean? Right. You know, so you got to measure it. And so the problem is it's really hard to measure decentralization. There's 8 different ways you can do it. So we put all 8 of them together and created an index with the University of Edinburgh so that at least we have a conversation starting point that then we can take to the regulators, whether it be through MiCA or the UK FCA or it be FINMA or it be the SEC, whoever it is, and you can have a reasonable conversation. Well, from a roadmap viewpoint, you also now have a metric, and what that metric does is it gives you the superpower of asking a question, does this roadmap increase or decrease the level of decentralization of the system? It's a foundational question. So, if we have Ouroboros Laos, we claim we've solved the blockchain trilemma, huzzah. Well, what does this do to my EDI score? If you're in a government, because a lot of people in this room are going to become DREPs or constitutional committee members, they need that power, they need that metric, because that holds scientists accountable, that holds engineers accountable. They have to justify if they're decreasing the level of decentralization of the system, why that's a good idea, okay? Because you can't always have a unicorn pony. So then the other thing that we think a lot about is also this concept of verifiable reconstructability. Satoshi gave us the blueprint, And that was this concept of homogeneity in a replicated system. So everybody has a full node, everybody has a copy of everything. That's not possible in a large-scale distributed system. Because if your system's useful, it's going to do billions of transactions every day. If your system's useful, the global state of that system will be in exabytes or yottabytes. Okay, and the only people who are going to have a full copy of that is the NSA and Google. You just got to pick which one you want to connect to. They're basically the same at this point. Okay, so what does that mean? I need to have the ability that for my use case, even though I have a light node, I can reconstruct enough history to have the same trust model and security model as if I had a full node. That's another North Star. Where and when you violate that, you stop looking like a cryptocurrency and you start looking like Amazon Web Services. You see? So there are also throughput. What the hell does transactions per second mean? You see, when we were doing the interviews yesterday at the booth, I had extended UTXO behind me. One transaction can have dozens of events or hundreds of events inside of it. So it's TPT, transactions per transaction. Then you have other blockchains say, well, you're slow because you can only do this. So we don't have a measurement of throughput. Common problem with the CPU and the GPU industry in the 90s and 2000s where they went multi-core, and when they went multi-core, you could have all this processing power, but you're only 3 gigahertz or something like
More
that.
gigahertz
right?
is better, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And we had paradoxically chips that were running at 2 gigahertz outperforming chips running at 3.5 gigahertz. And the consumer's like, you just spent 15 years telling me the only thing that matters is clock speed, and everybody's fighting over that, and now you've changed the game. So they had to create 3D Mark and other benchmarks for that. So concepts like inclusive accountability, concepts like decentralization, concepts like throughput, these are North Star metrics, and again, they're incredibly important for the government of Cardano and the institutions of Cardano, because they're navigation points, and as a DREP or Constitutional Committee member, what you're trying to do when you vote on a roadmap or a budget is balance concerns. Would you be willing to slow the system to preserve and protect the decentralization? Would you be willing to increase the level of centralization for higher throughput? If so, how much? We call that the Solana trade-off. Okay, so these things exist, and well, they're doing well with it. Does that make sense? If your constituents say the only thing that matters is token price go up, maybe that's what you think about. You see, so this is the hard part, and I wish I had more time and more foresight, because if I could go back and, retrospective on the roadmap, I would have invested a little bit earlier into trying to build out those North Stars. It took us 3 years to do EDI. If we had more resources earlier, we could have done 4 or 5 of these North Stars, and we could have inculcated them into the thinking of the ecosystem. So that's okay. We're going to have to build these things together. They're cross-industry, so if they're useful, they don't just measure Cardano, they measure all blockchain systems. Right. And then for the first time ever, we can have an apples-to-apples comparison of how does Cardano compare to Bitcoin or Solana or Ethereum or Aptos, or pick the flavor of the week that you have. I'd like that.
Well, I just want to thank Charles and Giorgio for taking the time. Thank you, everybody, for attending today. This is a fantastic chat. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to talk with all of you. And that's it. That's all the time we have today. Cheers, guys.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Okay. And I think we need to give Bobby a little more headroom.
What's going on here?
Yeah, I'd back out as much as you can now that we see, yeah.
Nerd, do you want to pull that black box next to him out of the shot? Yeah.
All right, do you wanna,
What's that, Steph? Don't want to what?
do you wanna do an audio check?
Yeah, go ahead.
Bobby, you wanna
Obviously.
do a,
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They should be able to. They can hear him and see him. I can see that working. They're not responding, but they can hear him.
okay. Hey Wes, are we good?
We're gonna,
Okay, can you, is our sound good? Okay, and are you guys gonna go in on Charles, sitting in the chair while you zoom in?
yes, we have our camera guys on.
Okay.
You-
And how does Mr. Kennedy look? Is that good?
Merritt is kind
Okay.
of crooked there. He's messing stuff up.
Okay, can you do an audio test?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. All right. We're back. I hope y'all enjoyed that as much as I did. It's always fun to watch the Cardano family speak and Charles Hoskinson and the foundation. Fantastic. I forgot to introduce myself because I was so excited to be here. And actually, it's been a lot of fun backstage. This is one of the most fun conferences that I've had the honor and the pleasure of attending and emceeing. So it's been a real ride. My name is Megan Nilsson. I go by Crypto Megan. I'm on a world tour filming for Draper TV, Tim Draper's channel. And you know, I had to stop here and I had to check out what exactly is happening in the Cardano ecosystem. And I'm so happy we did because it's absolutely phenomenal. You guys have been a really great crowd and it's really awesome getting to know all of you. Very animated. Yeah. Love it. So now, one of the moments we've all been waiting for, we have an excellent session prepared for you. It'll be a fireside chat with none other than the presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and Charles Hoskinson, the co-founder and CEO of Input Output. So I'm going to announce them on stage now, but before I do, I'm going to leave you with a video, and then Charles will take the stage. So please give him a warm round of applause.
This is a day of affirmation, a celebration of liberty. We stand here in the name of freedom. We are committed to peaceful and nonviolent change. We must recognize the full human equality of all of our people, not just to those of a particular religion, not just to those of a particular race, not just to the wealthy, but to all of the people. We must do it for the single and fundamental reason that it is the right thing to do.
A new twist this morning for the country's most famous political dynasty.
RFK Jr. plans
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. went into the presidential race
October 9th in the state of
that it's time to heal a divided nation and return the power to the people. Robert Kennedy Jr.
We are told today that our nation is hopelessly divided. But I found something different as I travel this country. I have witnessed an upwelling of optimism that I've never seen before. Something is stirring in us that says it doesn't have to be this way. And so I've come here today to declare our independence from the tyranny of corruption, which robs us of affordable lives, our belief in the future, and our respect for each other. But to do that, I must first declare my own independence. Independence from the Democratic Party and from all other political parties. I haven't made this decision lightly. It's very painful for me to let go of the party of my uncles, my father, my grandfather, and both of my great-grandfathers. But my sacrifice is nothing compared to the risk our founding fathers took when they signed the Declaration of Independence 247 years ago. They knew that if their revolution failed, every last one of them would be hanged. They chose to place everything on the line. When John Adams put his pen down after adding his signature to the Declaration, he turned to those present and he said to them, sink or swim, live or die, survive or perish. From this day on, I am with my country. I'm going to make that same pledge to you today so that I can stand before you, as every leader should stand before you, free of partisan allegiance, free from the backroom deals, a servant only to my conscience, to my Creator, and to you. Every president enters office promising to unite the nation and to work with people from the other party across the aisle. None of them ever does it. They can't. They're already chosen a side. Well, I'm not going to have that problem. I'm going to build coalitions from both sides of the aisle. And except for the small minority of public officials who are actually corrupt, I'm going to tell you this secret. They too want liberation from the system that has captured them. And isn't that ultimately what we all want? Liberation from a system that robs us of our wealth, our health, our hope, our patriotism, our ideals, our freedoms, and ultimately our sense of ourselves as a good and capable people. Is healing our divided nation possible? Let's go take back our country. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Can you guys hear? Ah! Mike Cha, there we go. Okay. Well, they gave me this hat. You guys like it? Okay. Is Bobby here? So originally he was going to come in person, but he has a Secret Service detail and a bunch of other things, and it was short notice, and it's really hard to get a flight for 60 people on short notice. I offered my jet, but they can't use it for campaign finance. So he's going to dial in, and we're going to make this a heck of a lot of fun. And I got my phone here because I actually wrote questions down. You know me, how much I like PowerPoints and writing things down, all these things. It's a joke. I do not write things down. But I'll do my best. I'm not a very good interviewer. All right, I can't hear or see Bobby. So AV guys, where are we at?
He can't see me.
Here we go. Can you hear us, Bobby?
And I can't see.
Mr. Kennedy, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Charles.
Ah, brilliant. Thank you so much.
Can you see me?
And unfortunately, the way I'm oriented, I can't quite see you, but I'm going to look on over. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, we got all the AV stuff sorted out. So first off, thank you so much for spending some time with us over here in Vegas. This is just a treat and honor for me. A quick story about my background. My grandparents on my mom's side were huge supporters of your uncle. In fact, in their house, I was told by my mother that my grandmother had two pictures. She was Italian Catholic, so you got to have a picture of the Pope. That's just what you did in the 60s. We had, I think it was John the 23rd back then, and one of JFK. And so it's been something that's been in our family legacy for a very, very long time, and it was such a hopeful and incredible time, and it's an honor to be with somebody who's had a front row seat to the American story since the early 60s and witnessed all the things that have changed and the things that haven't changed. So this fireside chat, I wanted to talk a bit about economic, political, and social systems because that's what we do in the cryptocurrency industry. And I wanted to start on the social side. And in particular, given the theme of your campaign of restoring integrity to American institutions and the health of our people, my first question is about the gap between the legacy media, the media we all grew up with, and the new media that's been forming. So you're doing really well in the new media. Joe Rogan loves you, and a lot of people online love you. That's how most people have discovered your candidacy. But the legacy media has been, to be blunt, exceedingly harsh and dismissive. And while the new media continues to grow astoundingly, what I'm trying to figure out is how do we bridge these two things? Having watched the American media change over the past few decades, what challenges and problems should our industry try to work on? Because this is a room filled with a whole bunch of people whose day job is to solve problems, and you've had a front row seat to where the media has been very good and where it's not been so good. And my hope is you can kind of draw upon your wisdom and your experience to give us some advice on problems we need to solve so that people can get a fair shake.
Thank you, Charles. And I want to, you know how hard I tried to make it to Las Vegas. I'm very sad that I can't be there with you. I really wanted to do this event. But I'm on the Cape today, and we had a bunch of meetings here and fundraisers, et cetera, that we could not change. So anyway, I apologize for not being there, and I'm very grateful to you for giving me this opportunity. In my experience with the media, as you pointed out, has been pretty bad with the mainstream media. I do very well. I'm beating both President Trump and President Biden. I was beating him. There haven't been recent polls measuring me against Vice President Harris, but I've been beating both the Democratic and Republican nominees among independent voters, which is now the largest cohort, and among young people, so people under 35, and in some polls, all Americans under 45. And that is, as you pointed out, because those are the cohorts who are watching long-form interviews. They're the customers of alternative media. They're watching Joe Rogan, they're watching Lex Friedman and Aubrey Marcus and Tucker Carlson. I do very poorly among baby boomers, and I should do well among them. That's the cohort, like your parents and grandparents who remember the Kennedy era, who felt part of Camelot and feel nostalgic about it. The reason I don't do well with them, we believe, is because they never see me. They hear a lot of defamations and pejoratives about me on the mainstream media, but the mainstream media will not give me an interview. So I've only had 2 live interviews in 19 months on mainstream media, one on ABC and one with Aaron Burnett. And then I've had 3 taped interviews. So 5 interviews altogether in 19 months on ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, on all of them combined. And that really is not a, and then of course they won't let me, they're controlling the debate, so they won't let me on the debate stage. So it's kind of deprived the American people of hearing from the candidates. who have different alternative vision, anybody who's outside of the duopoly of the Republican Democrats. The American people won't hear from them. How did this happen? Because this would never have happened back in the era that your grandmother and that I grew up in. And there were actually rules that controlled the media that were written in 1928 when we passed the Communications Act at the dawn of commercial radio, where people understood that both Republicans and Democrats, that radio and later television was going to change the American political landscapes, because if they could be controlled by one or two large corporations, those corporations would be able to really dictate the perception that people had of the world and ultimately dictate policies that would benefit their mercantile interests. So, and they would also feed into demagoguery, that the government's totalitarian elements and demagogues, if they got control of those media voices, they could control the American public. And so they passed these rules, including the Fairness Doctrine, which said that the media could not be controlled by in each market, there had to be different media voices. So there was a limit to how many newspapers you could own, how many television stations you could own, how many radios you could own, radio stations. So they wanted a multiplicity of voices, diversity of voices, and they wanted to make sure that there was local control and that there was fairness, so that the national networks, which were operating on publicly owned airwaves, the airwaves don't belong to the networks, they belong to the American people. The networks were licensed to use them, but there were requirements that they put on news every day at hours that most people would be home. The radio stations had to do it every 15 minutes, and they had to be fair about the news. So, and if they didn't, they would lose their license. So consumers could sue them and say, you're only telling one side. Those laws were abolished and essentially effectively abolished in the early 1980s during the Reagan administration. And then the news divisions of those big companies became captive to the profit centers. So they now, before that, the networks would hire individuals who were very prestigious, who were trusted by all Americans, like Walter Cronkite, to be on the news, to run the news divisions, people like Newton Minow, whose integrity was unquestioned, and they would run it, and they would have their own show, and they were money losers for the network, but the network was willing to lose money because that was their ticket for keeping the network. After the 80s, the news centers became profit centers, and they no longer had to tell the truth, and that's where we are today. So, what I would say to you is the reaction of the government has been to censor us, and I feel like over the past 3 years particularly, we've all been subject to a psyop where we're being told that the big enemy of America is misinformation. There's always been misinformation on the media, and there's always been lies, and the First Amendment protects lies, it protects misinformation. The real danger to me is if government controls the information flow. And that is when they make us all scared of misinformation. It gives government the capacity now to say, well, we need to control, we need to be the gatekeeper, we need to tell you what's true and what's not. And of course, they're not telling you the truth, they're telling you their version of the truth. And I'll close just by saying this. There's a famous writer called George Martin who says that government does not tear out a man's tongue because they're scared he'll tell a lie. Government tears out his tongue because they're scared he'll tell the truth. And if you look what happened during COVID and what's happened during the past couple of years, The people who are getting censored are the people who are telling the truth. That's what the government doesn't want you to hear. It's not the people who are passing misinformation. In fact, the primary propagator of misinformation has been the government itself.
Yeah, and that's such an important point. You took us on a journey from when media was perceived in the commons as a public service and a loss leader, and then in the 80s it turns into a profit center and it turns into a business. And like any business, there's economy of scale. So it goes from a decentralized business to a consolidated business, and now you have a small oligarch of people with perverse incentives, and they can completely control the narrative. And then they've gotten.
And by the way, there are now 5 giant corporations that control virtually all the radio stations in our country, all the newspapers in our country, all the television stations in our country, and most of the large internet content providers and all the billboards. And so there's 5 guys ultimately who are deciding, what we hear is truth. And the rise of the social media is like an insurgency, and it's a wonderful thing. But I think the question you pose is a good one. How do we keep those sources? How do we control them? Not how do we make them tell the truth? The truth, they're never going to tell the truth. My kids know not to believe what's on the internet. Sometimes I get fooled by some AI meme or something, and I send it to my kids and say, "Did you see this?" And they say, "Dad, that's a fake." So they know that. Judge Learned Hand said the remedy for misinformation and for bad information is more information. It's not censorship. It's right. It's flooding. It's a diversity of voices that will call out lies on the internet that everybody, and also an intelligent population that is critically reading the internet.
Yeah, and that's one of the superpowers of our industry, and I'm very glad that we have a chance to engage with people running for office, is that we're all about deconsolidation, disintermediation, decentralization, and at the core of it, marketplaces for truth. When you think about Bitcoin, it's a giant weighing machine to basically create one common truth amongst everybody that uses the network. And I often think, how do we create marketplaces to verify if information is right or wrong and actually predict it? And almost like Wall Street, where if you bet right, you make money. If you bet on something and it turns out to be true, you make money. And if you lie, you lose money. It would be really cool to see if we can apply market forces in that respect. Okay, so the second thing I'd love to chat with you about, and this is something that's unique to your running mate, and I don't think she gets enough airtime, even though she's a brilliant woman and has an amazing background. It's on the political side, and it's something that's near and dear to my heart and near and dear to the industry's heart. So your running mate, Nicole Shanahan, she's affiliated with Stanford Law. In particular, she works at Codex, which is a group at Stanford Law that specializes in something called computational law. So very similar to smart contracts, but the basic idea is that you take everyday law that's written down on paper and humans read it, and you write it in a way that machines can read it and they can understand it. And so obviously our industry is doing this because we have to write smart contracts for DeFi and for all the amazing things that come. And the reason why I think this is such an important topic is that I recently read a book from Justice Gorsuch, and the book was entitled Overruled. And he was talking about the creep of laws in society. In fact, on average, the federal government passes about 344 laws annually, depends on the season. And if you sum up the amount of prose, it's about 2 to 3 million pages of laws. And that's in addition to what we already have. The US tax code, for example, is over 1 million pages. And when you really think about this, it creates a reality where most people inadvertently, according to Justice Gorsuch, commit at least 1 felony a day, which is not so good. There's even a book, I think, called 3 Felonies a Day. And what this does is it disproportionately harms the poor and minorities because they don't have the ability to get legal representation to go and understand what's going on. So the law oftentimes gets weaponized against people. And early in your career, you were an environmentalist lawyer. I imagine you ran into this a lot where people took advantage of the arcane, complex legal system, which was much simpler in the 1980s than it is today in 2024. So my question is, do you think there's an opportunity for some of our industry's innovations to explore automating the American legal system and to remove inconsistencies, contradictions, loopholes, and biases. And I wanted to give this as an opportunity for you to kind of go into your own background and things you encountered while fighting for environmental justice and dealing with large actors that try to weaponize the legal system. And we as an industry, what can we do to help make this a more fair system for everyone?
Yeah, and you're right about it. The system being rigged against the poor. And not only that, it is rigged to benefit the rich because they're the ones that are writing those laws. I think there's something like 4 million pages of laws that are written every year, and there's and it's the people who are writing them are, of course, the senators and congressmen who right now it costs $300 million to run a Senate campaign in New York. So if you're a senator if you want to run, you're spending all day long dialing for dollars to the richest people in America. There was a report, Charles, that came out this week that showed that half the political campaigns that are given, the total number of political campaigns, the total number of contributions to political campaigns, that 50% of it comes from 861 people. So if you want to know who's running America, if you want to know who the deep state is, that's who it is. And there's been it was for 100 years it was illegal for corporations to donate to federal political candidates. We passed that law in 2008, and we really rescued democracy at that time. That law stood for 102 years, and then it was overruled in the Citizens United case in 2010. And the Citizens United case said that donations are a form of free speech, that they're protected by the First Amendment, and therefore it's illegal to restrict them. And that law released a tsunami of money into the federal political process. So in my election right now that I'm running in, I'm going to raise about, for my campaign, maybe $100 million with the super PACs and my campaign combined. But the other campaigns, there's going to be $15 billion spent. And that money is mainly coming from millionaires and billionaires. And they're writing the laws. Now, just briefly to answer, Nicole is a genius on this stuff, and I'm not sure how it will apply to civil law or criminal law. Part of the problem with the laws is not our access to them, which we could get through blockchain, but they're just indecipherable to start off with, and they're unfair. They're bad laws. I think the most promising from my point of view, from my kind of limited understanding, is, as you say, smart contracts. If I want to make a contract with somebody where, let's say, I say, you pay me $100 if the price of oil hits $100, that contract, normally there'd be all kinds of frictions writing that, because you'd have to put money in escrow and you'd have to pay a bank, and there's accountants involved and there's brokers involved. And if you can just do that transaction between two human beings with no friction, and where there's an automatic payment, so there's no risk of default, there's no cost of collection, it saves huge amounts of money, and it makes us all richer, because it makes the cost of transaction more efficient and slower. And lower.
Yeah, and from my viewpoint, I think of it like a software engineer, where I say, if you can get a machine to understand the law, you can write tests and debug the law, so you could look for loopholes, contradictions, and this is especially important in the tax code, where basically people are paid millions of dollars to find loopholes so that they could benefit people to not pay taxes or to lower their tax rate. But you see it in every place, and there's nothing worse in life when you have contradictions and you have regulatory agencies that basically tell you opposite things. And it's never clear for me who's actually in charge. A great example would be the Department of Justice is suing SpaceX, I guess because they're not hiring, they're non-citizens, but on the other hand, they have military contracts and they work with the DoD and their employees require security clearances. So one agency says you're not allowed to hire non-citizens. The other agency is suing them for not hiring non-citizens. It's kind of a weird paradox to be in where the federal government tells you opposite things and it's not clear which winner you're supposed to pick.
Yeah, well, that's I don't know. I don't know. You know, I can't imagine how we're even going to, how even with blockchain applied to that, understanding the complexities of it, how you fix it, because you know, we have a constitution, Congress passes the law. As long as Congress is owned by big corporations and wealthy people, we're going to get laws that are rigged against the rest of us.
Right. Well, at the least we could know where the contradictions are and where the injustices are, so we have a bug list, and whether we can actually fix the code or debug it or not, at least we know that there's a problem there. So I want to pivot a bit, and this is the meat and potatoes of our industry, the economic side. And I know you recently spoke at Bitcoin 2024, and you outlined several policies there, including a strategic Bitcoin reserve composed of both seized and purchased Bitcoin. And also you proposed tax policy like expanding 1031 rules to cover cryptocurrencies. And our industry, going beyond those proposals, we have kind of two broad regulatory grade areas, and they're causing everybody in this room and rooms like this a lot of heartburn. The first regulatory concern is asset classification. And this is really who is the regulator of concern for the majority of the things we do. If you go and talk to Gary Gensler and you go and talk to the Biden administration, they seem to be of an opinion that everything that walks is a security, and the challenge is that securities law is not really fit for purpose. A lot of people in our industry have been having discussions about maybe we should have cryptocurrencies be commodities and regulate them under the CFTC. And so the first question is for you to kind of channel your grandfather, because I think not a lot of people in the room know that I think your grandfather was the founding chairman of the SEC, and this is something that's near and dear to your family's legacy of kind of establishing this entire regulatory system. And instead of going into, let's say, specifics like do you support FIT21 or FIA, more how do you think about building effective regulation for frontier industries? Because, you know, the next president's not just dealing with blockchain, they're dealing with quantum computers and the rise of AI and synthetic biology and all these new business models. And it's unrealistic to say, well, everybody has to be an expert on everything and then come down from the mountaintop like Moses with tablets and solve the problem. Rather, it has to be more of a problem-solving philosophy. And I was hoping that the crowd here can become a bit acquainted with how you think about developing regulations, especially in frontier agencies, and so we can finally get to clarity of whether something's a security or a commodity, who's in the room, how do they get into that room, and then how do you build bipartisan consensus for that?
Yeah, and you know, my grandfather was a Wall Street outsider. So he came from Boston. He was an Irish Catholic. He had to leave Boston because at that time the financial clubhouse in Boston the ecosystem was dominated by Brahmin wasps, and he was not welcome. So he went to New York, and he loved the freedom in New York. He was still not on the Insiders Club, but he figured out the tricks for how to manipulate stocks, and Roosevelt named him because he knew the tricks. Roosevelt named him as the first chair of the SEC. My grandfather did not want to dismantle Wall Street. He loved free market capitalism. He wanted to release the energies of the marketplace, but he also wanted to make it be fair to the little guy, and he understood if the little guy was going to invest, he had to know the system wasn't rigged. So he developed disclosure rules, and he developed anti-fraud rules and conflicts of interest rules to make it work in a way, but not to burden the market, but rather to guarantee that the market would actually function in a way that was not corporate crony capitalism, but was true free market capitalism. And he succeeded in doing that, and he saved Wall Street from itself. Today you have a government that is doing the opposite. They're trying to pick winners and losers, and unfortunately, they're extremely hostile to Bitcoin and to cryptos. And we should pass we should pass FIT 21, FIT 21. We should repeal SAB 121 or which both houses of Congress
SAB
tried
121.
to do. SAB 121, which both houses of Congress tried to do, and then that was vetoed by the administration. But this administration has been very, very hostile to it. Gary Gensler's lost 3 cases: the Ripple case, the Grayscale case, and also the debt box case, which the judge, the Utah judge, took the unusual step of sanctioning SEC. SEC has exposed itself not only as biased, but also incompetent and unfair. And, I think what the industry needs, what the industry wants, is just certainty. They want to be able to, there are certain times that crypto should be regulated as a commodity, and other times that they should be regulated as a security. We should have rules that clearly delineate that so that people have certainty. And that, unfortunately, is not what we're getting. I'm very much a libertarian on these issues. I think that we should have a minimize the amount of rules. We should give certainty, and we should encourage the market to pick its own winners and losers and not have the government doing that.
And are you a fan of self-regulatory organizations? And how would you like to work with industry, especially frontier industries, and more broadly, just beyond blockchain, looking to quantum computing and AI and all these other things that the next president is not only going to have to deal with, is going to make decisions that have consequences in the trillions of dollars and many lives. How would a President Kennedy work with the broader industry as a whole, and what type of relationship do you want to have with industry?
I mean, my objective is to bring those industries, to make the United States the hub of those industries, to allow them to flourish here and to build wealth in our country. There's no way that we can deal with this $35 trillion debt by cutting our way out of it. We have to grow our GDP. And there are a few ways to grow GDP, but the best way is with new industries, the same way that we did with Silicon Valley back in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. And we're driving these industries out of our country. In Switzerland, over the past year, or 2 years, there's been, I think, 1,200 new cryptocurrencies registered, and the value is about $360 billion. They should be here in our country. We shouldn't be driving these industries to Switzerland and Singapore and Dubai and China and Russia, et cetera. We should be hosting them here. We should be making them feel safe. We should be working with the industry leaders, which is what I will do, to devise rules that are safe, that protect the consumer from fraud, from overreach, but also that minimize the burden on these companies and allow them to release the entrepreneurial energies and make this a very, very friendly ecosystem for them.
Okay, I think we got applause there. Okay, so final question. If people are listening to you and they're hearing you and they really love what they hear, how can they help? How can they help make a President Kennedy and get us out of this bipartisan madness? Where do they go? What do they do? What help do you need?
People should go to our website, kennedy24.com. Right now, we do need money. We're fighting lawsuits. Within 2 weeks, we'll be on the ballot in every state. We're on the ballot. We've got enough signatures already for, I think, 48 states and the District of Columbia. So we need 2 more states, but we're being sued. And those lawsuits, by the DNC, we're going to win every one of those lawsuits. We won 3 more this week: New Jersey, North Carolina, and I think it was Maryland. But I'm going to be in court all this week. I'm going to be testifying in New York. I'm going to be testifying in Philadelphia, which takes my time that I should be going to rallies and fundraisers. Oh, anything anybody can do to help support, the cost of those lawsuits. We need to break this duopoly. We need to, we need an alternative in this country. If we elect the current candidates, we're going to get more of the same. We know what we're going to get. We're going to get more debt. They're the ones who ran up these two administrations, ran up $8 trillion each. And we're going to get more wars. We're going to get more division, more anger, more hatred, more polarization. And this is a critical time in history because of the growth of AI, because of the growth of blockchain. These industries could go either way. They can become mechanisms for democratizing our society, for making government more accountable, more transparent, or they can be weapons used by the government as tools of totalitarianism, to clamp down totalitarian controls, to alter our very reality, to control and monitor and surveil us. And we need a president of the White House and a vice president like Nicole Shanahan who understands both the perils and the promise of AI, of blockchain, of computational technologies, and all of these other technologies that are coming down the road to us, and are going to have the capacity, are going to definitely change our world. And we need somebody there who's thinking about this 24 hours a day, about how to make sure it changes our world for the better and not for the worse.
So there you have it, folks. Thank you so much for being with us. And just a reminder to everybody, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, 100% of our problems in America were caused by either Republicans or Democrats. And that's why Kennedy is the remedy. Thank you for spending this time with us. It's a great honor. We love having you here. And we're going to try to send you to Washington to represent all of us. Take care.
Thank you, Charles. Well, I love the Bitcoin community, and I'm gonna light it on fire when I get in there. So thank you very much.
Take care.
Yeah.
Here at Caesar's Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there.
Testing. What's up, everyone? That was a great conversation. Two of the smartest minds in crypto. We have amazing people coming to the stage. We've got Aaron and Austin Arnold, co-founders of the Altcoin Daily, an institution since 2018. Give them a round of applause. They're going to be talking about the greatest bull run in crypto.
Hello, Las Vegas!
Rare Evo 2024, baby!
This is the greatest cryptocurrency bull run of all time.
This is the greatest cryptocurrency bull run of all time. Yeah!
And that's a big statement, and maybe not all of you agree with us, but by the end of this conversation, I think there'll be a light bulb moment in your head. And that's not to say that anything can't happen with Bitcoin. Bitcoin could crash by 40% tomorrow. That would be a speed bump.
That would be a buying opportunity.
That's not to say that we can't hit a global recession, at the beginning of next year, which would be an even bigger speed bump.
It would be an even bigger buying opportunity.
But with all these speed bumps, our belief is that this road is only headed in one direction, and by the end of this conversation, I think you'll understand why. And maybe, Aaron, maybe it's best if we explain who we are and where we come from when we have this maybe polarizing point of view.
This is the greatest crypto bull run of all time, but when we started back in the very beginning of 2018, it didn't feel like that. We are Aaron Arnold and Austin Arnold of Altcoin Daily. We speak to millions of people online about cryptocurrency, and we started in the very beginning of 2018, maybe the worst time ever to start a cryptocurrency YouTube channel, because as we were trying to galvanize an audience in crypto, the deep 3-year bear market was just beginning and people were leaving in droves. But we made it through. Since then we've had some major success, having on many legends on the channel like Michael Saylor,
filmmaker Spike Lee,
rock star Gene Simmons,
Mark Cuban,
and many others.
The man, the legend?
The man, the legend himself, Charles Hoskinson, has been on as well.
But I think the point is that when we are making these statements, our point of view is not from a coder's point of view or even traditional finance. It's just from everyday guys talking to the everyman. So with that, let's get into it. Let's talk about, starting with Bitcoin maybe, Bitcoin, how we got here today.
So this is the greatest crypto bull run of all time. And Bitcoin, like the internet, its growth is all about network effects. And like the internet, as more users onboard onto the network grows in utility and value, causing more users to onboard onto the network. This positive feedback loop, which we're all familiar with the internet, is exactly what's causing Bitcoin and crypto to blow up today. So if Bitcoin and crypto is just like the internet, that would be a major success, major growth. However, I'm here to tell you today that there's 2 big reasons why Bitcoin's growth is bigger than the internet itself. The first reason is because the internet in the 90s and 2000s, that growth was hindered by the lack of digital rails itself. So we all had to go from analog to digital in the 90s and 2000s, and it had built out that way. Bitcoin, it's not like that. It uses the rails of the internet itself, and it's spreading like wildfire. So that chart you see in front of you is Bitcoin's 10 years compared to the internet's first 10 years, starting in 1992. And you can see, even just in the first 10 years, Bitcoin has grown a lot harder and farther, faster, more velocity. The other big reason why Bitcoin is better and bigger than the internet itself is because, now here's the thing, the internet made a lot of millionaires. There was a lot of value accrued in the 90s and 2000s for people who invested in the internet boom. The only problem with that wealth generation was primarily confined to accredited investors in the US. Bitcoin, crypto, doesn't have that problem.
It's much bigger.
People in China are buying the same Bitcoin network that people in Russia are buying, that people in America are buying. There are kids in Bangladesh buying coins. And I think it was Vitalik who actually said this first regarding the wealth generation in crypto. It's almost like if you were an early adopter in the internet in the 90s or 80s or 2000s, if you would have bought one of the first Apple computers or Microsoft computers, if you would have got a little piece of stock from the company when you bought that computer, and it wasn't worth a lot then, but if you still had it today, that'd be worth a lot of money. And so it's all about the network effect.
Aaron, let's bring it in. Okay? Now, Bitcoin is not a child. Bitcoin's definitely not an adult. It's 15 years young.
15 years legend. So yeah, here's the thing. When you talk to most people outside of this conference, outside of the crypto community, they're probably still thinking Bitcoin, it's nascent, it's new, it's untested. That's not the case at all. Maybe in Bitcoin's first 10 years it was like that. It was fragile, it was not known, it was not robust. Today, at 15 years, Bitcoin is battle-tested, battle-hardened, robust, it's very known. And here's the thing, if you talk to anybody in this room and you ask about Bitcoin, they probably go, well, Bitcoin's old news. You know, Bitcoin, it's already had 15 great years. It's, not much to talk about. And, the point is, with this slide, is Bitcoin is just now a teenager, and it's got a lot of upside to go, and it's got a lot of battle-testedness behind it.
And imagine somebody coming to you, yes, you, at 15 years old, and saying, you've peaked, you're done, that trend is behind us. No, Bitcoin's only 15 years old. The best, I believe, is yet to come. And zooming in on today, we've talked about the history. I believe Bitcoin today, around $60,000, almost completely de-risked when it was at the exact same price 3-4 years ago in 2021.
Bitcoin was at the exact same price 3-4 years ago that we are today.
But what's changed? Because the price is the same, but number one, when I say de-risked, it's now regulated. That was not the case 3 years ago. It's offered by BlackRock, Fidelity, Charles Schwab. Actually, Bitcoin and Ethereum are now able to be offered by these big institutional players. That's completely different. Also, the worst actors, the bad actors in the space, are now gone. Last time Bitcoin was at 60,000, FTX was the second largest crypto exchange by trading volume. They're now collapsed. Binance, the first largest trading exchange by trading volume, has essentially been taken over by the US government. So the point is that now the largest crypto exchanges are American. The majority, at least 50% of the trading volume flows through America. And I would even say Bitcoin mining, maybe compared to 5 years ago, over 50% of the Bitcoin mining takes place by American companies. That lessens the ambiguity for big institutional, big money players. It makes it easier to come into the market. And the other big thing, and this is most important to me, is the Bitcoin halving. Last time we had a Bitcoin halving in 2020, Bitcoin rallied to 69, over $60,000. We have since had an additional halving. It just happened, a second supply shock, but we have not really seen the second price impact of that supply shock yet. So prices are the same, in my opinion. Fundamentals are totally different. But all that, I would say, all that is the case why Bitcoin is where we are today. That stuff, to be fair, has already happened. So are we done?
Are we done? Now here's the thing, Austin. You brought up a great point saying this industry as a whole around the world has really cleaned up. And now we're seeing Wall Street getting in. BlackRock, Bitcoin ETFs in general, the most successful in Wall Street history. BlackRock itself just surpassed 20 billion in inflows, people buying ETFs. And a lot of times on our channel or at this conference, people ask, well, isn't that a narrative that's in our past? Hasn't that already happened? It's already been the most successful ETFs in history. And I would say that's the wrong way to think about it. Like I said earlier, Bitcoin's a teenager. It's got his whole adult life to go. This is the way I think about it. BlackRock, Fidelity, Charles Schwab, they're not getting in to crypto to make a bunch of money in 2024 and 2025 and get out. They're getting in to make a bunch of money in a regulated way throughout the 2020 decade, throughout the 2030 decade, throughout the next several decades. And applause break.
Yes.
And we are just starting to see the beginnings of Wall Street coming in. If the fact is Wall Street as a catalyst is not behind us, wirehouses are just getting turned on. Morgan Stanley.
This just happened. This literally just happened.
Morgan Stanley has finally allowed their 15,000 advisors across the country to start solicited sales of Bitcoin through the ETF, meaning their advisors can finally reach out to their clients, and their clients, well, they manage 1.5 trillion assets under management. All their clients hold that, and they can finally reach out to those clients and say, hey, you should buy Bitcoin. You should buy Bitcoin through us. These are the reasons I think you should buy Bitcoin. And Wall Street is a selling machine. Morgan Stanley just turned that on. We're going to see Bank of America's Merrill Lynch do this. We're going to see UBS do this. We're going to see Wells Fargo do this. And Wall Street is a selling machine. So are we done yet? No. This is the greatest crypto bull run of all time.
Now,
I think we got a different one.
I would venture to say that crypto is so much more than Bitcoin. I think everybody in this room knows that. The revolution is so much more than Bitcoin, and you'll see a bunch of trends that are hot this cycle on the screen. I think our point today with you is we're now seeing product market fit in these trends, in these other cryptocurrencies, where in the past it was often just garbage. And they're still garbage today, but we're seeing real revolution in cryptos in these narratives. For example, artificial intelligence, nobody says artificial intelligence has peaked. Nobody says that's done. No, we understand that's going to be here 10 years, much longer. And when we ask ourselves, how does cryptocurrency fit in? And we've mentioned this before on the channel, if nothing else, it keeps us from repeating the same mistakes of the past, where all the power, all the data flowed to big tech, these big players, and they controlled us. If nothing else, cryptocurrency allows a distributed future, where the people are in control instead of these big centralized players. That's just one part of the revolution.
Yeah, and what we're saying here today is any one of these narratives, probably many of these narratives, they could be even bigger than what Bitcoin did in its first 15 years. The Bitcoin ETF's most successful in history. I'm bullish on Bitcoin, not to take away from that. But you know what really gets particularly Wall Street investors excited? Digital gold's okay, but they want to invest in DeFi. They want to invest in the stablecoin market, AI, DePIN, RWAs, L2s, gaming, and that's what's coming. So for instance, you know, with gaming specifically, crypto and gaming are very good together because it takes just one great game to onboard millions of people into crypto. And those are very sticky crypto holders who understand the value of digital assets, who understand that stuff.
They're paying for it anyway. They just don't own them.
And these gamers, crypto gamers coming in, they don't care if Bitcoin's up or down. They don't care if the Fed is printing or what the Fed is doing. They're more sticky and they're there for a great game.
And our point is that revolution has not happened yet. The DePIN revolution, decentralized physical infrastructure networks, that has not happened yet. I mean, that is if you have a wireless telecom provider, why should these centralized entities, Verizon, who's always getting my bill wrong, why should they, have all the power? Why can't that be distributed? GPU compute, that's a big one. That's an easy distributed revolution that is coming. RWA, this one's a no-brainer. Real world assets, that's tokenizing real world assets, bringing them on chain, whether that be luxury goods, deeds to a house. This revolution is just getting started. And let's get a little more specific. Who here likes altcoins? Wow.
Yeah.
Again, our point here is we're now seeing product market fit with these protocols that we didn't see in past years.
Yeah, it used to be big promises. We'll eventually do this. Well, now we have real altcoin protocols doing real things, and we'll just go through a couple. Chainlink, working with not only SWIFT, the biggest financial transactions manager in the world, connecting all the banks. Not only is Chainlink working with SWIFT, they're working with the Depository Trust Clearinghouse. They are the #1 settler of securities in America and around the world, do 3 quadrillion in volume, 20 million messages per year. And it's not that, the Depository Trust Clearinghouse or SWIFT might be working with Chainlink. They are working with Chainlink, and they're scaling that up.
Solana, currently integrated with Shopify, one of the largest online merchants in the world.
Yeah, 10% of all e-commerce in America goes through Shopify, and they're using Solana Rails for their stablecoin payment.
Also, Solana integrated with Visa for blockchain payments as a settlement. That's huge.
Also, PayPal. For PayPal's stablecoin, they're using Solana. In addition, we have things like, borrowing and lending. Compound's a good example.
The product market fit is here.
And of course, the big one.
The big one
is Cardano itself. Cardano doing real things. The Dubai Police Department working with Cardano Tech to handle their criminal investigation data aggregating, specifically with the bullets. And also, apparently, U.S. states have reached out to the Cardano Foundation to ask them, how can we incorporate Cardano Tech to make voting more fair?
Now, it's not all sunshine and rainbows, I would say. Things could go wrong. There is no opportunity without risk, and nothing is for certain. When somebody asks me what could go wrong, I would honestly tell them that, and the probability of this, let's just say for Bitcoin specifically, it's incredibly small, but a non-zero chance that maybe there's a bug implemented in an upgrade in a code. Now, from what we know, Bitcoin is an open, transparent network. It's public code. The smartest minds have already looked at it, picked through it, and are working on it. So again, very small, minute chance.
A bug could happen. Here's the thing, guys. We're always going to keep it real with you. That's what we do on our YouTube channel. We always keep it real, and we're going to keep it real with you today because we're incredibly bullish on the future. I think it's likely, but it's not a sure thing. So a bug could happen. World War III could break out. That would be unideal for the price of risk assets.
I thought that would help Bitcoin.
You know what? Bitcoin's not going away. I think eventually Bitcoin would shine through, but it's not good for Bitcoin in the short term if World War III breaks out.
But really, the biggest thing that could severely slow down this bull run is, in my opinion, if governments and central banks around the world globally started to become fiscally responsible. Now, everything we're seeing, these central banks around the world are just becoming more irresponsible, printing much more money much quicker. The debt is out of control. How do we solve that? But if for some reason governments and central banks started becoming fiscally responsible, it would really sort of lessen the need for Bitcoin if they're acting correctly.
And in the same way, governments being responsible might, lessen the value prop of Bitcoin. These, Silicon Valley, the 6 media companies that control everything, all these big businesses, if they, start getting more decentralized, more permissionless, to me, that would be, the use case of crypto is less certain if they start doing that. Now, that's not what we're seeing. Silicon Valley, the media, they continue to get more permissioned, more private, more centralized, and that makes me bullish on open protocols and crypto.
Let's bring this home. Guys, hell of a conference, hell of a discussion. In summation, it is not the short game, it is the long game. The innovations happening today aren't finished in 1 year, 2 years from now. It is truly something I feel really lucky to be a part of. A huge opportunity and revolution that is happening before our eyes. Our kids don't get to be part of this. We're here now, learning every day.
Like I said, this is going to be bigger than the internet boom, and wealth accrual is going to happen in a more distributed way for people who are involved. But that means you have to stay involved. The famous Wall Street trading saying, it's not timing the market, it's time in the market. So stick with it. This is the greatest crypto bull run of all time. My name's Aaron. This is Austin, Altcoin Daily. See you after the show.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We'll wait here for pictures and once. Anybody, any pictures?
Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social.
That ain't working. I'm gonna, when I got about 2 minutes, you know what's on the clock? I'll walk out and show you, it'll say 2 minutes and you can do that. Okay, okay? Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, or I should just say good day. Rare Evo, wonderful to have all of you here today. And everybody watching from home or for posterity, great to have you tuning in. My name is Sheldon Hunt, and I have the enormous pleasure of being on stage with these 4 esteemed guests. And we are going to get right into what I would dare say is probably the most interesting topic, I think, for the future of blockchain, and that is the intersection of blockchain and AI. There's a lot to unpack. We've only got 25 minutes, so you have to bear with us. We're going to be a little bit succinct here in trying to get through a lot. There's a lot to unpack. And I'll actually maybe kick it off by having each one of you kind of introduce yourselves, talk about what you're currently working on, and what brought you here. If I could put you on the spot, Luke.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm Luke Wilkes. I'm VP of Business Operations at Brave and the Basic Attention Token. At Brave, we're a web browser, but kind of like user-first software, and we have 80 million monthly active users. We have a search engine, and we're kind of integrating AI. We have an AI bot in the browser, AI summarizer in our search engine, and we also have crypto built right in with like a multi-chain self-custody. So a lot of ways where this can, kind of come together around, helping people to onboard, helping people with, information around like markets and things like that, but also around things like, authentication, identity, stuff like that too.
I'll go next then.
Yes.
Hi everyone, Raquel Busquino. I lead Deloitte's Novel and Exponential Technologies team, or our next team, where we sense and make sense of emerging tech for a firm and clients. So actually a lot of my work these days is focused on the intersection of different technologies, so AI and blockchain, robotics and space tech, right? So what we're seeing is a lot of innovation is happening at the intersection, and so I'm excited for this panel.
Hi, I'm Navin Vedanaikam, the chief brain at IQ.wiki. We're the world's largest blockchain encyclopedia. We've got thousands of pages on topics from DeFi to NFTs to Ethereum. We used all of that data to train IQ GPT, the first AI agent for blockchain knowledge, and now we're working on building IQ Code, the first AI for auditing smart contracts.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Hurley. I'm the CEO of Genius AI. We're building basically a DPIN, a decentralized physical infrastructure network that's a mesh of nodes that does AI, but they do it behind the scenes, like when you're playing a game. A game can be a node. And so the monetization, it opens up monetization channels for games or apps that can do the AI processing, and that's basically what we built with Genius AI.
Very good. Thank you very much for being here. It's wonderful to have all of you. I wanted to kind of, in the time that we've got, kind of break down what you guys think are some of the more outstanding issues that you each face when it comes to really bringing together AI and blockchain. And what are some of the use cases that you yourselves are working on? And just, how do you get to be there?
Yeah, I think, our concern primarily up front, especially with like introducing like AI tech in our software, is like making sure that people have options that, kind of maintain really strong privacy protections, because a lot of people don't think about the impact of like what they input, what these companies do when you're inputting things. This is directly stuff you're putting from your head into the software, right? So there's that end of it, and then also like you see a lot of things, especially election season, right? Like where deep fakes and things like this, and like how can you kind of like use the blockchain to like make people like authenticate and in ways to kind of like validate that what you're seeing is from the actual person that's intending to put it out there. So those are the things. I think a lot of what we're doing is around like making stuff usable, maintaining that privacy, and then kind of keeping that competitive with what else is in the market. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, I'll build off that a little bit. So when we talk about the intersection, there's a couple different ways that they intersect. One is the way that AI can be used to help fuel the blockchain industry. So an example of this could be code assistance or generation, right? Then there's how can blockchain fit a niche in the AI industry or provide value there. An example would be how do we make sure that the data, the training data being used to train models, we know where the provenance of those data sets come from. Then there's like the exhaust that comes from compute where it's, hey, we're just capitalizing on the growth. So there's so many different ways that these industries are intersecting. Because this is a blockchain conference, I think one of the more exciting places to dive into is the ways that blockchain can be used to help provide gaps in the AI industry. And I think part of that comes from, unless you've been living under a rock the last couple of years, AI has been the name of the game. But with AI and the rise of AI, there's issues and conversations around trust, right? How do I know the data set that was used in this model? How do I know how these different weights have been assigned, how a model has changed over time? How do I know the outputs of a model and see if these are AI generated versus human generated? And so those are fundamentally questions about trust at the end of the day. And there's many ways that you can tackle trust as a problem set, but one of the ways is through a technology that provides trust, right? Which is blockchain. Now there's other ways as well, right? We have Deloitte's Trustworthy AI framework, which outlines all the ways that you can instill trust from a different lens. But if I'm in the AI industry, I know that trust is a problem, or trust is at least a concern that people have. I would be thinking through ways that I can mitigate that. And I think that's one of the interesting opportunity spaces, especially for the folks here at this conference, that to be thinking through.
Yep, absolutely.
In terms of the intersection of blockchain and AI, one of the areas that I'm really excited about is going to be the idea of having inference on chain and the idea of having the answers themselves be on chain. So for example, if you ask a model a question that's like an 8 billion parameter question, you'll get an answer, but you don't know that it's from that specific model. There's no record, there's no proof other than the reputation. Ideally in the future, when AI is used for extremely important decisions like cancer diagnosis, ideally what would happen is that you have an on-chain record to make sure that a 30 billion parameter model was used instead of an 8 billion parameter model. So I think that's going to be one of the big movements in terms of AI and blockchain. The challenge right now is the throughput. To record everything on chain is very challenging. We do this currently with IQ.wiki with editing, but to do it on an AI scale where you're having answers every second is very challenging, but I think that blockchain will overcome this sooner or later. Currently there's a lot of new blockchains coming out that are much faster, like Monad, Ethereum Max. We're working on our own chain, like IQ chain, specifically dedicated for AI, so I think we're going to see the space move that way.
Yeah, for us, we have built our own blockchain, and basically it is pretty fast, all in C++ because we support games and game engines, but the underlying technology actually stores it decentralized on IPFS or any storage system, so it's pretty fast. But the intersection I view in blockchain and AI is kind of multifaceted. In general, you can take the player, for instance, in a game, you could take the players, how they're playing in a game, and whether they're having a hard time doing that, store that information in a log on IPFS, for instance, and then turn around and run that same thing through machine learning and kind of figure out better gameplay and things like that. That's just one aspect of it. But for us, because we're building a infrastructure that does the AI processing, we found many industries kind of want to use the blockchain to basically monitor like impact investing, for instance. So they can use AI to monitor the stream, how clear streams are, how non-toxic streams are, lakes are, and stuff like that. And so they can both use, it's mainly machine learning, the AI part of it. Games do use AI, and they have been using AI. But in general, our system is more kind of machine learning over AI. You can still use our system for AI because we use a GPU to do that. But in general, to us, I think the intersection of blockchain is really the storage medium for models and things like that, so we can quickly load those into a decentralized infrastructure to do the processing and basically reduce the cost of AI processing by more than 80%, basically, over the traditional higher-end GPUs that are being used.
Very good. Well, so I'm going to also throw another question back at you there, Ken. And we actually talked a little bit on like the side there, so throwing a little bit of a spinner here for you guys. Because blockchain itself comes with a lot of loaded terminology, a lot of expectations. There are questions about pushing power to the edges. And then with AI, it also comes with its own loaded components of, as you mentioned before, like deep fakes. There's a lot of potential like social complications that come here. And so a question I wanted to kind of throw to you guys is, what, in your own domain, what do you think is like the largest issue going forward? Is it a social issue, or is it technological? Is it trying to get better chips, faster programming, or is there a decentralization component, a social component that has taken a bit more time to finesse? So I think there's going to be perhaps some differences in opinion here when it comes to centralization and decentralization and what's the sweet spot. So kind of want to maybe throw it over to you. I know it's a big thing, but
yeah, so I'm not a big believer in regulation on AI. AI is a tool. A hammer is a tool. You can use a hammer for good, you can use it for bad. So you want to regulate hammers? It just doesn't make any sense to me. But in general, the thing that I see for the future is that a lot of the high-end chips, the H100s that NVIDIA makes, they don't make a lot of those. There's only 550,000 of them made, and they're made in Taiwan at a company called TSMC. I worked for NVIDIA for 4 years, so I know they're fabless semiconductor. And so scaling that to fit the needs of AI demand has been very hard to do because they have 18-month lead times or 2-year lead times on that. And so we kind of operate as a decentralized platform that can go out to kind of any device, and that, like you said, to the edge. We're basically pushing everything around the world to the edge. It can operate on your iPhone or your home computers or any of that. And so, yeah, I think it's not reducing the electricity per se, but it's reducing where the electricity is sourced from, which can be, cheaper and more friendly to the environment and things like that. But it's not really reducing the electricity costs. It still takes electricity to run the GPU, even though it's decentralized. It's like, okay, he's running 5%, he's running 5%, he's running 5%. So that's, it's kind of something that I think people don't understand, that it's going to use the same amount of electricity no matter what.
I think in terms of centralized versus decentralized AI, I think the biggest thing is that we need decentralized AI because we need more transparency. Like, I think one of the biggest issues is, like, currently so much of AI innovation resources is concentrated in the biggest companies and organizations. Like, and it's even worse than that because sometimes we don't even know who controls these organizations. Even the people who are in them don't even know. Like, for example, Sam Altman at OpenAI. So I think this is a key example of why we need more transparency. So what we do with the IQ token is that the direction that we build, what we build, is all determined by IQ token holders. So if you stake the IQ token, you can vote on what we develop. You can be the safety regulator if you like.
So you mentioned transparency as one of the key themes there. I think regardless of the decentralized, centralized conversation, the thing that I'm looking for and looking forward to most is a reframe of the blockchain industry and how we showcase value prop, right? It's not that your solution is a multi-chain, no. Like, what is the value that you're providing in the industry? Is it transparency? Is it clear and aligned to unique product market fit that was talked about earlier? And so for me, the conversation is very specific to the use case you're trying to address, the problem you're trying to solve. And even just walking around the show floor, the startups, the companies that are working on this and have that clear value alignment, I think that's where I'm excited the industry is heading.
Yeah, and for me, I think, like, regulatory-wise, like crypto and AI are kind of on similar paths there, but I don't think it's something people should wait for. Like, and I don't think you're ever going to get the right answer from a policy or maker or politician or whatever. Like, I think accessibility is like a really huge thing with AI and with crypto in general too. And I think the two of those working together can like put the tools in the hands of people so that they don't fall behind, and they're putting a lot of effort on that. I mean, like, as a browser, we have global user base, like, and there's issues around like making sure that everyone can access it. If they're bought off, crypto can jump in and you can pay with that for what you're trying to do. And like, we're tooling around with that too, having a token that people are earning in the browser. But I think that, really, I have a podcast to interview a lot of people in the AI space, like pretty frequently, and the recurring theme that everyone is, I asked them what they're concerned about. A lot of them are just like access. Like, whole countries can fall behind, right? Like, if they get regulated out of being able to use the tools, they're going to fall behind. So that's a big area of focus for us.
Yeah, you bring up a very, very valid point there, that we've got very uneven development, right? We've got some markets, some regions that have just supercharged ahead, utilizing technology and primarily AI, and they're starting to see the windfalls of that. But there are others who are very much behind. And so, like, actually kind of on that theme, kind of like now looking at how the world has shaped itself for the last little while and its interactions with AI, putting on a bit of like a thinking hat looking forward, even just say 5 years. Because, like, realistically, 5 years ago, I don't think any of us would have thought we've perhaps progressed as quickly as we have. And so I know it might be a little bit kind of outrageous to be thinking forward 5 years, but what do you think this industry and this intersection will look like 5 years from now? And then a bit of a bonus there, singularity, is it near?
I'm not too worried about the singularity part of that. I think that we can't get video conferencing right. So there's a lot of room for improvement. But what I do hope you see, like, within the next 5 years, is a lot of these technologies working more seamlessly together. There's a lot of things that AI can do with crypto, whether it's automated trades or a lot of beneficial things and making life easier for people. But it's also going to be a lot of disruption in the workforce. And so I think that within 5 years from now, you'll get a lot more clarity around like how people's roles have changed to adapt, and how these tools have become more ubiquitous and integrated into people's work lives and home lives and all that stuff. And that's all huge opportunity for the market, right? Like, you're going to have a whole wave of industry that around like hardware, peripherals, blah, 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 all that stuff it'll kind of go from there. So not the most like glamorous answer, but like, I just wanted to get out there, right? Like, yeah.
No, I mean, I like the clarity and the tech interoperability. I think it's real. I hope in 5 years we have very mature business models and ecosystems that support this. I think that's what I'm looking forward to most. And I think part of it comes from incentive alignment. So one of my favorite quotes is, show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcomes. And so what incentive do you say AI companies have for implementing blockchain or using blockchain, right? Maybe it could be regulatory compliance. It could be, IP, copyright protection, whatever it is. But I think that if we focus on the incentives in the industry, and then we focus on the business models that could support that robustness, we're going to be looking in a really good spot in 5 years from now. And then, the singularity.
I would say in the next 5 years, one of the big shifts is we're going to see payments and finance even more move towards the blockchain space, because right now AI models, they're very capable, but if we're going to the next stage where they're agents, where they can manage their own money, AI agents, they can't KYC, so they're going to need blockchain technology to do payments, to work across the world. As these agents become more powerful, as they work together, as there's composability, as they're building on top of each other, what we're going to need is blockchain, and what we're going to see is a huge transfer of value onto the blockchain. So like the same way like you would have doctors or lawyers getting paid, you would have AI agents getting paid and transmitting value between each other.
So I'll just say that I think this is coming a lot quicker than you guys think, actually, because I don't believe this is 5 years out. I think this is like a year and a half out. Our system actually does everything that he's talking about, where our AI nodes, like we signed an agreement with a company, ISP, an internet service provider in Malaysia, in the Philippines, and they have 200,000 users that have these set-top boxes that have GPUs on them. And so we're going to leverage that GPU to do AI, and we're paying out in cryptocurrency to those agents that they have it. And so these people in Malaysia or in the Philippines that make $100 a month are now going to increase their income through the blockchain, being paid out in our Genius token that actually can go out to fiat currencies and Ethereum. So I think we're a lot closer than you guys think.
So the singularity's near then?
What's that?
The singularity, it's near?
I wouldn't call it a singularity. I mean, that's a whole nother can of worms. I read his book, and I don't think we're going to get to that point anytime soon. That's just something completely different than AI solving world problems like curing cancer and stuff like that. That's a whole nother thing.
Yes, yeah. Just got to solve the immediate problems in front of us, case by case. Yeah. Well, I want to thank all of you for being here today. It's wonderful to chat on this. There's a lot more we could go through, of course. But yeah, wanted to maybe quickly get your last thoughts and see if you maybe perhaps tell all of those in the audience where would be the best place to follow all of you in your own journey, in your work, and how would they follow what you're currently building?
Yeah, go to brave.com or search.brave.com and download and use our stuff. And then I'm on Twitter just at Luke Mulks. But yeah, you don't need to hear me. You can just use our stuff. That's what I would love. And buy our token if you want. But
I'd say if you're interested in Deloitte's trustworthy AI framework, we do make it publicly available online. You can follow me on LinkedIn, socials, all of it. And then I just say I'm looking forward to getting to meet more folks who are here for the conference. I mean, the energy of this conference really is palpable, so it's exciting, and so thanks for having us.
You can check us out on iq.wiki. We also have iqgpt.com. We're building iqcode.ai, which will be the first AI for smart contract auditing. So that's just a couple of our sites, so make sure to check it out.
GNUS.ai is the main website, but we have a great active Telegram group. And if you really want to talk to us, we have a booth back there by the second stage with a sister company called Graffiti Entertainment that's doing a bunch of the games for us. So just stop by there and feel free to talk to me anytime.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you again very much for being here. I want to thank all of you in the audience. Thank you very much for being here at this very special discussion on AI and blockchain. The future is bright. I'm very optimistic, and let's build a better future together. And thank you very much again.
Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now.
Hello, hello. Oh, it's working, yay. Everyone, how are y'all enjoying this beautiful Saturday early afternoon in Las Vegas for Rare Evo? Woo, yay. All right, well, if you're getting up to leave, I highly recommend you take a seat because we have a very awesome speaker coming up. He's going to be talking about mining and building on Bitcoin, which is actually pretty interesting considering that you actually can build on Bitcoin in 2024.
Interested in partnering with Rare Network?
So without further ado, we have Jillian Duran. He is the product lead at Marathon Digital Holdings, and his session is going to be Bitcoin scaling, what infrastructure and adoption should look like moving forward. Go ahead and give a round of applause for Jillian.
All right, hello everybody. Let's see if this works all right. I think the clicker's not working. That's all right. We'll just chat. So my name's Julian. I'm a product lead at Marathon Digital Holdings. You might have seen us in the news recently for buying 100 mil or so of Bitcoin. We're massive believers in the ecosystem. We're big believers in the currency. But where I come into play is what can we do with the ledger, with the blockchain, with Bitcoin, the asset, moving forward. Not just thinking of Bitcoin as a store of value, and not just thinking of it as something to, hold on to and see rise, the number go up philosophy, but rather what can we do to actually enable new kinds of utility. Presentation isn't working, so that's okay, I'll just chat through it. Where I come into play and where the Enduro team, you're gonna see this word Enduro throughout this presentation, we're an innovation unit within Marathon Digital Holdings. And so what that means is we're essentially looking at what is the future of Bitcoin adoption going to look like and what technology can we build today to enable that. And so Enduro at a high level, you can think of it as a miner's attempt to try to drive increasing transaction fee revenue. Because at the end of the day, that's what keeps Bitcoin safe. If you're able to drive new forms of utility, people are going to be using Bitcoin more, they're going to be sending, they're going to be receiving, and of course that makes more fees for a miner. So if you're curious about what the miner's perspective is in Bitcoin scaling, always think about the fees. We're interested in velocity. We want to see people use the actual asset. And so Enduro, where it's born out of, is this desire to create infrastructure to enable new kinds of ideas to be built on Bitcoin. I like to say that we're building the infrastructure and the interfaces to drive new kinds of Bitcoin adoption. Now, to dive a little bit into the question of infrastructure, we have to understand how the Bitcoin blockchain currently works. It's simple by design, right? That's what makes it the most secure of the blockchain networks. The fact that somebody can really only send, receive Bitcoin, and with ordinals and runes, you can mint and transfer new types of tokens. But by and large, Bitcoin is supposed to be a simple, secure ledger with simple functionality. Because when you start introducing smart contracts and all of those sort of things at the native layer 1 level, you start to introduce new kinds of risks and exploits, and of course nodes then become very centralized. So one of the defining principles of what I'm trying to do and what Marathon, how we think of Bitcoin scaling is, let's leave Bitcoin's simplicity, because that's honestly what's been given it at its strength. So given that we leave Bitcoin layer 1 alone, that only leaves us really layer 2. Right? What can we build on top of, to the side of, ancillary to Bitcoin to empower developers to develop new types of applications? And so the first part of Enduro, one of its, I say like half of our product suite, is actually building sidechains. And sidechains at a simple way are simply a blockchain that is attached to Bitcoin in some ways that are immutable, that shares some of Bitcoin's security properties, but that enables new kinds of programmability so that people can, for example, build a Uniswap on Bitcoin. They can build an Aave on Bitcoin. They can build whatever type of DeFi primitive you would see on Ethereum on Bitcoin. All right, so that's what sidechains are at a high level, right? So in our layer 2, some important things to note. We're not launching a token, right? We don't want to stray too far away from the Bitcoin ideal. The Bitcoin ideal is build. It's create infrastructure. It is attract developers. Don't just incentivize people with an ICO or with a token that goes up and down, but incentivize people with technology. And that's one of the core principles of the sort of infrastructure that we're building on Bitcoin. A lot of people in the audience, you guys might not be native Bitcoiners, and you might think, well, that sounds kind of silly. Why wouldn't you launch a native token? Because without a native token, obviously you don't have quite as many incentive levers to drive people to actually use your chain. And so here's, I'd say, where Marathon thinks a little bit differently about the situation, because we're a publicly traded company. We obviously have investors to answer to. We're not as interested in just driving short-term engagement. We want to build long-term infrastructure that engages builders in the long term, as opposed to just, hey, come build, deploy a smart contract, we'll give you a grant, move on with your life. We really want to build platforms that empower mainstream businesses, that enable new kinds of commerce, that again drive new kinds of Bitcoin adoption. And so that brings me actually to the second half of the product suite that Enduro offers. It's not just about infrastructure and sidechains, it's actually also about what new things can people do with Bitcoin. What interfaces, what applications can we create to try to, again, bring Bitcoin into a new dimension. And so here we actually have a number of different apps that we are incubating. You could say that Enduro in some ways is a Bitcoin layer 2. In other ways, it's actually an app studio. And the justification for why to build apps, why to build interfaces, why would a mining company get involved in consumer-facing crypto apps? It's because, again, the only way, I believe, to drive transaction fee revenue is to give people concrete reasons to use Bitcoin. Don't just tell them what is possible. Don't just give them esoteric infrastructure and expect them to deploy smart contracts. Actually show them what can happen and empower businesses to do new things. And so in the presentation, I kind of go through some different app spotlights. I'll tell you guys a little bit about what we're doing. We're trying to tokenize and bring tokens that are non-Bitcoin related to the Bitcoin ecosystem at a high level. We're tokenizing money, we're tokenizing assets, and we're tokenizing loyalty. So I'm going to talk about each and every one of these different verticals and exactly which sort of interfaces we're building to enable those sort of things. So I'm going to start with money, because that obviously is the easiest thing to understand. Bitcoin was created to be a payments network. Technical lead from my team always talks about how his Dell computer, he bought it with Bitcoin. And I actually find that story incredible because, I came into Bitcoin much later than he did. And so I never really was around when you could literally buy a Dell computer with Bitcoin, and it's crazy to me that you can no longer do that anymore. Now, for those who are knowledgeable about Bitcoin's history, you probably know why you can no longer buy Bitcoin with, a Dell computer with Bitcoin, but let's just leave the politics and the history aside. The problem is that you can't anymore. And so what can we as Enduro or within Marathon Digital do to change that? We're creating a sidechain, and we're creating an application on top of that sidechain that enables businesses to pay cross-border with Bitcoin. So why cross-border payments? Why businesses? Let's dive a little bit deeper into that. Fundamentally, I believe one of the biggest core value props of Bitcoin is actually that of fintech, right? It's enabling new kinds of financial primitives. And I think stablecoins are a pretty important aspect of that, but obviously not the only thing. Lots of people across the world pay with Bitcoin. I talk with exchanges in Africa and Latin America all the time. I live out in Dubai, so it's obviously easier to get to the eastern part of the world. But a lot of these exchanges talk about how half of their volumes right now in payments are coming in the form of USDT on Tron, but the other half are actually coming in the form of Bitcoin. And when I say that, people are kind of surprised. Well, why must that be? Why are exchanges in Nigeria or exchanges in Brazil seeing a lot of Bitcoin being used as payments, and why are they seeing a lot of stablecoin volume? It's because at the end of the day, finance in the emerging world depends on a, let's say, immutable third-party ledger like Bitcoin, like other blockchain networks, because local finance is not quite as trustworthy. Now, I'm from Ecuador. I can say from personal experience this is indeed the case. It's best to trust a blockchain, a permissionless blockchain network, than local finance. And what we're doing in Enduro is building an interface in order for businesses in emerging markets to use Bitcoin as that payment system. Now, the last bit I'll cover in this section is cross-border, right? Why not just enable coffee buying with Bitcoin? That's the age-old example, right? The world is going to be a better place when I can go to a shop and pay with Bitcoin. Voila, we've solved all our global problems. The reality is, in the past 5 years, real-time payment systems, domestic payment systems in other words, have become incredibly more powerful and efficient than they were before. Nowadays, if you want to pay locally in Brazil, in Mexico, in India, in Kazakhstan, in China, wherever you name it, it's actually really easy to do it with local currency. And so when you go and talk to users in emerging economies and you kind of assess what are their payment pain points, buying coffee isn't a problem. The problem comes when you need to pay an overseas contractor, or when you need to import a piece of machinery, or when you need to buy food from all the other ends of the globe. That's where payment problems begin, and that's where crypto has a unique value prop. Why? Because it's a decentralized ledger, right? People, one Bitcoin is worth one Bitcoin in places as far away as Mongolia and in places as close by as Cuba. Bitcoin is that settlement layer between all of these different currencies. And as somebody who used to work in finance and used to work in fintech, I can tell you that having one single DB, one single database, one single ledger is tremendously valuable and cuts costs by an astronomical proportion. And so coming back to Enduro and what we're doing in this innovation unit, we're building an app called Manda. And the goal of Manda is basically to try to reinvent payments and to bring some of that payment volume to Bitcoin. There's no reason that, no shade to Tron, they're incredible with their business development, but there's no reason that payments of stablecoins and of Bitcoin should be happening on any other network that isn't Bitcoin, or rather on any other network that isn't connected intimately to Bitcoin. People globally trust Bitcoin more. They care more about the ledger. They follow the news on Bitcoin. It's only natural that it also be the ledger of choice for payments. And we want to make that happen. So that's tokenizing money. Now we're going to move on to tokenizing assets, tokenizing capital, right? And here I'm going to talk about RWAs. I think a lot of you probably know about RWAs. We usually hear this in the context of treasuries, Ondo finance, and this sort of thing. That's not really what I'm talking about here. What I'm more talking about is how can we tokenize stranded assets, in other words, niche capital, on Bitcoin to enable new kinds of investors. So what do I mean by that? Right? What is the single biggest problem with venture capital, or rather with any sort of fundraising in any part of the world? It's that you gotta know a guy or you gotta know a gal. It's difficult. It's a closed system. It's obviously relationship based. What school you come from matters a lot. Your nationality, your passport matter a lot. What we want to do with Enduro is empower new kinds of tokenization platforms to enable new kinds of capital fundraisers, and that way make capital markets globally more efficient. So let's think of a concrete example. We're working on a pilot right now with a whiskey distillery company in the United States, and whiskey, as you can imagine, is a very valuable asset, and people have tried to tokenize it before. But what exactly is the problem that Bitcoin in this case can solve? Biggest thing is, whiskey is a bit of a niche asset, right? If I'm a whiskey distillery company and I want to list my whiskey token, or rather garner investors to invest in whiskey barrels for me to age for 3 to 5 years, I can't just do that on Amazon. I can't just do that via my local bank, and connecting with a network of investors is very difficult. And so that's why at Enduro we built the application called Avant, right? Something forward, looking beyond, right? Thinking about whiskey tokens, thinking about ship tokens, thinking about real estate equity funds, whatever you name it. Thinking about putting that on Bitcoin to enable new kinds of capital market and cap table flexibility. So I'll paint you a picture. A world in which we're successful is one in which real-world asset tokens, that by the way would be yield-bearing. In the case of whiskey tokens, I think the ROI is 20% year over year. We want to enable a future where that's more accessible to people, where if you're in an emerging economy, or you're even here in the United States and getting a brokerage account is too difficult, or navigating the stock market seems too risky, you can invest in things like homegrown industries, agriculture, manufacturing, whatever you want to call it, right? That's what we could enable, and Bitcoin makes it more possible because Bitcoin has it's the network with the most market cap. There are so many people invested in it, and as you could probably see from a litany of Bitcoin layer 2s that have come up recently, everybody is trying to offer Bitcoin yield. Coming back to Marathon Digital, coming back to what we're doing, we want to offer Bitcoiners the potential to earn returns on their Bitcoin, but we want to do it in a judicious way. Because I don't believe that just offering people yield, staking yield on Bitcoin as an example, is necessarily going to solve things, because what you're really doing is you're offering yield on an asset with a fixed supply. At a certain point, somebody will get rugged. But in the case of RWA tokens and bringing real-world asset tokenization and new kinds of capital market fundraisers, now you're talking about a sustainable form of yield that can actually be connected to the real world, enable new kinds of commerce, and promote financial inclusion globally. So that's tokenizing capital. The last bit I'll get into is tokenizing loyalty. And I think this topic often kind of loses people a little bit, because tokenizing loyalty, how could that matter in the context of money? And how could that matter in the context of capital? Julian, you're talking to me about all these great things of financial inclusion. How could loyalty be part of the mix? Well, the interesting thing about loyalty is loyalty, at the end of the day, it empowers businesses to perform better marketing. when you're able to engage your customer base in new and innovative ways and offer them rewards for being your customer, you as a small business, as a mid-sized business owner, are empowered to do better business and to provide better customer experiences. The problem with loyalty and rewards programs is we're often rewarded as customers with things that really don't matter, right? If I gave you a Julian token for coming to my restaurant, you probably would have nothing to do with that, right? If you live right next to the restaurant and a Julian token entitles you to cash back, maybe then you have some value. But for the vast majority of businesses, it's not like you're going to come back and be a regular at every single restaurant or at every hotel or at every tourism agency, et cetera, et cetera. And so particularly small businesses, not the Starbucks, this is not the McDonald's, but small and medium-sized businesses have an issue where it's very difficult for them to engage customers and, more importantly, to retain their customer base. And so what we're doing over at Enduro is we built an application called Amuse Bouche, and we're piloting it in parts of the UAE and parts of Europe with restaurants in order to basically create a unified restaurant loyalty program, something that connects restaurants from disparate parts of the world, specifically in tourist hubs, and offers customers, you guessed it, Bitcoin, right? So why offer customers Bitcoin? Who would want to give Bitcoin to customers? Well, to understand that, you have to think beyond where the Bitcoin ecosystem is today. Today's Bitcoin holders do not like to spend Bitcoin. We know that Marathon hodls more than almost any other business out there in the world. So I know what the hodling perspective is. Most businesses, on the other hand, and most restaurants that we've spoken to, they don't see Bitcoin as a hodl asset. They see it as an engagement tool. They want to buy it in order to engage their customers when they personally might not have a big interest in the ecosystem or in the blockchain network, but they do have an interest in engaging new kinds of people. And so what we found is creating a restaurant loyalty platform where each of the contributing businesses reward Bitcoin, and not a lot of Bitcoin. In Europe, we're talking about €1 worth of Bitcoin. In the UAE, we're talking about 2 AED worth of Bitcoin. It's not that much that we're giving out, but by these restaurants being enabled to give cash back in an asset that everybody across the world respects, they're actually now empowered to be able to engage new kinds of customers no matter their nationality. And I think here is the critical part of why loyalty is part of this tokenization narrative that we're trying to drive on Bitcoin, because loyalty points in many ways are the hardest to try to settle across different businesses. Think about the innovation that Meta, that all of these social media providers, these social media networks provide. The value that they provide is they allow businesses to market, right? They allow any hairdresser to car salesman to be able to provide their good or service on some shared network. That is exactly what Bitcoin should be doing and what blockchain generally should be doing, but it's not because we're too focused on particular kinds of DeFi. So I've told you about our product suite. I've told you how we're building the infrastructure and the interfaces for new kinds of Bitcoin adoption. I'll conclude with simply saying where I see Bitcoin going forward. That was the title of this talk, right? Where is the future of Bitcoin scaling? I think to understand that, we need to understand where Bitcoin scaling is today. What's the narrative? Now, most people that I talk to that are interested in new types of Bitcoin narratives have probably heard of the Lightning Network. They might have heard of Stacks. They might have heard of some other layer 2 networks. I'd say common to every single attempt to scale Bitcoin, it's often infrastructure-led and not adoption-led. And I think that's the single greatest problem of the Bitcoin scaling narrative, and why, as Bitcoiners, we're getting clobbered by innovation on Solana, on Ethereum, on other types of networks. I think a lot of people in the Bitcoin ecosystem are not opening their eyes to the possibility of recruiting new kinds of developers, lessening the learning curve, and trying to create interfaces for mass adoption. So that's the single biggest thing that we're trying to focus on at Enduro is let's change that narrative. Let's make new kinds of infrastructure on Bitcoin defined on the basis of what it can do for everyday people. What are the sort of things that mainstream businesses could see solved? What are problems they could have solved on Bitcoin? And let's build the technology to enable that to happen. That's not what's happening today, but that's what I see happening in the future. I believe the Bitcoin network, being the most global and being the most decentralized, has a brand appeal that's actually pretty incredible. I mean, think about it this way. How much money did Apple have to spend in the past 40 years for that half-eaten Apple logo to just mean something in every part of the world, from Bengaluru to the outskirts of Las Vegas? Everybody sees that Apple logo and knows exactly what it means. And Bitcoin is very much in a similar position. All that it takes, the point that we're at right now, is catalyzing that brand recognition, leveraging that security and that resilience, and trying to drive new forms of mainstream crypto adoption. Because the truth is, the majority of the world is just waiting for the great application, for the next big mass adoption narrative to hit them. They just don't have the interface to access it, and that's all we're trying to do here at Enduro. So, thank you everybody for your time, and if you want to follow us or you want to know more about what we're building, Mara.com, that's obviously the website of the mining company that I work at. My particular team, Anduro, ANDURO.io, that's our website. And feel free to shoot us a note, catch us on X. We're always talking and going to different events, so we're more than happy to connect. Thank you everybody for your time.
Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there.
How's it going, everyone? Up next, we got a couple industry innovators and leaders. We're going to be hearing from about Project Catalyst, an innovation engine at work and its global impact, from Chris Baird, the general manager at Project Catalyst, and Tim Harrison, the VP of Community and Leadership at Input Output. Let's give a big round of applause for them.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
So I'm Tim Harrison, EVP of Community and Ecosystem at Input Output, and I'm joined here by Chris Baird, who's the General Manager of Project Catalyst. Chris, let's dive straight in. We've got lots to talk about, lots of exciting things to share. So Chris, perhaps before we dig too much into Catalyst, let's dig a little bit into you. Tell us a little bit about your backstory, your professional journey, and how you ended up at Catalyst.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. So first of all, it's a real pleasure to be here, everyone. My first time at Rare Evo, Catalyst team's first time here, so we're really pleased to be here. So my backstory, my origin is that I think I'm probably one of the first Cardano fans. I've been spiritually invested, shall we say, quite literally since day one. Before there was a YouTube presence, before there was communications coming out from IO, I was already aware of Cardano as the Japanese Ethereum. And yeah, my background before that, if we step back to the global financial crash, I was part of the problem, not part of the solution. Let me put it that way. And then left the finance world and stepped into the technology. And I worked for a number of years for the UK's equivalent of DARPA, called Innovate UK, where I was a lead technologist, and I established and then delivered dozens of nation-scale digital innovation platforms, which funded startups, scale-ups, and institutions to develop digital solutions in response to industrial challenges. So, you know, this idea of funding is definitely within my wheelhouse. And if we step back to those days at Innovate UK, I saw a big problem, which is typically all of the decisions about who actually gets the funding is made by typically a handful of white dudes. And that's about it. Maybe there's a bit of diversity within that, but ultimately it's a handful of people that play God and make the decisions for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of pounds worth of innovation, public funding, to go out and grow ecosystems. And I find that a big problem. So when Charles and my predecessor announced Catalyst at Summit, I believe in 2020, it was very exciting. It was like, this seems like it's something that I would love to continue following. I then got somehow engaged with team members from Input Output, and someone said to me, I think you should come and work with us. And so, cut forward to 4 years later, and we've effectively developed the largest innovation platform for decentralized funding in the world. So
tell us a little bit about that founding. Here we go. So tell us a little bit about that founding vision for Catalyst and what particularly excited you, and then maybe just give us a quick overview for anyone who doesn't know how Catalyst works, what it is.
Yeah, sure. So I think that the genesis idea here is, first of all, how do you bootstrap an ecosystem in a decentralized way? How do you help the Cardano community to play an active role in shaping the future of their ecosystem and give them the experience and the tools and exposure to opportunities for them to play a role in decentralized governance? And what do we mean by that? We mean decision making. We mean people caring about the causes that are presented to them and taking action. So, what does that mean in practice? Well, Catalyst is a grant funding program like no other. I think that's how we can say it. We enable the community, and by community, that's a very broad term. Every single person in this room right now could technically be a community member. Most of you are already, and you are afforded the opportunity within Catalyst to submit a proposal with your great idea, requesting funding from the Catalyst Innovation Program to develop maybe use cases or grassroots marketing campaigns, or maybe growing new features, new capabilities with your established product. And then your submissions and proposals go into a Catalyst funding round. The community then takes all of those proposals and reviews them and gives their opinion on what those, how they think those proposals meet against the criteria or the scope of the intent of the Catalyst funding round. And then those opinions are then translated into a voting application, and then the voting populace at large can read those opinions, they can read the proposals, and ultimately vote to decide whether they see those projects realized. That's just one half of the story. That's when all the votes are counted, and we know which projects are funded, and then from that, those projects start getting funded. And so they go through an onboarding process. They create a statement of milestones where they set out what are they going to be, are their milestones, what are the deliverables, what are the acceptance criteria for those deliverables, and what evidence are they going to show to the community that they've achieved on those deliverables. And then we're funding the project to reach milestone 1. So you don't get all the funding up front, you just get a portion of it. At the point where you've delivered milestone 1, you then come back and you prove your achievement to the community. The community then signs off on your deliverables, and you are then greenlit to go proceed to milestone 2 and receive funding for that. And rinse and repeat until the project ends.
So at Rare Evo, I think this week you've published your Catalyst Horizons report. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so Catalyst Horizons report, and I'm going to move forward now, is our first report that really begins to unpeel the sheet, or peel back the sheets, and uncover some of the data that sits within the Catalyst corridors. There's an incredible wealth of data with an amazing data set. So the picture that you've just seen on the screen now, we've just completed Fund 12, and so this data is up until before the Fund 12 votes had been counted. So at that point, we were 1,639 projects into Project Catalyst. Now that we're at Fund 12, we're now at 1,891 projects, so another 250 odd has just been added to this already. In the last 4 years, we've funded 223 million ADAs worth of projects in terms of allocations, and what that translates to is over $100 million worth of value allocated to projects within the Cardano ecosystem, which is just tremendous, really. So the point is, for the Horizons report, is really to celebrate all of you builders, you creators, and you participants, whether it's voting or community reviewing or helping to moderate the milestones and deliverables are met. This report is really a celebration of all your hard work.
So there's a lot of very useful sort of quantitative data in the Horizons report. There's some nice qualitative call-outs as well. It's hard to pick favorites, but maybe just call out a few of the use cases you've seen through Catalyst that stand out for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It's really difficult to pick any one or few projects. So we had to start somewhere, and within the report we called out 6 projects that represents a diverse range of the sorts of use cases that we've supported. So maybe just before we talk about the individual projects, it's worthwhile looking at how the report was put together. So we effectively segmented and grouped every single project by one of 13 domain areas. So from community and outreach through to sustainability projects, every single one of the nearly 1,900 projects now has been grouped in this way. And so the Catalyst Horizons report has called out 6 of these use cases effectively of Catalyst funding, and to talk about these, Tap Tools is one of them. I'm sure many of us here are familiar with Tap Tools, an all-in-one platform that has had its starting moments within Catalyst. The community has voted to approve new features and capabilities that have really extended the value proposition of what Tap Tools offers. Another such project, which maybe you guys have heard about, is this blockchain convention called Rare Evo. It started out its journey within Catalyst. It was a proposal. They'd already booked the Gaylord Rockies venue, and they waited for you guys in the community to greenlit their proposal. If you hadn't, I don't know what would happen. I don't know where we'd be right now. And then, within a few weeks, they actually delivered the Rare Evo event, and a couple of days later, they submitted their proof of achievements, which signed off, and then they received all of the funding to basically cover their costs. So that's another great events use case and marketing platform. And then I think one of the final one that I want to talk about at this moment is the Tribal DIDS project, which I think is a really, really interesting use case of identity and security. So this was a project that was led by Jo Allam and her design team down in New Zealand, and they implemented an Atala Prism or Identis implementation use case that enabled the indigenous tribes within the New Zealand islands and archipelago to adopt a tribal registry process that is not legitimately seen in the eyes of any nation-state government. Yet it is the legitimate way that these tribes and these members of these tribes have operated for many, many years. So what do we mean by that? Well, these tribes have adopted a registration process that comes with metadata. This metadata is all of the conventions and forms of how the different tribe members are sort of seen and what status they have within their community. And this has all been now implemented on chain, where each of these tribes and tribal members now have their own decentralized digital identities that are linked to their registrations as part of their community. And as I said, this is a really powerful use case, which is giving identity to a population of people that are largely forgotten within the contexts of how we sort of operate in society today. And there are countless other use cases or examples of where that is happening all around the world. And so in just a short amount of time, relatively speaking, from Catalyst starting out as just a great experiment, we're now seeing real-world use cases having real-world impact that are generating this impact that is impacting the real-world lives of people that are often forgotten. And I think those are the sorts of stories that are really powerful and really helps to demonstrate the mission-led principles of the Cardano ecosystem and how we would like to see the world actively shaped around us.
Yeah, so I mean, Catalyst has really been a story of continuous improvement. And indeed, your weekly town halls, I think maybe they're still preceded, but they were always preceded with welcome to the experiment, things may break. So there was a very knowing sense of continuously identifying ways to improve. Maybe highlight a couple of the things that you've done more recently that have kind of improved the Catalyst experience and capability.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also going to touch on, I'm going to try and fly back to a couple of slides as well. I mean, maybe before we talk about improvements specifically, I just want to highlight a couple of other really key points about this report. So what we've seen over the last 4 years is a real distribution of projects across all 6 continents. And I think what's really powerful is, we would expect to see North America and Europe, where there's a lot of development expertise already, as taking up a fairly significant portion of the funding. But what's really powerful is to know that about a third of the funding already has gone into the emerging markets, where the resources and the ADA that's allocated and distributed to those communities really goes a lot further. And you create these conditions where you've now got ecosystem players and development shops that are growing up all over Asia, and they're really growing their capabilities and their standing within this ecosystem. So coming back to your question, Tim, about what are the sorts of changes that we've implemented over recent funds? Well, Catalyst until fairly recently was pretty open. Anyone could submit any proposal and as many proposals as you'd like. And what you saw is, there seemed to be at least a perception that the funding wasn't going it wasn't being as distributed as widely as possible. So it's quite simple changes. We've implemented things like you can only submit a certain number of proposals per funding round. If you're a part of a team that is submitting dozens of proposals, actually it's only going to be the first 6 in this instance that are going to be counted. We've also implemented some really great operational efficiencies and innovations such as I said, the community-driven accountability process, which means that it's not the Catalyst team that is saying this project is delivered on its commitments and it is now considered complete. We empower the community to play that role, to look at, has this project delivered the outcomes that it's set out to do in its proposal? Are those translated into key deliverables that I understand and can demonstrably see evidence of? This, I think, is a really key turning point in the evolution of Catalyst, because now we can say we've got the most decentralized operations of the grants providers in the Web3 space, and I would argue on orders of magnitude of how many people actually participate in these processes. So, if we think about community accountability and community-led innovation as being, some of the key principles and tenets and of what we do within Catalyst, then how do we think about scoping the future rounds of Catalyst? Well, we need to use the community to do so. So over the last 3 months, we've implemented a Catalyst Working Groups initiative, which has seen 24 working groups all around the world, 15 of them in person, from all 6 continents, as well as 9 online working groups that are really trying to answer some of the tough questions. What are the priorities for this ecosystem going forward? What have we maybe funded too much of? What are the operating parameters within Catalyst that could do with some love and attention and maybe some changes in the future? And how can we help to incubate and accelerate and bring new investors and professional investors into this ecosystem to help the grantees and the Cardano ecosystem at large not rely on Catalyst grants and resources exclusively? And these working groups have produced a phenomenal amount of insights. We gave a presentation yesterday around some of the summaries of these insights, and these are the sorts of ideas that are going to carry Catalyst forward into the future, enabling the community to play more of an active role in what decisions need to be made to help Catalyst continue to grow and provide the value that we demonstrate to the community on a daily basis.
So that's obviously about sort of improving the quality of experience for participants, but sort of looking at the macro of participation. What kind of level of participation are you seeing from Catalyst relative to the size of the wider community, and where do you want that to go?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start with a couple of key areas. So we've cast as a community almost nearly 3 million votes in Catalyst alone. So you guys in the community, of which there's around about, give or take, about 8,000 wallets that are participating in Catalyst at any one point. 3 million votes have been cast by you guys, and I think that's almost 3 million votes. That's a tremendous achievement in and of itself. And within that, those votes, there's the ADA that you guys use as your voting power, your influence on the decisions. And in the last 3 funds, give or take, around about 7 to 8% of total circulating supply, or 5% of total supply of ADA has been used to power the decision-making process of Catalysts. Now, if you look at what this means against the legacy world, I think, in the UK or the US, like shy of 30% of the population participates. So the fact that we've got nearly 5% of the population, a total supply of ADA participating in Catalyst, And that we're still growing, we're still bringing on and onboarding new members and participants every single round. I think that's a really, really remarkable achievement. Beyond that, we've funded nearly 1,900 projects now from nearly 9,000 proposals. So that's more than a 1 in 5, opportunity rate, right? That's pretty good odds. You don't see that in typical investment circles. You certainly don't see that in grant circles. We've had 8,000 reviewers performing nearly 80,000 community reviews of proposals. These are all pretty incredible numbers and phenomenal. And as I said, we're only really just getting started.
And of course, Catalyst has just closed, relatively recently in July, closed Fund 12. What are maybe some of the highlights from that, and also some of the things that you've introduced during that fund? Yeah, so again, I think this is really the power of the crowd, right? You guys in Fund 12, you voted multiple layer 2 solutions to be realized and start development. You might have come across Midgard, which is a scalability solution. This is now beginning to take flight and deliver on their commitments. We've also seen, I think there's Oracle solutions. Winter Protocol is developing out, which is going to be an aggregator of Oracle inputs, I believe. And we see a whole host of great use case concepts that are also beginning to take shape as well. Catalyst in the last, say, 2 or 3 rounds has also begun to sort of streamline the sorts of categories that you guys would be applying into, so that everybody basically understands exactly where they fit. So over the last 2 rounds, we've now got 6 categories, and the newest one that's been introduced is Cardano Partners. Before we talk about that, we'll touch on the other categories first of all. So we have these Cardano use case categories: concept, MVP, and product. And importantly, these are for the different sort of stages of maturity of your project. It makes no sense for the earliest stages of ideas to compete directly with the communities that are voting on the proposals that are put forward by the most well-known projects in this ecosystem. They're certainly not unicorns. There are no unicorns in this ecosystem. We're all still startups. So, but if you're putting forward your first proposal, you're just a guy in the garage, or a guy or girl in the garage with a great idea at this point. You don't want to be going up against some of the most well-known names. So we've created the conditions which allow the earliest stages of ideas to compete against the other earliest stages of ideas, and the later stage of ideas to fight it out amongst themselves. Beyond that, we have Cardano Open, a category dedicated to open source development principles and supporting open source developers to maintain and develop more integrated developer environments. And then the Cardano Open ecosystem track, which is about grassroots marketing campaigns. So these are all the makeup of Cardano Fund 12 or Catalyst Fund 12, and then we introduced the Cardano Partners and Real World Integrations category, which was ticket sizes of 500,000 ADA up to 2 million ADA proposals. And this was really to entice and motivate and inspire institutions and enterprises and really well-known stakeholders and brands and organizations to come and participate in Catalyst and get funding and support from the community. So we've seen real-world applications and real-world assets being voted in by the community. We've seen NMaker and the Finalist organization that are bringing real-world assets and a legal process to be able to deliver digital securities or digitized securities, to tokenize securities for all intents and purposes, with Chartered Investments, which is one of the largest investment organizations on the planet. We've seen the Liquid Finance team bring Apex Group, an investment manager that holds $3 trillion worth of assets under management. They are going to be tokenizing gold on the Cardano blockchain. And then we're seeing, a host of other projects that are going to come out of this Cardano Partners category. And I think my favorite, if I'm honest, which sort of is somewhat speaking to one of the holy grails of blockchain, is a project that's going to launch, is launched in Japan in partnership with the Shikoku Prefecture.
so an actual government region of Japan, and they're going to be implementing DAOs into the Tokushima region and Takamatsu City in particular, where they will be putting DAOs and having local communities use DAOs to make decisions on social use cases and contexts within their local environment. So imagine local councils using DAO tools to make decisions on how they're going to make changes to their city over the course of the next year. These are the sorts of exciting innovations that I'm really, really proud to have seen realised with Fund 12, and we want to see this grow and continue in Fund 13.
So Fund 13, you said it first, comes after 12. When can we expect to see that, and what else are we going to see in the next kind of fund?
Yeah, so I mean, first and foremost, I'm hoping that all of you participate, right? Fund 13 is intended to, not change the shape and format of Catalyst a great deal. I think we're beginning to rest upon a winning formula now, where we've got really clear categories and areas where people understand where they should spend their time and efforts, and it's not overwhelming. There's gone are the days where there are 12 to 20 categories within Catalyst for you guys to have to interpret and understand the nuances of each, and then all of the proposals that sit within it. So we're just going to try to stick with the same 6 categories, generally speaking, within Fund 13. We intend to launch at the end of September, and all being well, decisions will be wrapped up before the end of this year, with projects kicking off in January. But we're doing this against the backdrop and in tandem and in lockstep with the Cardano Constitutional Convention and all of the great work with the Constitution Committee, Interim Constitutional Committee that's being spun up. So we need to think about, well, what does Catalyst look like against the era of Voltaire? Well, I would say that we're really fortunate to have been probably the first institution funded by the Treasury over the last 4 years, and in Fund 10 that got the mandate from you guys in the community to continue our great work this year. We would be honoured and privileged to continue providing these services to the Cardano community, but it's up to you guys to decide whether you want to see Cardano use Catalyst as a vehicle for funding startup innovation. We think that we have really matured the processes and the accountability steps within Catalyst, so that we know that projects deliver on their intentions. We're now at a point where nearly 1,000 projects have completed their Catalyst-funded projects. That's a tremendous achievement. They are doing this all with receipts, so they're delivering with their evidence. And I would imagine that over the next few months, as we lead into Fund 13, we're going to eclipse 1,000 projects funded, and hopefully see another 250 to 300 projects funded with Fund 13. Where I think we can make maybe some sensible changes is probably to understand that there's not really that much difference between a Cardano use case concept proposal and that of a Cardano use case MVP proposal. So maybe we can consolidate there. We can make affordances to streamline a little bit. Differently, but sort of similarly, the Cardano Partners and Real World Integrations category was very much a pilot, where there was 3 principal pillars, right? Real world integrations with enterprises, marketing activations to bring mainstream adoption, and then how do we get accelerators and professional investors to start participating. But those aren't really apples for apples, pillars, right? We've got a largely technical community, and so it wasn't surprising that in Fund 12, the community favored technical implementations of real-world assets and applications over marketing activations and accelerator programs. But yet these sorts of marketing endeavors and accelerator programs are really, really important. And in Fund 12, we had one of, if not the leading accelerator program, the world's most active accelerator program, coming to the Cardano community and asking for funding to deliver accelerator programs for Cardano. This is Techstars. I know Techstars really well. I've worked with him over the years in my previous life. And they are going to continue to submit a proposal, and I think it's just a question that people didn't know them quite as well as maybe some of us did. So we'd like to create conditions that allow for maybe these sorts of less well-known stakeholders, but who hold the keys to unlocking really tremendous value in the community going forward, allow them an opportunity to compete in a more equitable way, so they're not having to compete against projects that are maybe more favoured by the technical community that we appeal to.
So Catalyst, it's been an incredible journey over the 12 funds, Fund 13 coming up before the end of the year. Where can people find out more about Catalyst if they want to dig into the Horizons report?
Absolutely. So if you were to scan the QR that's on the screen right now, or visit projectcatalyst.io, our home for all things Catalyst, you'll be able to first of all download the report or access it on your phone. You can join the Catalyst community just by being an ADA holder. We are hopefully going to make some changes to the threshold of ADA that you need to hold to participate in voting. Maybe you want to submit a proposal. Maybe you're not ready to submit a proposal, but you'd quite like to offer your opinion on the proposals that are submitted. All of these things are possible. Perhaps you want to help to verify that deliverables were met. As I said, there are many different roles that you can play within Catalyst, but the important point is that you play a role. So I would ask you, if you could help to make decisions towards causes that you care about, would you want to or not? I think the answer for most people is yes. If you can play more of an active role, you probably should. We're providing the tools and the opportunities for you to do so, and we hope and are really welcoming of your opportunity to play that role alongside us.
So Chris, congratulations to you and the team for everything you've built with Catalyst, but particularly congratulations to the whole Cardano community for making it really what it is, and here's to many more Catalyst funds to come. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Tim. Thanks, everybody.
Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Metamorphosis of Trust, Fortifying Confidence in the Digital Sphere. My name's Andrew Smaluch. I am the product manager at Highland Software.
Hey everybody, my name is Greg Cieslik. I'm the product owner of Highland Credentials at Highland Software, as well as our integrations with Salesforce.
All right. Well, really kicking off, went one slide too far. So really our focus today is where we can take blockchain offerings in the aspects of digital trust. So I'd like to kick off with this one. I can't take full ownership of the quote, but really looking at digital trust and trust in general as being connected to specific individuals. So our focus is not only on organizations, but also on the actual end user at the end of the day. Because trust really is connected to each individual. It's really connected to, how they think, who they are as an individual. And it really this concept comes up from the idea of evolving content. You think of today, you have pictures there's deep fakes with artificial intelligence. I could take a 3-second recording of anybody sitting here and I could recreate an entire conversation, use that to then, call up your bank and impersonate yourself. That's where technology is going, and even videos at this point, being able to, once again, use deep fake technology to impersonate individuals. So the need for digital trust is growing stronger and stronger by the day to be able to verify it. You see it in applications such as the White House just this spring decided to work with Digital Bazaar to, I don't know if it's actually been rolled out yet, but they have plans to roll out where anything that comes out of the White House actually goes through a blockchain process to make sure that anyone can verify, hey, this was actually created by someone in the White House. So, that's just one example, but Greg and I will go through some other things as well. But as I said, you start to see it more and more as technology grows. So, artificial intelligence is the buzzword, but there's a lot of conversation around how do we do ethical artificial intelligence? What can we do to make sure that what those large language models are actually, dealing with, that it's actually learning from, we're making sure that that isn't, coming from sources that they should actually be coming from, those type of things. You see some of the other headlines that are there in regards to deepfake technology and how cybercrime is exploding around it. I think the best one is in the upper right corner there in terms of, $25 million needing to be paid out after a video with a deepfake calling as a chief financial officer came out. You know, there's more and more of this type of stuff, and that type of technology is accessible not only to, you know, people like myself, but also to anybody who's sitting here, anybody who came to this conference. It's, you know, accessible to anybody out there. So, and that's really, you know, another talking point that was brought up. And, you know, yesterday I know there's a panel that discussed it. We don't see blockchain as the perfect, you know, complement to artificial intelligence, but it's something that it's a tool. And, you know, that's some of the stuff that we're looking into at Highland is how can we not only incorporate what we're doing into verifiable credentials and decentralized identity, but even looking at blockchain tethered AI, making sure that, you know, as we move forward, and especially with our customer base, you know, working with the Adobes of the world, organizations like that, that we can actually say, you know, these are digital assets that somebody, you know, actually owns, and that if you're going to use them in large language models, you're paying out those royalties, or you have that understanding from that individual that you can actually use their content. So, host of different, you know, different articles, as you can see from here, and, you know, discussions that come up. I know we had dinner last night with some individuals from Deloitte and Microsoft, and you know, had conversations with IBM. It's the same type of things that are going around the industry in general. So, and really, what is our response at Highland to these types of things that we're seeing out there? And that's where I'll pass it over to Greg to talk a little bit of about our response, which is Highland Experience Credentials.
Clicker here. So our offering at Highland, which we call Highland Experience Credentials, is built on something that we call our Highland Experience Platform. And this platform allows a lot of additional tools for our business customers to do things like process automation, artificial intelligence, as Andrew said. But our verifiable credentials offering is essentially an API-based product that can integrate with all of these other offerings. But since it's API-based, you don't have to be using Highland's experience platform to take advantage of our credentialing product. So this product allows the automation of digital records, and these digital credentials are W3C verifiable credentials standard. So they follow that open standard by the World Wide Web Consortium. As an API product, we can meet our customers where we're at. So using any of those process automation tools, or even things like Salesforce, where the end users are, they can easily send the data to Highland Experience Credentials to manage the creation of it and anchor it into the blockchain with simple API calls. So there's very minimal interface or user training. However, we do have a very robust template designer, so the ability to create that visual layer for the credentials. There's various ways that we're doing it to also mimic paper. So various paper sizes, whether they're, you know, a standard A4 or legal size documents, these can be created in ways that are shareable on the web, but also printed out. And the nice thing is these credentials are instantly verifiable anywhere using the blocksearch.org website. So if you don't know much about the concept of verifiable credentials, starting on the left, we have an issuer. So an issuer could be any organization that signs up, a government agency, a university, you know, and they provide to us their URL, their vanity URL, and we build an issuer profile for them. Based on the use case that they may have, for example, a diploma, on behalf of those recipients, they can send that recipient data through our APIs to create that credential. And we then deliver that credential back to the issuer, who then is able to distribute it to that recipient. So the issuer is the owner of that credential as well as the recipient. We don't store these credentials in our system long term, in fact 30 days, and we actually destroy them. So the ownership remains with both the issuer and the bearer of that credential. At that point, they can take those credentials and they can provide it to a verification organization or someone who may want to. So if it's your employer and you want to prove that you graduated from a specific university, you could provide that verifiable credential with that overlay of their degree, and that can be verified on blocksearch.org. If you're not familiar with blocksearch.org, that's an open source website originally started by MIT through the Learning Machine Company, who Highland acquired around 2020, I believe. And Highland now maintains that project. So using that website, anyone can do that verification to prove that those credentials are in fact issued by that issuer and still valid. With other features like expiration dates and things like revocations, that issuer does hold a little bit more control. So if we're thinking about a certification from a government agency, maybe a contractor in a county, maybe that license must be renewed every year. An expiration date can be applied, and if you try to verify that credential, it'll come up as expired, and you know that, hey, maybe I need to find a new roofer for this project. Revocation is another thing as well too. So if somebody were to commit fraud, that issuer does have the power to revoke that credential. And again, through that verification process, that will be evident to any verifier who wants to take a look at it. And for our customers as well, the issuers, we provide a private API so they can verify any credentials that they're receiving. So rather than having to go to blocksearch.org or something similar, they can automate that verification process through their process automation tools using our APIs. So if you require, maybe you're onboarding new employees at your organization and you require a degree, for example, and you accept a verifiable credential, that verification process can be automated, reducing the amount of touch points that your employees have to do, thus increasing that efficiency. So these are just some examples. Andrew, maybe you'd like to talk a little bit about some of the use cases that you've seen out there.
Yeah, so obviously, I mean, the big thing is there's a lot of concern around, hey, is this actually something we can do in the real world? Is this, blockchain can be, used for multiple different purposes. These are some of the examples of conversations that we're actually having right now and examples. So I'll just kind of touch base since we have some time to go through each one of those. But, Department of Transportation agencies, so obviously a lot of us have heard of, the state of California doing their pilot and some other states around driver's licenses. That's going to continue to grow, and we need secure methods in which that, they're actually being issued and they're maintaining security at the same time. So the very underlying concept of verifiable credentials is what's being used in the state of California. And actually to that end, really going into state licensing and regulatory agencies, the state of California is obviously one of the largest states. It's a leader in the concept of blockchain, and they have legislation that's been passed that requires that vital records that individuals in the state that have a vital record issued by the state need to have it as a verifiable credential. Now, there's not a timeline in terms of when that needs to be implemented by, so there's a little bit of the Wild West of, hey, like, what do we do? Who do we work with? But there's a lot of innovation that's happening. We actually have been in conversations with them to work alongside other organizations to provide aspects of, how can we ingrain this technology further using public blockchains, using private blockchains, and really even focusing on hybrid versions where, there's a seamless discussion between two different chains. So obviously, there's some other states that are looking from a licensing and regulatory standpoint. You think of, hey, I'm a plumber in the state of Nevada. I need to be licensed in the state to actually do that. Hey, it'd be great that I can actually take a verifiable credential, go to whoever hired me, as a small business owner, and I can provide that to them, and they can verify instantaneously, hey, I haven't had a revoked license, I'm a legitimate business owner in the state of Nevada. The federal agency portion is a very interesting and taking off area. There's a lot of communication that we're having with federal agencies and even from a state perspective, and you just look at some of the things that are happening out there and some of the oversight that needs to happen and the question marks that are being raised. And I'll give you one example. You look at the FAA. last year at this time, there's about 120 planes that were grounded because of fake airworthiness certificates. Now, those are issued by the FAA as a paper document. Wouldn't it be great if that was actually a verifiable credential that, oh, by the way, they don't need to, Delta, Southwest, United, they don't need to purchase anything from Highland further. They can just, because of the open source, code and what we're working with, they can just take that FAA verifiable credential that says, hey, this plane is worthy to be in the air, and they can verify it instantaneously that, yes, this is legitimate from the Federal Aviation Agency. So that's another area. You start to look into financial services, mortgage-backed securities, being able to understand the transaction of when they're purchased from one bank and sold to another one, being able to see the oversight that's happening there between those transactions. The last big one is the judicial system. So I used to work for a couple of customers that really were involved in the judicial system and really with child protective services, and going out on ride-alongs to those type of situations, and they have an iPad with them and they need to take a picture of a home. It's really important to keep the integrity of that content. And when Greg and I are talking about this, we're not just talking about documents, we're talking about content in every aspect. So think of images, videos. It's becoming more important that when, those images and videos are taken, that as it goes through a chain of custody, that, everybody knows it hasn't been tampered with. When they go into a court system, when they're doing bind-overs from district courts to appellate courts, the integrity of that content is maintained throughout that life cycle. So the healthcare area is another area we're getting into, but it's very much so obviously a tiptoe because there's so many regulatory aspects to it as well. So.
And Andrew, it reminds me of the poor man's copyright from a long time ago, when someone had mailed himself a document or a letter to prove that, this was my idea at first. With verifiable credentials, as you were saying, we can take any sort of a file type and package it into that credential, anchor it to that blockchain, and then that credential that we've returned becomes the source of truth, time-stamped, whatever file. Again, like you said, preventing forgery in the judicial system is a great example of that. And the applications there, are really limitless. So it's going to be interesting to explore that with our customers.
Yeah, and a lot of the conversation is what is the value that we can provide, and sometimes we get into this idea of, well, we're trying to prevent fraud, and that's seen in the negative light, and that's where we're trying to change this, change the message where it's we're providing digital trust to organizations and to individuals at the end of the day, and that's very much so as we roadmap out and look at new things that we plan to do with it. We're really keeping in mind the actual end user at the end of the day. So, one of the big things is the idea of selective disclosure. So I provide my verifiable credential to you that shows, hey, I can do business in the state of Nevada. There's certain things that you need to know, and there's other things that you don't. I mean, think of it in the simplest sense, when it comes to driver's licenses, and I turned 21 in the US and I want to go buy a six-pack. All you need to know is that I'm 21 and that this is my picture and this is my name. You really don't even need to know what day I was born on. You just need to verify that I'm 21. And all of these things that we're starting to see really have been, probably for the past decade, a big issue in terms of data integrity and really data ownership by an individual. These are tools that we can start to implement and be part of, as Greg said, meeting customers where they need this and how they want to explore it. We're not looking to go in and tell organizations that we can transform everything right at the blink of an eye. We want you to see the results, because the customers that we have been building this with have seen it and have realized that ROI as they've built out these solutions. So.
All right.
Yeah. So short and sweet to the point, but any questions that you want to maybe bring up?
We were prepared for questions from the audience, but this forum, if anybody has anything, we're willing to take them. Left a little time here.
Yeah. I think, too, just one last thing, one of the big things is the regulatory environment. And obviously in the US, we're far behind in terms of how we want to regulate these types of technologies, but It also gives organizations that are here like Cardano, like ourselves, Microsoft, all of them, the opportunity to be really creative in the way that we go about things. Now, that doesn't mean that we shy away from NIST compliance, ISO type of security rules, but at the same time, it gives us the opportunity, because of the cryptographic hashing that goes on behind the scenes, to be part of the new wave of how we go about things. Obviously, NIST came out and we use SHA-3 cryptographic hashing. Well, that's one of the only cryptographic hashings that's been approved by NIST for cloud computing security. So, these are futuristic technologies that have major impacts if they're implemented in the right way. So, if anything, we're super excited we got to talk to you all today, because we really believe in this technology, and we think that it's not the end all be all, but it needs to be in the toolkits of organizations and individuals moving forward. So, but thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social.
Okay. Hope you all had a fantastic lunch and you've been enjoying your day. It's been an action-packed morning for me. I've absolutely loved being here. This is the last panel I will be introducing. My name is Megan Nilsson, aka Crypto Megan. So I hope you all have been enjoying this conference and that we see you later at the after party at Omnia. But we got a really interesting panel up next. Decentralized Finance for Everyone. We've got Jonathan, the co-founder of StakeUp Finance, Sam, the founder of Frax Finance, and Overqualified, aka Connor, COO of Alchemix Finance, and Luke, the co-founder of Luna Labs. Please give him a round of applause.
Hello, everybody. Today we're just going to chat a little bit about decentralized finance, what we think it can bring to the world, and specifically what we all are working on within decentralized finance. So we'll just start with a little introduction for everybody, and then we'll get into some DeFi talk. So we'll start with Luke over there.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luke Youngblood. I'm a founding contributor to Moonwell. Moonwell is an open lending app on Base, Optimism, and we're rapidly expanding across Ethereum L2s. Great to be here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jonathan Thomas. I'm one of the co-founders of StakeUp Finance. So for us, we're trying to build a yield-bearing stablecoin that's able to give the federal funds rate to anybody in the world. And right now, we're on Arbitrum and expanding to other EVM chains.
Hey everyone, I'm Sam, a founder of Frax Finance. Frax is a decentralized stablecoin and DeFi protocol, and recently we launched our modular blockchain Fraxtal, which is where all of this is based on. Thank you.
And I'm Connor, or Koala. I'm with Alchemix. We offer self-repaying loans, so it's a way to get an advance on your future yield. And I am the COO with Alchemix, so I do a lot of cat herding. And yeah, I guess we'll jump right into it. So I think at this conference, a lot of us have seen there's a lot of awesome Web3 gaming, lots of merch, lots of everything, but I think a common theme we've been seeing is that a lot of people are into crypto, but they haven't made that leap into decentralized finance. And I want to kind of ask everybody here why you are in decentralized finance and what you think it can help bring to the world or help improve within people's day-to-day lives.
I guess
Start again with Luke.
I guess I'll start. So first of all, DeFi, or we're now calling it on-chain finance, it's really a powerful tool for everyone, regardless of where you live or what your ability level is. And at Moonwell, we're trying to make powerful apps that are really easy for anyone to use. And so an example of what makes on-chain finance so empowering for everyone is that if you think about South America, for example, where 40% of the people in Brazil don't have a bank account, right? And other parts of the world where they might have hyperinflation, on-chain finance actually gives people the ability to like transact in stablecoins in a US dollar currency like USDC or Tether, and they can use those stablecoins to make payments to and from each other. They can buy groceries, they can buy things with them, and it's actually really powerful. And so another really kind of empowering thing you can do with on-chain finance is you can borrow against your digital assets. So traditionally in traditional finance, you typically can only borrow against your stocks if you're like really wealthy, if you're an accredited investor. Well, with on-chain finance, anyone, even if you only have $10 of Ethereum to your name or whatever token you have, you could borrow against that. And that's really liberating because it lets you do more with what you already have. So turn it over to you.
So I guess like to expand on that a little bit more, like where back in the day it used to be called open finance before DeFi, and it's just like now trying to be able to enable finance more for anybody in the world. So thinking about a bank account, like as Luke mentioned, barely anybody actually has a bank account, but you take it for granted here in the States where it's just like, all right, you deposit your money in the bank, you're able to get that 4% interest rate if you're actually in a high savings account, while the rest of the world is worrying about their currency, if it's inflating or if they have a very volatile currency. So for them, being able to have a different type of hedge or access to those products for the first time is one of those like very interesting products to come out.
Yeah, so I actually really like what Luke said in terms of on-chain finance. DeFi is a cool word for every one of us in the industry, but on-chain finance is literally more abstract. It's finance, but it's on the blockchain, right? That's what it really actually is. And the way that I like to think about it is like finance, or like a real financial layer on a network, is kind of the oxygen and water of like life on chain, right? If you think about it, all of the awesome stuff you see, like NFTs, GameFi, all of the things here and this conference and everywhere else, it came second after the original DeFi summer and the original financial revolution that happened in 2019, 2020, and 2021, that cycle for people that remember or were in the industry. And the reason for that is it's the evolution of essentially on-chain life, right? There's a reason that order happened, and people sometimes forget that without a real financial system on-chain, or on-chain finance, or DeFi, whether that's decentralized stablecoins like Frax, fiat stablecoins, lending systems like Moonwell, Frax's system like FraxLend, Alchemix, and saving loans and interest rates and all of these things, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to build the really vibrant and rich experiences that everyone like enjoys here, right? In NFTs and in gaming. Like if you build a game on chain and you need to swap between items, assets, or currency, how would you do that without something like an AMM, like Uniswap? Or if you need to move between different kinds of stablecoins to lend it on Moonwell or on FraxLend, or open an Alchemix position so you can save on your TVL, how would you do that if there wasn't deep liquidity, right? And so the real thing that I like to remind everyone, and why DeFi and on-chain finance is essentially the bedrock of what everything else is built on, is that without it, none of the other stuff would be as rich and as vibrant, because it's like a desolate planet, right? Like it would be like Mars instead of like Earth. And so the main thing that everyone should think about is, how can we continue to build DeFi as a foundation so that everything else can grow and become even more valuable on top? And so obviously there's intersections of new technologies being built on top of DeFi, like AI and AI finance, things like IQ GPT and the other AI products and things here. And so that's really exciting, and it's entirely based on if we can continue to bring people in DeFi, increase the TVL of these blockchains, this on-chain finance ecosystem, so that everything else can benefit from.
Yeah, and I think adding to all of that, we touched on the use cases in countries like Brazil and elsewhere, but I think even in the United States, there's a lot of potential benefit in DeFi if we can get the right regulatory framework to allow it. And I think like Luke touched on one, which is that there are all of these tools that are traditionally available through pretty gated systems in terms of like borrowing against your wealth and leveraging your wealth and all of that. And decentralized finance makes all of these tools significantly more accessible. And not only that, but decentralized finance does it in a way where you have the option to self-custody to any level you want. And I think a really important part of that, and what a lot of work happening right now is doing, is trying to give people the option to say either, hey, I want to fully take ownership of my assets and everything I'm doing, who I'm lending to, but also to have this spectrum where you can say, hey, I trust this person to do specifically these things with my assets. And I think decentralized finance creates that, or on-chain finance too, creates that spectrum where you don't have to fully give up custody of your assets in order to benefit from your tools. You can kind of selectively know what's happening with your assets, give certain trust to certain people, but it's not a requirement, because ultimately if you do want to take full self-custody, if ultimately the system does someday fail you, you can always take your assets and have full control of them. And I think that's just an amazing baseline to have for the system, where then we can build all these other tools on top of it. So with those kind of points of DeFi in mind, I want to chat about what each of us are building and where we're trying to bring these benefits to everyone through our protocol. So we'll go reverse order this time. We'll start with Sam.
Yeah, so Frax started about 4 years ago as a decentralized novel stablecoin, dollar-pegged stablecoin, Frax USD. And essentially, we have the stablecoin that is now entirely on-chain by over-collateralized loans. So for example, if you have like $100,000 of Bitcoin, you can come and essentially mint 50,000 Frax USD pegged stablecoins, right? And so now that $100,000 of Bitcoin backs that $50,000 of Frax USD stablecoins, right? And then so, like it was said, it's entirely non-custodial, right? Like no one can touch your Bitcoin, your Ethereum, the type of collaterals that are accepted in the system, and you get debited an interest rate that's algorithmically decided based on how much people are taking out loans. The more loans that are taken out, the higher the interest rate. Some people see that and then they repay some of the loans, and the lower the interest rate goes, right? And it's set as a entirely autonomous market system, right? And so these Frax stablecoins distribute around the ecosystem. Credit is created, right? People take out loans and there's debt denominated, allowing people to invest in different places without having to sell. There's a lot of liquidity for Frax assets, and as we've expanded the ecosystem, we've recently launched Fractal, our modular rollup, which is actually top 14 rollup by TVL and Activity, and we're growing really fast. And as I was saying, the important thing with getting general purpose chains like Fractal, like Base, like Cardano, like Near, like TON, all of these things that are general purpose platforms, the important thing is to start with a very safe, very known, and very professionally integrated financial stack, stablecoins, credit, lending, DeFi, and then bring the vibrant builders that actually create the second order ecosystem of meme coins, AI, anything fun, games, and these kind of things. And so at Frax, the thing we're most concentrated on is providing a solid, non-custodial, decentralized, transparent foundation of finance, and using blockchain technologies to launch our own modular network and other decentralized finance products.
Yeah, thanks for that, Sam. And I guess like for what I'm building is StakeUp, we're looking at it as building like the first primitive for the money Lego stack, where it's a stable coin that's able to pay out a actual federal funds rate or just a general yield for anybody, where it becomes that perfect pair asset for the rest of DeFi, and being able to really enable everything else to be built on top of it. For us, it's looking at how can we be the most risk minimized, or actually just foundational layer where we're trying to isolate as much risk as possible in the system, and then just say this is the foundational level. We're able to allow everything else to be built on top of it. For us, it's looking at how can we go from the beginning point of DeFi, where that's probably going to be the main drivers early on, but then being able to expand out into more of the traditional markets where they might not have any exposure to that in the first place. So it's really just coming down to like, how do you educate more users overall?
Thanks. So Moonwell is an open lending app on Base and Optimism. And in the Moonwell community, our mission is to just bring the most powerful on-chain finance tools to everyone in the world, regardless of your ability level or where you live, right? And a big part of that is just making a really easy to use mobile-first app that you can use on your iOS or Android device from anywhere in the world, and it lets you access on-chain finance in a really simple and easy to understand way. We've tried to remove all the jargon and just simplify it, use common terms like credit limit so people understand, if they've ever had a credit card, for example, how much they can borrow. And we try to really simplify it because if you think about, the average crypto user today, it's very different than where we need to be if we want to bring on, millions of people, or eventually, 1 billion people in the world to use on-chain finance. So it needs to be very easy, like a Web 2 app, like a Venmo or a PayPal, right? Where when you use a Web 2 app, it's mobile first, typically. You don't have to pay transaction fees to actually use the app. And in the last 6 to 12 months, we've kind of solved all of these onboarding issues. We can now onboard people without creating a wallet, without downloading an app. We can give you a private key that's in your secure enclave on your device, so you never have to back up a seed phrase. You can begin using our app right away without having to buy ETH to pay gas, because we have these new smart contracts called Paymaster that can sponsor your gas for you. And so we're trying to systematically remove all those barriers to adoption, so that if, for example, you wanted to help a friend or a family member use crypto or use on-chain finance for the first time, you could actually just send them to our website and they could walk themselves through it without having to be handheld and without having to do something scary like copy and paste an address into a withdraw box on a website, right? So we're just trying to make on-chain finance accessible to everyone. And what Connor said resonated with me. about decentralized non-custodial smart contracts. So all of Moonwell on the back end is a decentralized protocol that can run on any Ethereum blockchain. And because it's decentralized and it's non-custodial, this is really different than the CeFi lenders that blew up a couple years ago. So if you think about the Celsiuses, the BlockFis of the world, the reason why they blew up is because they were centralized counterparties. You loaned them your coins, and you had no idea what they did with those coins. You didn't know if they lost them. You didn't know how much they loaned back out, so you had no idea if you could withdraw your money later. So when you're interacting with Moonwell, behind our beautiful app, you're actually interacting with a decentralized blockchain where those smart contracts are immutable, and you can have certainty. You know exactly how much is deposited, it's transparent, it's visible on the blockchain. You know exactly who has borrowed and how much. You know exactly how much is available liquidity, so you could always withdraw your funds, or you know if you could withdraw or not, right? And so this is it brings a new level of transparency and trust to like the financial ecosystem that just doesn't exist in TradFi, right? You can't call your bank up and say like, hey, how much money do you have in case there was a bank run, right? But in on-chain finance, you can see on the smart contracts on a block explorer exactly how much money is in every money market. And that's a new level of, you know, decentralization and trust minimization. And just to know that, you know, it's governed by a DAO, and there's not some group of people that can just rug you, right? That's a pretty powerful thing. And I think all of us are kind of building with that same vision in mind.
Yeah, and adding on to that, I think something really important when building in DeFi is you need to build things that people can use passively. Because if you're building things that people have to be checking every day, wondering if they lost all their money, all of that, monitoring their positions, everything, you're not going to get adoption. And so I think all of us have something there where like Frax and Moonwell both have like you can leverage your wealth and borrow, but to make that possible, people have to lend to you. And if you're a lender, all you have to do is stake your collateral, and you will lend and you will earn money, and you can just let that passively happen. With StakeUp, you can access yield similar to T-bills on chain, so it's as simple as buying the token and letting it sit. And so I think anyone building in DeFi needs to make sure that they're creating like a passive, safe experience, and all of this requires kind of more degenerate or active things to happen on the back end, but that's where all of the people who are in finance, in crypto and everything can participate on a daily level, and they actually make that system possible where people can just stake, earn yield, and be contributing to the people who want to take more advantage of DeFi. And so I think with Alchemix, what we offer is self-repaying, non-liquidating loans. So essentially you're getting your yield up front, and then your collateral that you give us will repay its debt over time. And because these are non-liquidating, we find that this is a very good way for people who want to explore borrowing and leveraging to first experience that, because they can deposit collateral, they can take a loan, they can watch it repay, they don't have to worry about being liquidated, they don't have to worry about monitoring interest rates or anything. And so it creates this really good way to onboard people to the power of these tools, because their position's not going to blow up. And then when they get more comfortable with things like that, then they may want to take on more risk, more reward, and do kind of a more traditional lending protocol with like Frax or Moonwell. But all of that just kind of fits this mindset that if you're creating things that are easy to use and don't require a lot of activity, then you're building something good for society. If you're creating a product where everybody has to be like checking every day and doing active things, then all you're creating is a PvP gambling protocol. So that doesn't have a lot of benefit to the world. So yeah, so I think that's a good summary of all of our protocols and everything. One thing we wanted to touch on at the end here is just how you can get involved in DeFi. So maybe you just haven't explored DeFi much and you want to try out the protocols. Maybe you have explored DeFi, but you're wondering how you can like contribute to these protocols, help them gain adoption, help them get better. So we'll just chat about how we think is a good way to get involved.
Yeah, so Frax actually is on many EVM-based blockchains, and we're currently exploring getting on a lot of non-EVM blockchains, such as Cardano, Near, Telegram's TON, and all of these places. And so there will be Frax assets, including the Frax USD peg stablecoin and a yielding version of it called SFrax. And you can use those assets, or as it was said, you can take out loans in Fraxlend. And also, if you wanted to dig deeper, you can actually bridge some assets to the Fraxtal blockchain that we recently launched. And it is a modular rollup, so you can bring those assets on Fraxtal through Ethereum and other bridges and try out the entire ecosystem, build things. It is a extremely cheap chain based on the data availability technology. Swaps, transactions, and everything is under a penny, and it is similar to some of the other blockchains that people might be familiar with, like Arbitrum, like Base, and it is a really vibrant ecosystem and super early, so people can try out building things and work directly with the chain team, with the founders, with the core developers, and we're highly available. So I encourage you guys to join our Telegram channels and follow us on Twitter and try it out.
Yeah, for us at StakeUp right now, we're pre-launch, and for us, it's going to be that multi-chain future where it's going to be having deployments on Fraxtal, all these other L2s, Base, as well as like Arbitrum, insert any other chain that you're looking at, really, where more at like a foundational level to be able to get involved. I think ways that people are able to contribute or be able to like learn more about DeFi is really just starting to join different communities, participating in like the general discussions that are ongoing, and then starting to ask questions, because most of the time everybody here, I would say, like more than happy to answer like any questions that anybody has at any time. And then it's really just starting to ask questions, maybe doing write-ups and your own theories of saying like, how does something actually work, and then being able to expand from there. I think that's a great way for a lot of people to start getting engaged and being able to really learn what DeFi is possible.
Yeah. So for Moonwell, if you'd like to try our app out, you can just go to moonwell.fi and you can try it out on your mobile device or your computer. We're going to be actually doing a demo in the Trevi room right after this. We're going to be doing some DeFi magic tricks. Since we're here in Vegas, I thought it might be fun to show you guys some cool magic tricks, like how to use an app without installing a wallet, how to use an app without paying for gas, you know, how to basically give yourself on-chain superpowers. And so we're going to be doing demos of my app and maybe some others in this Trevi breakout room, and you can actually talk to us afterwards if you want to ask questions about how to get involved. But let me just give you a couple of ways that, you know, if you want to get more involved in DeFi and on-chain finance, you know, join the project Discords. We all have pretty vibrant Discords where like community members hang out and they share ideas and talk to each other about, you know, improvements they'd like to see, get support. You can open a ticket right in our Discord. But also, if you want to just help out, maybe you're the kind of person that likes to help people, or you like to research different crypto protocols and things like that, you'll find that a lot of these communities are looking for like active contributors. I would say, you know, 2 of our best full-time contributors to Moonwell, we actually found in our Discord, and now they work full-time for the project and make really good salaries, like working in DeFi and on-chain finance. So if you have an interest in like even doing it part-time, we have about a dozen, you know, community contributors globally that do different things, like, you know, translate into different languages, you know, help with governance, help with social handles in different languages. They manage like different communities. And so there's a lot of opportunity in on-chain finance to just like jump in and kind of help projects. And you know, all of us were like not doing this like 5 years ago, right? We might have been working in other areas of tech or other parts of crypto, but you know, there's a lot of opportunity because everyone is still figuring this out. This is a new universe of on-chain finance, and so there's a ton of opportunity for people that might just want to spend a few hours here and there helping projects. And so I'd encourage you to come to our Discords and do that. And then you want to talk about the little side event afterwards?
Did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Luke said. Exactly as he said, our community contributors, the people that run different parts of the Frax ecosystem, they're all they found it online, and now they're part of the DAO, the decentralized community. They get paid. They have funds to put on events. So if this is something you want to get involved in, I'm literally in the Telegram, the Discords, and online, and it is such a welcoming community. And there's no other place, as Luke said, like Frax, Moonwell. There's over 1 billion TVL in liquidity in the Frax ecosystem, and you can get involved in trying out these products, getting liquidity for your own products, swapping, everything. And it's a very, very vibrant and large ecosystem, and just give it a shot. Yeah.
Yeah, and kind of building on that, the goal of a lot of these protocols is to be decentralized, right? And that means you need a lot of different entities working on these protocols, which means the goal is not to just keep this all intrinsic to one team. The goal is that new teams and projects spawn out of this so that it's a bunch of different groups of people all independently working to advance the ecosystem. And so that's why I think DeFi is so open to people just like joining the Discord, being helpful, and then eventually applying for a grant or writing a governance proposal. And to echo what Luke said, like at Alchemix, all of our non-founders, our non-technical non-founders, were all internal hires from our Discord. They were people, including myself as the COO. I found the project when it launched. I started asking a bunch of questions. Eventually I was answering questions. Then I was writing governance proposals. Then I was doing business development. And then I became the COO. Like it literally just, and that's the exact same story with the Lunar Lab COO actually. We met and we were like, oh, we did the same thing. And that's a very common thing in DeFi is just if you show up and you take initiative, even if the first things you try are just totally wrong, you'll learn from them and you'll learn where you can have impact, and that impact will lead to a role in DeFi. It's a very common path that people take. So yeah, definitely hop in the Discord. And wrapping up, like Luke said, they're going to do a Moonwell demo in what's the room?
It's in the Trevi ballroom, so you could actually follow us if you want to just like meet us on the side of the stage.
We can all meet at this rare stage. If anyone would like to see a demo, they're going to give out some USDC. I also have some cards for $20 positions in Alchemix. So the idea is you have to learn how to use our protocol if you want to take your $20 out. We can chat more about DeFi. So yeah, if anyone wants to meet us out there, we'll be headed to the breakout session after this.
The Trevi ballroom, in case you don't follow us, you just go out these doors to the right, but don't go down the escalators. Go down the stairs further to the right, and then just follow that. You'll see Trevi on your left.
Yep.
So, but you can just follow us there. We're going to be giving out, $5 of crypto just to try Moonwell, so you can try it out on your mobile phone, whatever device you have, your computer if you have it. And they're going to be giving out Alchemix gift cards. Ask us questions. We're here to help. So just do some fun demos and some DeFi magic tricks.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3
afternoon,
years,
everybody.
Rare has been
Good afternoon, everybody. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today I am introducing Kyle Langham, who is the Director of Data and Analytics at Definity Foundation, and he'll be presenting AI and blockchain security and use cases. Let's give a round of applause to Kyle. Show some love, guys. Aren't you excited for blockchain? Let's do this. Thanks a lot, Kyle.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so the previous panel, when they came up and they finished up, they said if you follow us to the side of the stage over there, we'll give $20 gift cards. So that's not a good way to come up next. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Obviously, you gave up $20 to come watch me talk. My name is Kyle Langham. I'm from the Definity Foundation. The Definity Foundation is the foundation behind the Internet Computer Protocol. And I'm going to talk about AI and blockchain. And I'm going to start where any good conversation about AI and blockchain should start, and that is early eBay days. So one of the nice things about this conference is I've noticed some of the attendees got about the same amount of gray hair as me, so you guys might remember the early days of eBay. For those of you who are a little younger, eBay was an online marketplace, it still is, but when an auction would settle, it would actually, the transaction would actually happen in person, because in the early days of the internet, it was unthinkable from a consumer's perspective that you would put your credit card information online, right? The idea was once you put your credit card number online, you might as well have just given up all your, whatever your credit limit was. Now that ended up getting solved, right? There was a demand from consumers to transact online. Specifically on eBay, people wanted to buy and sell globally, or even nationally. They didn't want to have to only buy from their geographical area. So credit card companies figured this out really quickly. They instituted a bunch of fraud protection measures. PayPal came along and abstracted away a lot of the finance complexity for consumers. And the point I'm making is when consumers have a need with the new technology, the market is going to find a way. That's how free markets work. And that's where we're at with AI, and specifically blockchain is actually starting to solve a lot of the problems that we're seeing with AI. The second thing I want to point out, if you see on the screen, if you look at the categories of eBay, one of the categories is toys and beanies. And I just point that out because I want you to remember next time you're in a conversation about NFTs or meme coins, there was a time where Beanie Babies were so critical to eBay's success that they got equal billing with the toys categories. And just remember, there's nothing new under the sun. So, all right, so let's talk about what are the problems. AI's got some significant problems from a market perspective. Consumers are actually looking for innovation in this area, and what are those areas that blockchain can solve for them? So the first thing is trust. AI's got a massive trust issue with consumers. There was a Stanford report that came out earlier this year that said 49% of consumers are highly, highly mistrustful of AI products right now, 49%. So what does blockchain bring? Blockchain brings transparency. It brings the tamper-proofness, it brings censorship resistance, and those are three things that are very important to build trust. Actually, to not even just build trust, but to remove trust from the equation. The old saying from Bitcoin, don't trust, verify. So transparency. Using blockchain technology, you could build a product that provides the consumer knowledge, verification that they are interacting with the inference engine they think that they should be interacting with. You can provide cryptographical verification that the prompt input into, let's say, like an LLM has not been adjusted or modified or tampered with. You can provide verification on the output of an AI module. In the future, this isn't possible today, but in the future, you'll actually be able to use blockchain. You'll be able to train a model on blockchain and then provide cryptographical proof on what data sets were used in that training set, providing, if you're somebody who has intellectual property and you think that a AI model was trained on your data without your permission or without your compensation, you will be able to prove that in the future. But outside of trust, there's some other ways in which blockchain can provide some significant value to AI products. So let's talk about financial rails. The other day, actually like a couple months ago, 6 months ago, I planned an entire vacation with my wife using Gemini, right? We had a couple areas we were thinking about traveling to. We just punched it all in. I said, I want to fly a certain airline, it has to fly out of my hometown airport. I want a direct flight, all of that information. And it actually gave me a bunch of different options, and I kind of explored some more options. But then when I got to the end, it's not unthinkable to say, hey, I would have actually just liked to have completed that entire process with just book me the hotel, book me the flights, book me the expeditions. That's an example of where AI agents will be making financial payments in the future. Now that one specifically, credit cards is probably fine. It's okay, that's already kind of the working model within a consumer's mindset. But when you think about the fact that all of our IoT devices are going to be running AI of some way, shape, or form, if you think about like a full self-driving car of the future, it's not unreasonable to think that one AI agent may want to conduct a financial transaction with another AI agent. In the self-driving car, let's say one wants to make a micro-transaction, maybe a few pennies, to have priority access to the road because the riders are in more of a hurry. In those cases, credit cards will not work, right? Credit cards have like 3 or 4 day finality. The transaction costs are extremely high. In those cases, blockchain will be used because AI agents will be designed to want to execute more quickly. And so again, another way in which blockchain can provide some value. And then finally, some of you may be members of like a DAO. If you've ever participated in a DAO or really any kind of like democratic process, you probably recognize that the DAO operates very well at a strategic level. However, once you start getting into the minutia, that's a little bit more challenging. You can imagine like an example in which a DAO wants to outsource all of the minutia details to an AI agent that it fully controls. So you'd have a DAO fully controlling the inference engine of an AI application. That is possible with blockchain technology. So now when I talk about AI and blockchain, my first job is always to convince people. A lot of people think that these are just two buzzwords I've crammed together to get you to forego a $20 gift card to stay and listen to my talk. But hopefully by now you're like, okay, I can see how consumers are going to demand more transparency, more privacy, more financial transactions through their AI agents. And therefore you see that AI and blockchain are going to become companions in that. So the second, I get two questions. One, can blockchain even do this? That's actually probably the most pertinent question. And then if it is yes, then how do you secure your private keys? That's always an important thing within crypto. So let's talk that first question. Can blockchain host an AI? The answer to that is yes, and it's already doing so on the internet computer. So if you're not familiar with the internet computer, it's a decentralized web service. I always like to say it's Amazon Web Services, but without the Amazon. And so as part of that vision, that world computer vision that the internet computer has, the tech specs are incredibly phenomenal that AI is possible. And what blew open the door on this was last year, actually right around this, we're about to hit the 1 year anniversary of this, a developer who goes by ICPP Pro put in the developer forum that he or she got a Llama 2C model running on a smart contract. The entire LLM in one smart contract on the internet computer. It was like a 15 million parameter. If you're into AI, you'll recognize that 15 million parameters is not going to be, that's not going to meet consumer needs in the sense of performance. But still, it was the first example of an LLM running fully on chain, and it just blew the door wide open. There was maybe a period of time that went by in the fall and winter, and then finally the spring is kind of when things really exploded after that. So you have an example of Elna DAO that created an AI agent platform on the internet computer. You have Definity, the foundation I work for. We put out a demo of image classification running directly from the blockchain. A couple other DAOs, Kinnick put out a vector database solution where you can actually store your vector database in a smart contract. They recently, just a couple weeks ago, announced that they got a 1 million data point vector database into a single smart contract. It was 70 gigabytes. Just to give you kind of an idea of like where the speed at which we're going. A couple other solutions. And then finally, the last month in July, a developer by the name of Gip, again, he or she in the developer forums announced that they got a Llama 3 model running that was a 8 billion parameter model, which is, I mean, now we're getting to where you're running basically something that consumers would expect from a user experience. And then Definity put out a demo of facial recognition happening fully on chain. And so if you think about facial recognition, go back to that idea of transparency and privacy. The ability to execute a facial recognition app on chain means that a consumer, maybe when my face is scanned by whatever application is using this, I can trust that that data is being stored in a private way. Or I can see the transparency of how that model was trained, where that data is getting stored, who has the private keys to my face that's now being stored on chain. And then, let's see. Okay, so how is this possible? Again, I mentioned this is happening on the internet computer. Here's the tech specs that kind of back it up. The 400 gigabytes in a single smart contract. So you can store a lot of data in one smart contract on the internet computer. You can actually go well beyond that by just storing it in multiple smart contracts and then having those smart contracts talk, but then you start to get into latency and indexing issues. But our goal is to get to 2 terabytes. So we're really looking like, yeah, we want to be able to host a whole lot of data directly on chain. The heap memory, 4 gigabytes. So if you're a developer, this is probably talking more your language. The heap memory is really the rate limiting factor. We're at 4 gigabytes now. We're going to try to get to 8 gigabytes in the very near term. A lot of that gain is going to come from upgrading from a WASM 32-bit environment to a 64-bit environment. You can run HTTPS out calls on the internet computer. What that means is you don't need oracles to talk to a Web 2 service. So that actually does kind of open up these really interesting things where a smart contract on the internet computer can actually call like an OpenAI or a Claude or a Gemini API. And so you can have this Web 2.5 products built on the internet computer. And then finally, the creme de la creme is a GPU subnet. You know, I'm not on the engineering team, so I don't know how challenging this is. They say it's extremely challenging primarily because consensus mechanisms require deterministic computation, and a GPU is non-deterministic by nature. But if we can get that, then what that opens the door for is on-chain training. So if you're familiar with AI deployment and development, there's really 4 components. 1 is the data, 2 is the training, 3 is the inference engine, and then 4 is the user interface. Right now on the internet computer, you can do UI, UX fully on-chain. You know, we host WASM, so you can host your front end on-chain. You can do data, like I said, 400 gigabytes in a single smart contract. And you can do inference engines at a small scale right now, and we're looking to make that a much larger scale in the future. But training under our GPU architecture is not possible. And so that's why we're trying to get to the GPU architecture, which actually opens up then a full development and deployment of AI completely on-chain. All right, so let's leave the AI world for a second. Let's talk about a thing we call chain fusion. Chain fusion on the internet computer is just a tool set. It's a bucket of technologies that allow for integration with ICP, and our goal is every other blockchain. So this all kicked off about 18 months ago when we completed a direct integration into Bitcoin, the Bitcoin core. And so at that point then, a smart contract on ICP could write directly to Bitcoin as well as read UTXO sets. In May of this year, we expanded Chain Fusion to include Ethereum and the L2 EVM world. We did that with an RPC endpoint solution. At that point, then you could read and write to Ethereum, the entire Ethereum ecosystem. And our goal is to keep moving, right? So recently, just 2 weeks ago, we announced Threshold Schnorr. If you're into cryptography and you understand signatures, we have a Threshold Schnorr solution now. If you recognize that, maybe it's because Taproot assets require Schnorr signature. So that's like BRC20s, runes, ordinals on Bitcoin. So we recently released a production key of that. I will say a lot of people within Bitcoin are very excited over the fact that now you can have decentralized services for all of those Taproot assets. But moving forward, we have Threshold EDDSA, which is going to then unlock Solana and Cardano. So at that point, a smart contract on ICP can read and write to most major blockchains. And let me rephrase it then, because it's not about ICP. It's actually, let's say you're our Cardano developer. Once we release our integration into Cardano, you can leverage all the benefits of ICP without having to rebuild your application on ICP. Your application could stay on Cardano, it could stay on Ethereum, it could stay on whatever, maybe a Bitcoin L2 that you have it hosted on, but then you can build a little component on ICP that then could talk back to your application, can read and write. So it really then, when you combine that with what I was just talking about with AI, what we anticipate is ICP is going to become the AI layer of blockchain. So you've already deployed your application, you want to have a trust minimized or permissionless AI solution that you want to build into your application. You don't want your private keys being shared with, let's say, OpenAI or Microsoft or Google. Or you don't want to have to you don't want your customers or your clients, your consumers to have their private key stored locally on their machine and download some sort of local environment that they'll run the AI. You want something scalable. You'll build it on the internet computer and then just use Chain Fusion technology to talk back and forth to your application. All right, so summary, again, coming back to this, right? So internet computer can host AI. Blockchain is going to be used in AI. And then using Chain Fusion technologies, you don't need to rebuild your application on the internet computer. You can actually, another use case that I didn't mention is you could just use the internet computer, essentially a hub. Just use it for its interoperability capabilities. Let's say you have a Cardano app and you want to build a runes marketplace on Cardano. You will be able to do that just leveraging ICP as just the interoperability hub. Yeah, and then so without the need to have to restack your application. All of this is possible today, and the possibilities are expanding beyond that. If you do have some questions, we don't have $20 gift cards, although I've already seen the fact that you guys stuck around means that you're not interested in the $20 gift card. But if you do have more questions or want to talk about this deeper, the internet computer booth is actually just right over there. And I thank you for your time. Thanks.
Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational
Hello everyone. My name is Jan Müller and I'm the lead engineer for the JET stablecoin project at IOG. And I'm here today to talk to you about the story of JET, how we implemented it, and why it is really the safest stablecoin on Cardano. Before we start, I just wanted to clarify the setup of JET. So IOG implemented JET, we built that in our team. But it's operated by our partners at Coty. So they operate the servers, the backend. They're the issuers of the stablecoin, and they built the UI. And JET is not available in the United States either. So it launched in February 2023, and it's been among the top 5 protocols, I would say, ever since, in terms of the amount of ADA that has been locked in the contract. And you can see here on the chart, it's been between 30 and 40 million ADA locked in the contract at any time. It's an over-collateralized stablecoin, so it's always has about 4 to 8 times the amount of ADA in the reserves that you would need to reclaim all the JET stablecoins that are in circulation. And since launch, there have been no safety issues, no downtime. It's always been possible to redeem JET at the contract, so it's worked pretty well without any issues since then. And yeah, I'm here today to talk about how we built that, and especially how we made sure that it's a safe protocol, and what are the methods we used to make that happen. So, as we normally do at IOG, we started out with a formal specification. So we had this JET white paper that was released maybe 4 years ago, which described the minimal version of JET. So this is JET v1, minimal JET that we built on, but we had to put in some additional changes to make sure that it actually works on the Cardano blockchain. One of those changes was adding a batching mechanism for processing orders, so that we can have more than one order per transaction, which is really good for throughput. If you want any throughput, you need that. Because of this batching mechanism, we also added an incentive to keep the operator from cheating, like to keep the operator from leaving out certain orders, not processing some orders, selecting other orders. So there's a mechanism in there to punish the operator if they engage in that kind of behavior. So this is another thing we added. We also added an oracle. There's an oracle that collects price feeds from a number of providers. Then it calculates a mean, basically a mean value, and publishes this price feed on the blockchain in a UTXO that gets updated every 3 minutes or so. That was another building block. So we have this big formal specification, the design of the system. It also exists in a mechanized form, so there's an Isabel version of it, of the core design of the system. And this mechanized version is what we use for proofs of certain properties of the stablecoin. So we have 2 really important properties that we prove. One is that it's not possible to drain the reserves, so you cannot engage in any kind of sequence of actions that will take out all of the ADA from the stablecoin illegally. The second property is you will always be able to get back your ADA for your JET. So the JET is always going to be exchangeable for ADA for the amount of $1 and 1 ADA. So we have this formal specification, we have our properties, and we implemented the system in Haskell. So at IOG we built the back end of JET, and all of it was implemented using Haskell. For the on-chain code, we have about 6 different scripts, 6 different Pluto scripts that work together to make the system happen. And those Plutus scripts are written in Plutus TX. And Plutus TX is a compiler plugin for GHC that generates Plutus code from Haskell. One issue that we found there is that if you really optimize the code that's generated by Plutus TX, it doesn't actually look like Haskell anymore in the end. It looks like very strange Haskell that you wouldn't normally write, but you optimize it for the compiler, and it ends up looking very different. But we use Plutus TX anyway. It's convenient to have it as part of the tool chain that compiles the normal Haskell. For the off-chain code, building the transactions, monitoring the chain for the state of the stablecoin, we used the Cardano API library, and we have a little set of our own libraries that's built on top of that, like a layer that makes it easier to write our off-chain code. And this layer is called SC Tools, and is actually available as an open source project on GitHub. And what SC Tools does is it lets you build transactions, balance them, do coin selection, submit them to the chain. It also helps you to write code that monitors the blockchain for any events that change the state, so any transactions, any orders, Oracle updates, and so on. You could get through that. So we have SC Tools, Plutus TX, and then on top of that, we wrote the off-chain code for Jet. And throughout the code base, we have placed a really strong emphasis on tests. That's really the heart, I would say, of the Jet implementation. Tests make up about maybe 80–90% of the code in terms of lines of code that we have, and it's really a really extensive test suite that actually takes maybe 2 or 3 hours to run all together when we run it. And the test suite has several different parts. So one is a number of unit tests where we just go through the normal scenarios, make sure everything works as is expected, that you can buy, sell, react to the exchange rate, and so on, just to go through the happy path, basically. We have a number of property tests, and property tests are randomly generated scenarios. So we generate the scenarios and then make sure that the expected outcomes are there after running the scenarios. We also have a number of integration tests where we spin up little private networks, deploy the stablecoin there, deploy the Oracle, set the exchange rates, and run through the same scenarios that we have in the unit test, basically. And the core of our test suite is something that we call test objectives, and that's something that's really new in Jet, something that we've come up with just to design and build this stablecoin on Cardano. And test objectives are statements about the system that are derived directly from the formal specification. So we have the specification, and it says if I have an order for a stablecoin, for n stablecoins, and I execute it, and then afterwards the state should look like that. And the test objective can be like in the example I just gave, if and then, or it can be a global property that we have. And we take all of these test objectives. We have about 70, 80 test objectives. We take all of these test objectives and translate them into individual tests that run as part of a state machine test environment. And in the state machine test environment, we have a sequence of actions that change the state and really go through a large number of scenarios that we don't normally cover in our unit tests. And the nice thing about the test objectives is that we don't just test the positive cases. So we don't just look at, okay, if you buy n stablecoins, then the number in circulation should go up by n, and the reserves should also be increased by n. But we also look at negative cases that shouldn't happen. So we take the transactions that are generated as part of our test objectives, and we modify them. So we change maybe the parameters, we burn a token, we add a new token, we do some kind of change, and then that invalidates the transaction. And we test that our scripts actually reject this invalid transaction. And there are about maybe 40 different attacks or mutations that we do on our transactions. And these run as part of every single transaction that we have in our test suite. So that means that in the end, whenever we run our test suite, there are actually thousands and thousands of attacks that are being executed on the stablecoin to make sure that we didn't miss any edge cases, any attack vectors for people to steal money from the stablecoin. And that's really the new this new method that we've developed to make sure that the stablecoin is safe. And it's also worked quite well in practice. We found a number of bugs in our code just because of the test objectives. And in the 2 audits that Jet has had, there weren't any critical security issues revealed. There were a couple of minor issues, a lot of it related to documentation, to a bit of ambiguity in some places, but there were no security issues discovered in either of the 2 audits that we have. So this is all due to our way of starting with the formal specification and then deriving our test objectives and our attacks from this formal specification. So we go from start to finish just using this one formal design. In the 1.5 years that Jet has been operational, there have been some challenges as well. It wasn't just successes, but we've also noticed a couple of improvements that could be made to the protocol. And these break down into 2 classes, basically. One is to do with the algorithm of Jet itself, and this is what we call the protocol unlocking problem. And that problem is whenever the exchange, the reserve ratio goes below 400%, it's impossible to do certain actions. So for example, you cannot sell reserve coins anymore if the ratio is below 400%. You can always sell your Jet for ADA, so that always works. But if it's below 400, you cannot sell your Shen, your reserve coins. And this was actually the case for a large part of the year 2023. So throughout the summer 2023, the ratio was pretty low, and it was not possible to exchange your Shen tokens for ADA. And the problem with that is that it makes Shen less attractive than it could be, because you always have this risk of being locked with your Shen position, being unable to sell it back to the contract. And there's a similar issue, maybe it's less severe, but it also happens when the ratio goes above 800%, and then it becomes impossible to buy new Shen. But it's important to note that this is all by design, so this is all part of the white paper and part of the actual implementation, but it did turn out to be a problem for Shen holders in particular. The second issue that we've noticed has to do with capital efficiency, because in the design of the stablecoin, we are very much over-collateralized. We have a lot of ADA in our reserves, 4 to 8 times the amount of ADA that we would need to cover the redemptions from Jet. And because of that, the ADA sits in the reserves. It is staked, so you get staking revenues from that, but it doesn't do anything else. It's not utilized. And so overall, the yields that you can get are not big enough, I would say, to incentivize liquidity providers to put ADA into the contract, so to buy Shen in a way. And the revenues that the contract generates are the staking revenues and then also some fees from operating the transactions. But overall, the capital efficiency of the reserves is not that great. But we did come up with a number of solutions to address both problems. That brings me to the set of new features. So there's been a major update recently that we've delivered to Koti. Koti is currently in the process of rolling out this update. One part of it had to do with the Conway hard fork, getting the code ready for the Conway hard fork, making sure that the transition is smooth. But it also included a lot of new features that we've added. First feature is something we call double burn, where it's now possible to sell Shen, to sell the reserve coins at any time, even if the ratio is below 400%. And the only condition for that is that you also have to sell some ADA, some JET at the same time, to make sure that the ratio improves through your transaction. So you sell some Shen and some JET, and then as a result of your action, the ratio actually goes up. And as long as that is the case, you can always sell your Shen. So that addresses the first issue that we've identified, the protocol unlocking problem. Another improvement that was asked for by a lot of users is multi-address wallets. So previously, until now, we've only been able to use a single address for balancing the transactions that we build with JED. Now this has been changed. You can put in any number of addresses. Your coins can be at any number of UTXOs. They will all be considered for selecting, for coin selection and for building the transactions. And this is, in terms of functionality, it's only a minor upgrade, but it's a really big improvement for a lot of users who previously had to put in, had to make an extra transaction to collect all of their coins and then do the JET transaction as a result. Another really big feature that I'm excited about is multi-pool delegation. At the moment, all of the ADA that is locked in the contract is only staked to a single stake pool. And we're currently working on extending that to multiple stake pools. And this is a feature that we're developing together with MLabs. And the idea is that before the epoch boundary, the UTXO gets split up into a number of other UTXOs that are counted for the staking rewards, and then after the boundary, we just put them back together. And that way we can achieve, we're not bounded by the 65 million ADA limit anymore, and we can also distribute the stake to multiple stake pools. If we want to support community run stake pools, that is a way to share the rewards a bit more evenly. And that's also coming pretty soon. And then finally, we have a more variable fee structure where we can now set the fees for each type of action individually. So you could say, now you can set the fee for selling Shen, for example, to 0 to encourage selling reserve coins if there's too much in the reserve, or if you want to encourage buying, you can set the fee for buying reserves to 0. But this is going to be up to the operator to decide what the fees are going to be. With these features on the way, we also have a number of future items on our roadmap, some topics that we're excited about that we want to build on. And this is roughly split into 3 themes that we're working on. The first big important theme is decentralization. Having multiple operators would make JED more resilient and increase its decentralization. And we want to work towards a fully decentralized JED stablecoin. And the first step towards that is going to be decentralizing the oracle. There's currently no suitable decentralized oracle that we can use, and we're hoping to work on that together with other protocols that are interested in using an oracle like that. So if that's something that you're excited about, get in touch with me. I'm happy to talk about this after the session. And then once we're done with the oracle, we're wanting to decentralize the rest of the stablecoin as well, to support multiple operators in the end. Another big theme is flexible reserves. And this addresses the capital inefficiency challenge that I mentioned earlier. And our idea to address this is to build a type of lending borrowing app where we would put some of the liquidity in our reserves into this lending borrowing pool. But it has a unique provision for protocols that allows us at JED to get back the reserves in case that we need them. So if there's a crash in the ADA price, for example, we really need the reserves to redeem all of the JED, there would be a special provision in the lending borrowing protocol that allows us to get back the liquidity and use it for our own purposes. And this is what we call protocol lending. That's a separate app or feature that would sit next to Jet, and that's what we want to work on next in terms of features. And then finally, big theme or big goal that we want to achieve is to open source the contract. There isn't really a lot of extra work that needs to be done, just polishing the code, finishing the documentation and so on. But it's more of a question of when's the right time, we need the right approvals and so on. So we would really like to open source the contract. We might do that in parts as well. So we might start with the Oracle here and then open source the rest of the code base. And as I mentioned earlier, the transaction building code that we use and the off-chain code library that we have, that is already open source. So you can check out SC tools and look at, there are some examples in there, and you can already build your own Cardano apps that use the same off-chain code and the same testing facilities as well as Jet. So we've come to a point now where we've implemented the features that we wanted to do originally, and now we're at this stage where we can think about the future, where we work towards decentralization, flexible reserves, and open sourcing the protocol. And that's what I'm really excited about the next couple of months. It's a new chapter in our journey. Thank you. We still have a couple of minutes. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take one or two. That's a really good question. Thank you. The question is, which are we going to delegate the ADA to community pools, and have we figured out which pools they are yet? So our plan is to add a governance mechanism in the end for shareholders to decide what pools should be used. In the beginning, we plan to look at community pools, at small pools, to come up just with an initial list of pools that we delegate the ADA to. And we want to use a decentralization index to see how can we support the decentralization of the network. So we don't want to allocate it in a way that makes it more centralized, but we want to support the smaller pools, to support single pool operators. So we're thinking about that, and there is some governance coming as well to do that. Yes? Sorry. Okay. Okay, thanks for that question. The question is, how do you submit to be a single pool operator? That's not decided yet. So there's no, we haven't settled on a process. I think that'll get clearer when we add the governance mechanisms that are coming. Yeah, but it should be happening in the next few months, I would say. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Is there one more question? Okay. Okay. Are we considering another foundation for the stablecoin besides it being over-collateralized? So currently, we're not looking at changing that. We're going to stick with the core idea of the Jet paper, that it's an over-collateralized stablecoin. The bigger, I think one change that goes in that direction would be the flexible reserves bit that I mentioned, where we try to use the ADA a bit more efficiently. But it's still going to be an over-collateralized stablecoin. Okay.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now.
Hello, Rare Evo. How you guys doing out there? Doing good? You guys having fun?
Interested in partnering with Rare Network for
Well,
media,
I'm Cullen. I'm here to briefly introduce Mason Linnaw, the Community Director for Stand With Crypto. Has anyone ever heard of Stand With Crypto? All right, all right. Well, Mason's going to come out here and he's going to tell you all about what happened 2024 with Stand With Crypto, from niche to national issue. So please, everyone, give a warm welcome to Mason Linnaw.
Unforgettable night featuring the sense.
What's up, guys? Hey, how we doing? Thanks, Cullen. Cullen's been a really big supporter of Stand With Crypto, so he'll get a shout out later on in this presentation, but I'm glad to be here. I'm going to spend a few minutes walking through kind of the state of crypto in the 2024 election, as well as where Stand With Crypto falls into that entire ecosystem, where we've been and where we're going. So again, my name is Mason. I'm the community director of Stand With Crypto. I've been working on this cause for a while now. I started in Texas as the founder of ATX DAO, tried to advocate for pro-crypto stuff in Austin and Texas, and then got scooped up by Stand With Crypto, and I'm trying to do it across the entire country now. So quick agenda. I'm going to talk about where we're at, crypto politics, like what I said before. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think about a year ago, imagining where we are now as far as the political landscape goes, right? And even like a few months ago, like I think about getting on X like 6 months ago, and things were so fun, right? Everything was so happy-go-lucky. We're all talking about meme coins, and now you get on Twitter, and it's like people are at each other's necks talking about who should crypto vote for, who is the most pro-crypto candidate. And maybe it's kind of a strange vibe, right? But it is positive in the way that crypto is here in the national political space. I have three. I could have put a lot more headlines than these three, a lot more images, but I chose these for a specific reason. Top one is very notable that crypto is the largest super PAC in the entire 2024 election. These numbers may be a little different now that Harris got a ton of money when she came in, but up till August, crypto was by far the most capitalized political movement in the entire year, which is really impressive when you think this is the first time crypto has even tried to play in politics at this level. So it's a real testament to the influence that the industry has, the amount of activity that's going on, and the amount that the community is bought in to making sure that the industry can thrive in the country. I included this New York Times article because despite, people may have their own opinions about the New York Times, I do think it feels nice when you see crypto mentioned in the New York Times, even if it's negative. I think the New York Times carries a lot of weight. And Paul Krugman, he's the very, he's the man noted for writing the famous article about how the internet was a passing fad, like the fax machine. And then he wrote one about how crypto was the worst. And then he wrote one about how crypto is the most important thing in the election. So I liked seeing that. And there's many other headlines like this, which is awesome. And then, of course, you got the former president of the United States going on stage at a crypto conference and saying Bitcoin to the moon and saying never sell your Bitcoin, which is just insane. And I don't think it's still surreal to realize that Donald Trump went on stage and shilled crypto. That's a notable thing. And now we have another presidential candidate here that also did the same thing. Shout out both of these candidates and shout out the entire political space embracing crypto. That's what we want. It's not just money, though, that crypto is important in 2024. It's actually that there's real people backing up the entire movement. And this is some data that was pulled from a broader study by the Blockchain Association, our friends over there. This is going to be a very, 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 very tight election. It's going to be decided by tens of thousands of votes probably in a few states. And in these states, these swing states, crypto actually matters. And you can see up to 20% of the country in swing states are people that consider crypto an issue that they want to vote on. So this is actually like a powerful voting block, and that's part of the thesis. And I think everybody here who's come to Las Vegas because they love their community and they love this technology understand that, oh, wow, this is something that I would vote on, and it's something that's real. So this is very, very powerful data. And there's more studies that have been done that back this up as well. But these are just a quick selection. And then if you dig down even more, so Stand of Crypto, we have a counter of everybody that's signed up to be an advocate, and I'll show you what that looks like in a bit. But this is a chart here, and then also a tweet from Victor who talked about this. But this is a chart comparing the 2020 voter differential between Biden and Trump with the total signups of people that have signed up on standofcrypto.org. So you can see that in Arizona, I mean, if everybody that signed up for Stand of Crypto and took their time to go online and provide their information actually just showed up and voted, like that's enough to swing the election 2 times. So compared to last year, right? Obviously the voter numbers are going to be different this year, but this is just, again, validation that we are a community that matters. And I don't think that Trump going to Bitcoin 2024, like that obviously means that he sees this type of stuff. And it's something that we all should feel empowered by and feel like proud of, that we're this new group of people that, if mobilized correctly, we can see change that we personally believe in affected at the national scale. And we're just scratching the surface of where we could be as far as a movement. So Stand of Crypto, just breakdown. I know there's some people in the audience that I work with on this stuff, and I'm sure some of you guys have talked to me at the booth. But I just want to walk through what we are. We are a nonprofit, first and foremost, a grassroots advocacy nonprofit. We are focused on, here, I'll go this one really quick. We're focused on mobilizing the 52 million Americans that own crypto. So there was a study done a while ago that said around 52 million people are crypto users, holders, investors, whatever. And the thesis is that, wow, that's a lot, a lot of people. And if they're all voters, then why would we not try and make our voices heard? And so Stand of Crypto, we do events, we do community engagement, we have software tools, which I'll show you in a second, that are all made with the purpose of letting crypto voters have their voices heard and connect directly with Congress people and in their districts, and just let, like, a lot of the concerns people hear is like they're not able to put a face to crypto, and that's one of the things that we primarily focus on. I'll talk about that in a second, but here's some facts and figures like I showed before. We're really proud of the 1.3 million advocate number. When we started, we were aiming for 1 million by the election, and it just totally took off, so we're super happy with that. And 225,000 policymaker contacts, so whether that be phone calls or emails, that's a pretty notable number, and that really translates into impact. Even if people don't necessarily know that their Congress people are listening to them, they actually are, and they should be concerned about what their voters say, and it's true, they do actually, which is awesome. But yeah, here's some cool pictures. Oh yeah, and then here's just a call out here. So a lot of people see Stand of Crypto and they associate us with Coinbase. We were actually originated from a Coinbase project called Crypto 435, which was a pledge to vote for pro-crypto candidates a long time ago, and that kind of was a catalyst. And then we became our own organization in August, but just shouting that out, shout out Coinbase for kickstarting what we do and being a continually good partner. We do events together with them and whatnot. But this is the Stand of Crypto database. It's the scorecard. So if you can have fun once I'm done talking, or you can do it right now. You don't really have to pay attention to me if you don't want to, but this would be a worthwhile cause. Hop on standofcrypto.org. We have a database of every politician in America, whether they're running for office, whether they're elected right now. We have all of them in this database, and then we have their policy positions. So if they voted on a crypto bill, whether that be right here, you see Warren's got, she sponsored her anti-money laundering bill, which is the terrible bill for crypto. But we have it cataloged there, and then we also use an open source platform called Do They Support It that pulls data from X that from different political accounts and assigns value about whether it's pro crypto or not. So for example, Trump going on Fox Business and saying that he's going to wipe out the debt with Bitcoin. That was a pro-crypto stance, obviously. So we do that, and then we're able to present all of this for people to choose. and go through, and when they go and they make a decision at the ballot box, they can look at all the information that's in front of them and decide how they want to vote accordingly. Yeah, it's really nice. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, honestly. So then we also have the key races features. So if you want to go to your state and see what is happening as far as politics and crypto, you can see, so this says the Senate and the Congress, and it aggregates the comments about Arizona politicians, what they're saying about crypto. And then we have a whole bunch of tasks that you can do as well, and you get NFTs for each of these. And so trying to have it, make it a little more fun, but without Stand of Crypto, we don't necessarily have this type of conduit for advocates and users to go and make a statement directly to their congressperson. And like, here's a cool NFT you get for checking your voter registration is made by People Pleaser. But kind of what I was saying earlier, just want to double down on it, is that these emails actually hit, right? So if the way it works is there'll be, your congressperson is in Capitol Hill, they've got their staffers. If they get like, if there's a coordinated campaign, they get dozens and dozens, like they get 100 emails, right? Which is actually not that hard to do, right? Because there's millions and millions of crypto owners. They get 100 emails. Their staffers are like, oh my gosh, like what is this? And then they have to communicate it to their rep, and then it actually becomes an issue. So again, I'm going to keep emphasizing that clicking 2 buttons to send an email actually does matter, especially if there's like a campaign happening. But yeah, so that's kind of our website. I wish I had a picture of the homepage as well, but those are some of the key features. So I'll just talk about what we've done. And this was the big debut of Stand of Crypto. This is, I think, where a lot of people found out about Stand of Crypto because we got a lot of amplification. But we flew out 45 founders to Capitol Hill, and we had a day full of meetings. We were broken up into cohorts. That was before I worked for Stand of Crypto. I was flown out on behalf of ATX DAO. I got to talk to Texas congressional representatives, and the whole purpose of this type of strategy is to humanize crypto, right? So what I was saying before, you think about someone criticizes crypto, they're like, oh, okay, terrorists use crypto. It's for money laundering. It's for like criminals. It's shadowy supercoders. But then if you walk into a congressperson's office and you're like a smiling normal person that cares about the world and is good and loves their community and loves their country, and you go and talk to this rep, then you see the gears turning in their head like, oh my gosh, like what am I talking about? Like these people are actually good and normal, and maybe crypto isn't a scam, especially if they're founders and they walk in and they say, hey, my name is da-da-da, and I am working on solving supply chain problems, and I helped deliver the COVID vaccine, and I hire 30 people in your district. And then they go, oh my gosh, what's your name again? Let me get your contact. Like, they don't actually say it, but they're like, maybe I should pay more attention. Maybe this is something that matters. And these people work for us. So as long as you can present the importance of this, they'll listen, and they are listening. So that was just personal experience, and it's very exciting to see. It's been very exciting to see over the past year people come around at the congressional level to crypto. So the second big notable thing we did was the first in the nation crypto presidential forum in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is where things kick off every election season, and this was the first time ever that presidential candidates addressed crypto as a topic. This was before RFK hopped in the game, before Trump hopped in the game. Vivek was obviously way ahead about crypto. He was talking about it for a long time. But we had 3 different people. It was bipartisan. Dean Phillips came, so he's awesome. And he talked. He came and didn't even really know much about crypto. He was just like, I'm here to have an open mind and meet the community. And it was really exciting. And this kind of got the ball rolling because we framed crypto as a requirement. It was a national issue just by default because we had national presidential candidates discussing it, and it validated a lot of things. And we had like all the news outlets there and everything, so that was really exciting. And then we did the first crypto rally, and this was in LA. And this was, so if the Stand Up Crypto Day was validation about the humanity of crypto, and the presidential forum was validation about the national importance of crypto, this was validation of what the crypto community looks like and the vote and the reality that the crypto voter is passionate and real. And so we did a rally, and we had Brian come out. We had Nas speak and perform, because in case you didn't know, Nas actually has his own venture arm, Queensbridge Venture Partners. He was an early investor in Coinbase, in Royal, and a bunch of other platforms. So he spoke about crypto, and we had lines around the corner, super awesome audience, super great vibes, and it's kind of undeniable type of statement, and really fun as well. And we did it the day of Super Tuesday, which is obviously a huge electoral day in the cycle. There's tons of primaries, and crypto had like there were 3 races that were really important. We were paying attention the outcome of, and we won all of those races, which is awesome. The next big thing was Bitcoin Pizza Day, so I'm sure folks here know of Pizza DAO. Great people, really grassroots organization, really awesome work, and we got to partner with them and mobilize across 50 different states pizza parties to celebrate Bitcoin Pizza Day. And this is kind of the model that we want to. We're going to work with Pizza DAO more, but we want to have community leaders in all these different areas be empowered to organize more and more crypto meetups on their own, and we want to support them. So this was like a fun way to dabble in that. And proof that we live in a simulation, Bitcoin Pizza Day was actually also the same day that the first crypto bill got voted on in the House. And this was a bipartisan project, Fit 21. This is what we've been advocating for the whole year. It's a market structure bill that basically assigns rule-making authority and enforcement authority to the CFTC as well as the SEC. So it's supposed to make things, the word is fair, rules of the road, like sensible regulation, rules of the road. But it also helps define what is decentralization, all that type of good stuff. But this was the same day as Bitcoin Pizza Day, and this passed with flying colors. We got 2 times the amount of Democrat support as we thought, which was a great sign that people are changing their minds. And we had the community really show up. We had 28,000 contacts, phone, email, leading up to this vote, and it was super impactful. I mean, this passed with flying colors, and everyone played their part, which was super awesome. We even had it was a letter. I wrote a letter to Congress, and I had I think it was like 120 crypto companies I think signed it, and it was like 1,200 jobs that they represented, and that went to everybody in Congress. And so that was awesome. And I think Dylan is over there. Dylan signed that. Yeah, what's up, Dylan? But yeah, that was really exciting. That was a moment. That day was crazy, I tell you what. Then we did our second rally in Atlanta. Atlanta, Georgia is a hugely important state, great place. They got a really strong crypto culture in Atlanta, so we did a rally there. And we had Keisha Lance Bottoms come. She's awesome. She's super pro-crypto, and she used to be the mayor. Everyone loves her. So that was a lot of fun. And then we did the debate watch parties, and then there are people here I've talked to that were like, oh, I went to one of the debate watch parties. So this was cool. We had 1,600 people across the country host. It could have been like 2 people, right? Just watch the debate with your friends. But the point is, hey, this voting block is paying attention to what's happening in politics. Like, don't play around with us. We're watching, right? And we also sent I think it was 3,000 emails to CNN that were like, ask about crypto. But then the debate starts and one of the people comes out and they're dying. So people didn't really. There's more important things to talk about. So it was a good night. It was fun, and everyone had a great time. Yeah, and that was fun. But anyway, we got a few minutes left, so I'll talk about what's coming up. And I've been talking about people. Here we go. Yes, I've been telling people about this at the booth over there. But we're going on the road. We're doing a swing state tour. We're gonna do concerts and rallies in 5 different states, all important battleground states, and it's gonna happen all through September. So if you live in any of these states, you should come. It's gonna be sick, and then you should also find me and talk to me so I can get your contact and make sure I follow up and make sure you're there. But they're gonna be awesome, and I'm not gonna spoil any of the artists that we booked, but there's some heavy hitters. Detroit is gonna be sick. I'm very pumped about that. But yeah, this is gonna be exciting. And then state chapters is the next big thing. Cullah, who introduced me, he's running the Wisconsin one. But we'd love to see over the course of Center of Crypto's future, we want to see every state have its own chapter. If you look at other single issue type organizations, like gun rights or like abortion rights or whatever, you have really, really engaged people with local organizations as well. And so obviously we're new to the game. Crypto in general is kind of new to politics, but we're crushing it in every way. Everything we're doing is going well, knock on wood. But we'll keep going. But that's where we want to be one day, right? We want to be we want every politician. I would like to see people be like, oh my God, do I have the crypto vote? You know, like people are like talking about, oh, I'm NRA A-rated, I'm NRA whatever. People should be talking, I'm staying with crypto A-rated. You know, some people are doing that already, but that's where we're going. But anyway, that's pretty much all I got to talk about. This is the last thing. Everybody, make sure you vote. Make sure you're registered to vote, and vote early. Just make sure you do it whenever you want. Just make sure you vote. And if you want to vote based on your crypto stance, make sure you go to standofcrypto.org, look up who's running, where they stand, and thank you for your time. So.
And join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesar's Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social.
Hello, everyone. Up next, we got an exciting conversation. I'm Cole Bartlett from Unbox the Universe, and At Unbox, we create programmable assets, identities, and transactions. Unbox provides you with the tools to create smart tokens that connect and combine the physical and digital world. For our panel, we'll have smart tokens as an evolution of smart contracts. We'll have Sandro Knopfel, the Global Business Development Lead at the Cardano Foundation, and Yuri Turfs, the CTO of Unbox. Let's give it up for them.
That was exciting. I'm going to move this a little too, actually. Face you a bit, okay? It's good. Perfect. That was scary. Perfect. So we are all set. Welcome, everyone. And thank you so much for actually attending. It's 3 p.m. on Saturday. It was an extensive and exhausting, as well in a positive way, conference so far. So a lot of conversations, exciting topics, workshops, panels, and keynotes to attend. So I'm glad to see that you all showed up here actually to listen as well to us. And Yuri, welcome.
Thank
glad
you.
to have you here. May I ask you quickly about a short introduction to actually the listeners about yourself. What brought you into this industry? More likely, what brought you to Unbox? And we are here at the blockchain conference. So what is Unbox and blockchain? How does this get together?
Okay, so those are a bunch of questions. So let's start with the beginning. So what brought me to Unbox? It's actually my connection with the founder and CEO, Eric, and the fact that I had written a book right before about how to evolve society and how to do things in a different way. And we found each other, I think, at that time to build something, a piece of infrastructure that was still missing. And that brought me to Inbox. He wanted to make an impact, I wanted to make an impact. And so that's how we ended up doing that together. And as far as the ecosystem is concerned, I've been a strong believer in decentralization for a long time. I've been in the industry much longer than I like to admit, maybe. And Cardano is an amazing ecosystem. I saw that from the very start. I wanted to be there. I wanted to be part of the journey. And so for me, there was no second option. It was a first choice to go for it.
That's obviously great to hear and very much appreciated. There are a lot of actually special aspects when you look into different layer ones and what makes especially then Cardano unique. And I'm glad that you also saw the power and the special architecture. You mentioned impact before and infrastructure. Can you tell a bit more when you say about the infrastructure as of today's world? You know that the topic of today is as well actually smart contracts and evolution, smart tokens and evolution of smart contracts. What does that mean, and what does infrastructure and smart tokens, what is the story here?
Okay, let me try to give you the short version or the easy version. I think the idea in which our ecosystem started with the UTXO and Bitcoin and the color coins at that time was a very strong concept because you had the idea of ownership there, right? So you had like the native asset, the thing that was like not physical, but as good as the digital version of the physical thing. Like the disadvantage of that entire thing was, like you couldn't do much with it except spend it and own it, and that was obviously a limitation. And so we had like the phase of the Ethereums, where EVM coming up and doing smart contracts, and all of a sudden you were able to express much more, to do whatever you wanted. But to me, it was a shortcut because what you lost was the native asset part of the things. All of a sudden, your possession was actually the result of something that was computed in a decentralized way. So but it's kind of fine, but we missed something, and so that never really got off on that, if you will. So I followed it up, and I did some small things in that ecosystem as well, but nothing that really got me passionate. And when I saw Cardano, which came back to like the original idea of having smart assets, or assets, at least native tokens, on-chain, but with the programmability on top of that, well, that was it for me, because I think you need both. You need to have the base primitive of a native token on-chain, and you need to have the possibility to express whatever is there. And so for me, the evolution that we were talking about is you start with, what I would call a dumb token, which is, the thing that, you just own it and you spend it. And then you go to smart contracts, but it's not a token anymore. It's, it's a smart contract. And I know like we can go all philosophical on that, but that's my view on it. And then you go to a smarter token. So one that is still a native asset, that is still exists on chain, but that you get the possibility to steer, because there is like an infrastructure around, which is Plutus for us. So that allows us to create something that is steerable, and that makes that token smarter, if you will, to better serve cases that are in the world.
Wow. So it's like we see an evolution, but then rethink, go a step back, and rethink where are we coming from. So it's this philosophy, it's the core idea of the native asset, of the ownership, and how can we actually create something which evolved then with Ethereum as an example, right? Smart contracts, but make it better and going to the core philosophy. Beautiful set, definitely. Now, how would I imagine now a smart contract to interact in a society or even in an economy? Do you have some examples or concrete ideas how this could look like in the real world?
Yeah, well, absolutely. So I think this is also one of the specificities of Unbox, is that we started with a very outward-facing company. So we did a bunch of use cases. We started doing the COVID stimulus distribution for the city of Antwerp. We did opioid contingency management in the state of Indiana, in Gary. We did things with refugees for UNRWA in Gaza. Well, like I'll have to talk to my chief product officer, James, who will know way more about what all the wonderful things that we've done. But I think the essence is you needed to go out there in the world, right? And you needed to put those cases out. And I think the technology needs to follow that. It's not, to me, it's not about doing decentralization and Web3 for the sake of it. It's about how do we bring this tech to do something decent with it. And I couldn't go to cases such as, for example, for UNRWA or for the opioid contingency management with a solution that would have those people remember their 24-word password and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. But I still wanted the decentralization, the edge cryptography. I still wanted the very cool and let's say the important aspects of blockchain, but I didn't want the complexity. And I think the combination of both has always been a very interesting, at least an area of friction, but when there's friction, there's energy, yeah? So that's good.
Definitely. And if I understood correctly, you mentioned at beginning COVID, you said, right? So there is, that's not that far away, changed a lot in the way we interact with each other, the whole remote working space, not only when we speak about decentralization, everything changed a bit in the way we interact with each other. What is now the smart token in this example, or how can a smart token help? And you think on COVID, I think we are speaking as well about financial instruments, right? And I'm from Switzerland, and I know as an example, we had all these COVID credits which have been misused, and actually people applied. It was extended, or the process was actually speeded up to give people access to money, and there was a lot of misuse of these funds.
Yeah, well, I think it's not only there is a bunch of misuse, not only with the COVID distribution, but in general with everything that is grants and distribution of money in general. And it's not always ill-intended, if you will. So sometimes it's just you have slippage, you have things that disappear, you have misallocation, so it's not always fraud, but the thing is it's not efficient, and that's a reality. And specifically for the COVID case, we had the city of Antwerp wanting to distribute a certain amount of money, but they wanted that money to be spent only on initiatives to support the local economy. So they wanted only mom and pop stores. They didn't want multinationals. They wanted less than a certain amount of employees, the smaller the smaller stores in the city center to make sure that those could survive the crisis. And so they needed a way to distribute that COVID stimulus in a way that for them, they got the certainty that it was spent only for what it was intended to be spent, and they couldn't. There was, let's say, an impossibility to do misallocation or abuse. In a sense, you could think of this as pre-audited money. So normally when you distribute something, you distribute it and then you hire very expensive consultants to check if everything got well. So this is pre-funded and post-audited. What we did was post-audited and pre-audited and post-funded.
So just to make this clear, you're speaking about Antwerp, so we have a city, and you collaborated with them, you helped them actually to make this process more efficient, more secure, and actually support the local economy. So this is not theory, this is a real use case, which actually demonstrated the power of blockchain and how the technology can help.
Yeah, absolutely, and they were so happy with the solution that we're still working with them on other initiatives. We're doing their, I think their employee benefits are distributed that way. We have their tourism pass that they distribute in this way. We do a bunch of initiatives with them still.
So it's amazing. We always speak about those use cases, and now we hear that they are out there. They're being applied. I think it's a big hand towards Unbox what they achieved. This is really, really great. So congratulations to that. I must say, super impressed.
Thank you.
But then we speak as well a bit about these core fundamentals when you said going back to actually native assets, having actually the ownership. Now, what you're saying here as well, obviously it's useful to have actually the opportunity to program a token that it can only be spent locally. Obviously you need to have actually the merchants and everyone to play along, right? But it also goes a bit into, if we over-accelerate a bit, to the CBDC models, right? So do we want to have someone controlling actually the tokens? What is your thought on that?
I think that's a very good question, and I think that's a very difficult one to answer. To me, in the first place, we're a technology company. So for us, we're making tools, we're building tools to give people a choice, to give people hope, to give people a possibility to choose how they want to deal with their community, how they want to organize themselves. And yes, the technology can be used to do social credit systems, which I'm not very fan of, if you will, to put it mildly, if you allow me to say that way. But I think it would be a shame not to invent it just because it can be misused. I think there is also, and we've proven that, there's also a bunch of very good use cases that come out of that. And so at some point, I think choice is the only thing that we can provide. And I think this is kind of what we are providing as an industry as well. So everything that you do can be misused for doing stuff that you shouldn't be doing. But it also has a good side, and I think that's kind of what I want to bring.
And it's interesting because you mentioned at the beginning infrastructure, and as you said, you're a technology company. So suddenly I can choose with whom I work or how I actually work. So if I not agree, if I understand you correct, in this very example, when you go back to this Antwerpen example, it's like if I do not agree with the terms, how I can actually spend the smart token, I can actually look for another funding. So suddenly I could go and seek another source. So it opens actually as well a new way that we can say those are the terms for a loan like we have in the old world, but in a much smarter way, and give actually everyone the opportunity to participate and take a decision what works best. That's amazing, that's exciting.
That's kind of it, and I think choice is the most important here, and we have a saying which doesn't translate at all into English. That in Dutch it goes wie betaalt bepaalt, and that kind of means that the one who pays decides, and so that's kind of the ethos there. If you want to get money from the government for a certain way, and then we can go into a philosophical discussion about the fact that is our tax money and we should be freer in that. So, but we're gonna, it's a very controversial thing, and I think again for me we're looking at this from a technological perspective, and with smart tokens you can do things in a community, a very small community. You can organize yourself, or you can have bigger players such as cities or governments or NGOs that do their thing in their way. And I think, you know, like everyone can try to contribute to a better environment, and giving people that opportunity, I think, is what we wanted to deliver.
And you also mentioned Gaza, so there are a lot of actually crises happening around the globe. There are people actually in need of help and access to financial services, to products. How do you see that a smart token can help in these areas, in these countries, when you speak about refugees as well, or these displaced people?
I think every use case is unique, but I think the reason why we turn to decentralized blockchain systems is because you get the anonymity there. You get, like, you know, or at least the pseudo anonymity in our context, but you get a way to not divulge information about what you do, why you do it, where you do it, and that was a very important point for the United Nations as well, right? So because, you know, they couldn't have worked with us if we had asked them to onboard people with their first name and last name or an email address or whatever. So you had to be able to onboard them, and fortunately we can onboard people, we can transact in a way that is transparent. You just download the app and you start working. You have your wallet, if you will, and you can receive your tokens, you can go spend them, or you can earn them, because it's also, in some cases, conditional. There it was to start up a recycling economy. That was what we were doing there. So.
Okay, that's exciting. And you mentioned anonymity, so identity plays an important role in here as well, right? So when we think about the identity, and you said someone maybe just has an email address and a name and nothing else attached to it, how do you see this identity topic? Is it a single identity someone carries, or what is the development there when we speak about how you embed it in smart tokens?
Well, I think independent. Well, first of all, smart tokens enable a soul-bound kind of identity, if you will. But I think more important is that it allows us to model something that we are more used to in the physical world, right? So today we go to our sports club, we go to our government instance. We do not need to show the same amount of information wherever we go. And so that kind of choice, it's not about having one identity, it's about the choice to have as many as you need to, you know, like, build the presence. The problem with the systems that we had today is that everything that you build in your digital identity is kind of based on what you say that you do. So it's mostly fake, right? So you invent an email address, you invent yourself a profile, and all of a sudden you're some king in some country. Right? So there's nothing preventing you from doing that. Whereas if you go to your sports club and nobody knows you and you're an asshole, then 2 weeks later nobody will still know you, right? So you'll still be on your own. But if you're a nice guy and you're cool and you're, you know, friendly and you help people out, then you build up your identity there. But it's an identity that's not based on your government identity. It's not an identity based on your driver's license. It's an identity based on the things you do in that environment. And I think that is the most important thing. But in order to be able to achieve that, you have to make sure that identity cannot be sold, right? So, because otherwise you'll have people building identities for you, and that will defeat the purpose. So again, it's not about, it's identity without identification, right? So, or identification without identity. It's like building up a truly decentralized way of being somewhere for a specific purpose without giving away information that is personal and that cannot be taken back.
Wow, so it also goes back to this choice, as you said. It's all about choice. So I can actually, at the end of the day, decide for myself what time of terms I agree to and what identity is being used. Is it my CF identity I have here today? Is it tomorrow my private identity, or is it an alias? So this is really depends on actually where you are and how you behave. So this is something which I think is, for all of us, it's important. It's one thing is the ownership. So what is a digital asset? How can you own it? And then what can you do with it? But take the decision with whom you interact and on what terms. I think this is the crucial element, because we need these terms we all agree on to find consensus.
Well, for just to give you an example, we in Antwerp also we ran a project. Well, that was broader than Antwerp. It was in Belgium in general, where people were picking up pieces of litter. We picked up like 2 million pieces of litter in total, and so just to tie that back to the identity case. So if you are someone that is conscious about the environment and that does something for your community, you build up an identity by doing the act. It's not you saying that you're very conscious and and helping people and always shiny, but it's you doing the thing, right? So, and that builds up a true identity that can be then used maybe to get rewards in some stores that want to promote people that do something for their community. And so that's the way in which you do not become who you say you are, or you become who you are or what you do.
So this is also when we speak about the rewards, it's kind of a loyalty, right? So we're speaking about loyalty programs. You suddenly start to change the whole economy behind that and how it cross-interacts between different economies and actually actions taken. So 2 million, you said...
Pieces of litter, yeah.
Pieces of waste.
Yeah, that people pick up on the street, take a picture, and throw up correctly.
Congrats on that. That's another amazing number. So it helps the environment. The incentive is there with your own token, right? So it's the Ucoin. Actually, people got rewarded with.
Well, the Ucoin is actually the name of the entity in the protocol, but whoever creates their community token on top of that give the name that they want to give it. So we do not dictate anything about that. So that's that's just you name the asset the way you want to name it that best fit the purpose of your community action.
This is amazing. And does it also help to actually collect certain metrics when we say about collecting waste, right? Does it help to give some geodata to create accountability towards those which are responsible for the waste at the end of the day? Is there the smart interaction of the technology something helpful, and why is it helpful in a decentralized way rather than as we do it today when we just measure a little square meter and then have it on a centralized database?
Well, obviously, when you crowdsource those kinds of things, you get real-time information about what happens in an unalterable way, and so that obviously opens a bunch of use cases. And again, this is not something that we absolutely as a company want to bring, and this is something we started with because we saw the possibility of that of what we were creating, but we wanted to bring that a step further. And this is not something that we cannot be specialists in waste management and the specialists in contingency management and the specialists in community currencies. We can be specialists in bringing infrastructure to a bunch of builders that have their own community, their own systems, and the idea started there. Like, instead of trying to be the company that brings all those cases, why not create infrastructure that enables other companies to bring that?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's really this enabling these opportunities, right? So if I just think about this, so if I do know that I have a certain area in the city where there is a lot of cans from a beverage company laying around, so you can go actually to government and say maybe there is just a bin missing, but maybe we can go back to actually produce and we can speak about actually the impact of the product, right? What would you need to do to make it composable and so on? So this is truly amazing. I would also like to open a bit the room for questions. Does anyone has a question at this very moment based on what you have heard about what smart tokens are and how it creates an impact when you speak about ownership, but also having actually the choice? Any questions in the room? No questions, so you explained it very well.
Very well.
What is it for you when you... So you said all the beautiful things, actually, amongst a lot of other things you do with Unbox, but what you did so far. So now, blockchain, maybe just to go back to this quickly, have you started initially to actually start on blockchain? And are your partners you're working with all blockchain natives, or where is this story coming from when we speak about Web 2, Web 3 conversion?
I think the world lives in Web 2, so you need to, whatever piece of infrastructure you build, you need to make sure that it's enabled there. But I think the future is in Web 3 because we need those decentralization primitives, and we need to be able to do that in that way. So I think for us it's always been about bridging both, which is also why we brought our own wallet solution, which is completely customizable, and you can get the actions in there, so you can actually get people to do something in order to get something, if you will. So it's like, let's say, a purpose wallet. We have our studio where people can, where initially we designed our ecosystems ourselves because that's how we started. But with the initiative, we announced that yesterday or 2 days ago that we were open sourcing our protocol. So we are also committed to bring that back to the community so that people can actually build on top of that. We will bring the studio version that we had to allow people to like design their own ecosystems, design their microenvironments, push it to their front end in a pretty easy way. So this is for me a way to unlock real world use cases in the way that we've done it, but then all over the world and without the complexities that we have today to develop something on chain. So you still do something on chain, you still do something decentralized, but it becomes easier and quicker to do it.
Wow, so congrats on the open source. I think that's also another testament towards your actually values when you speak about philosophy, where we are coming from, what were the initial thoughts and ideas, and now bringing them together and actually offering an enterprise-grade technology stack which actually enables infrastructure applications. That's truly amazing. Thank you so much for the great contribution. Also to actually let the community actually participate, contribute. I think this is what we are all here for, and that's why we came to Las Vegas, to the Caesars Palace, and actually discuss together, learn how we can work, use synergies. Yuri, thank you so much. It was amazing to hear, and congratulations to all what you have achieved with Unbox and to the journey ahead of yours. It's truly amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would say, guys, go build shit.
Thank you.
Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a rare social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.
Testing.
It is open. Ready? You ready, Epoch? Yeah. He's kicking us off. I'm ready.
Rare Evo 2025.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Hackathon Demo and Rare Evo Awards. My name is Scott Herman. I'm one of the founders at WagMe Games. I will be one of your hosts tonight. The other hosts, thank you. A few claps in the front. Appreciate you guys. This is my crew over here, so you can hear a lot of noise out of these guys. As long as we win, right? Okay, right. Epoch's about to come up here. He's going to take a second. Okay, great. So it's just me. So everybody come on in, fill in the chairs, and be giving out these prestigious awards. They're really heavy. Some girth to this award right here. I can't wait to hopefully put one on my shelf one day. But the Hackathon Awards are going to be great. We just got done wrapping that up. And then, of course, the Rare Evo Awards. We have a lot of great ones that we're doing. Best Booth, Best Community, Best Media Partner, Best DeFi Project, Best Developer, Best NFT Project, Best Speaker, I'll put that aside for myself, Best Merchandise, Best Activation, and Best Gaming Project. So lots of fun stuff on the way. All right, come on up. Here's Epoch. Round of applause.
Thank you. Nice to see everybody. Thank you for coming out to the first ever Rare Evo Hackathon Awards and Rare Evo Awards. Let's give everyone a round of applause for making it to the third Rare Evo. All right, we have an excellent show for you here. We're going to be showing some demos from our 2 tracks on the Hackathon. I want to talk a little bit about the Hackathon because this is the like I said, the first one that we've done here. Hackers have actually been working for the last 2 months. We did a remote hackathon and allowed anyone to participate. We created 2 tracks, one for building connected ecosystems using Igon, WANchain, and Maestro, and one enhancing Midnight's data protection. So these 2 tracks, thanks to our awesome sponsors, we were able to put them together. And we had somewhere around 35 different participants that came in from all over the world to remotely work together on their solutions. We got this down to a set of 6 finalists, and we're going to be showing 3 demos for each track, and we're going to be giving out awards shortly after those demos. So I'm going to call our first hackathon finalist to the stage. So let's give Sky a round of applause with Chain Index Chat.
Let's go! If anybody wants to enter next year's hackathons, all you gotta do is like this 12-word phrase on your MetaMask, screenshot that, send it to Scott_Herman on Twitter, and that guarantees you get in next year's hackathon.
Yeah, I want to see a lot more participation next year. I think the bounties this year were up to 45,000. So this is not a small hackathon. And it's only going to get larger, so we hope people will prepare this time for the next hackathon and show up. Maybe we'll get that 6-figure range. I don't know if we can make it happen, but we'll see.
Are you hacking?
Does it blend?
Macking and hacking.
It looks like you need a...
Return of the Mac. Come again.
As we like to showcase in all hackathons, doing things live is difficult. But we're almost there. A little bit more about the hackathon. We actually spent 3 hours yesterday in a breakout room doing judging, walking through presentations, asking questions, having great engagement from our sponsor judges. And it was a very fun and productive time. I'm not going to lie. I was, a little curious how this would play out doing all of this during the conference, but everyone made it, and it was a very productive discussion. So we're going to show off some of the demos that we saw yesterday, and then we're going to be sharing the winners.
So what went into what Sky did to participate in the hackathon exactly?
So the first track, we have 3 technologies at play. There's Igon, which allows you to, effectively do compute and storage. So they have something that they can use to store their data and basically build their applications, right? And then you have WANchain, which allows cross-chain bridging. So they have at their disposal a whole array of different blockchains and tokens that they can interact with, right? And then Maestro is bringing a ton of developer tooling and functionality that allows the applications to be developed. So they're kind of looking at these 3 different technologies and figuring out what is the best thing that's going to make my application work. And then they test it, they get access. We had them work directly with the Igon team to get early access to compute. So this is a place where you can innovate, you can use cutting edge technology, and we try to bring you the latest things to work with. So it's a very fun and exciting environment. But I'm going to give it over to Sky.
All right, let's go, Sky.
Hi, everybody.
Hack it, baby.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sky. I'm a stake pool operator using the ticker Chain. And today I'm going to present a project that I've been working on called Chain Index Chat. My application is composed of 2 major components. The first is a web application deployed in Igon and using Maestro as a blockchain provider using the Next.js framework. And the second component is a set of 3 smart contracts that I've built that facilitate a API authentication scheme using JSON web tokens. So what you're looking at is a system diagram of the Chain Index Chat application. And I have a live demo running. And the application is a natural language to SQL mapping. So I have the DB sync running the chain data into a Postgres database, and I'm able to ask that database questions using English. So I can say, like, what network am I on? And hit enter. And we can actually observe the execution engine running in real time, where this is built on OpenAI APIs, and it's translating that natural language input to SQL. And then when it's finished, I can take that SQL and I can bring it back over to my database, and I can punch it in and get an empirical result. And so that's one way that we're able to combat the hallucinations that you might sometimes see from these LLM models. So there, I've discovered that I'm on the preview network. I can ask another question. I can say, what is the slot number of the most recent block? And we can, watch the engine do its magic. It's going to be connecting to OpenAI, and then we'll get an SQL result. If you bear with me, this is a demo that's not optimized, but here we go. There's my SQL, and again, I'm just going to punch that into my database to get a result. So we see we're somewhere in, is that 57 million? That's the slot number. So then the second component to this is a set of 3 smart contracts. And that is, these contracts, when put together, facilitate a JSON Web Token authentication scheme. So you have the state thread minting policy that ensures the validity of the smart contract state machine or the smart contract flow. You have a JOT producer and a JOT consumer. And these scripts can get composed into 3 transactions that complete the server-client contract for consuming the API. So the first step is that the client deposits ADA, which facilitates a request for API credits. So here's a picture of what that transaction looks like. And the second step is that the server then exchanges those, the ADA for signed JOT tokens. And the client can then retrieve those tokens and complete an API request to chain index chat. So in this way, JSON Web Token can act as a kind of API credit. It's a single-use API authentication scheme. And so let's see, wrapping up. So next steps for this project are to offer chain index chat application as a service to the Cardano community. I hope to, I incur real costs running this service, and so I hope to offer it to the community as a freemium service, and I'd also hope to, harden the application and make improvements to bring it to a real production environment. And so again, my name's Sky. I run Chainpool. Your support means a lot, so delegate, please, stake with Chain, and thank you very much.
So real quick, where can people find you to reach out?
You can find me on Twitter under the handle ChainIndexChat.
Excellent. Congratulations, man. That was a great demo. Woo! Thank you.
We're going to roll right along and go to Charan with Newcast AI. No, Nuauth.
Let's go. Let's give it up. Let's go, WAGMI boys. Clap. Let's go. Let's go. Bring the noise. Yeah. Let's not start his timer yet. Poor guy's plugging in his laptop. Yeah, let's go, baby. Plug it in.
Yeah, we move fast in blockchain, so we expect it. Can we run the?
We can design some really cool stuff, but sharing a screen.
It's easy,
You know,
easy to share
let
one
me know
screen.
if you need my help.
You know, Scott, scaling is hard.
Are you trying to move it to the table? Can you go here? Okay. I think. Would you like to go? Do you need the table? Would you like the table? This is fine. Because I can move it to the table.
No. Yeah. I'm gonna. Did it get up?
This guy's like, I could have used the table. Making me lean on this case on my knees. Next time, I got you. This is all Epoch's fault. He set up the first pot.
I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame. If you have any complaints, it's at Epoch Pool on Twitter.
Yep.
DMs are open. Please let me know your thoughts, any feedback to make this better. Like I said, this is the first time. We're all volunteers, and we're having fun. So if you can do it better, join me, and let's do it.
Epoch Pool? Epoch Pool?
Yeah.
I didn't see that variant when I watched Deadpool the other day.
Epoch Pool's the best pool.
Yeah, I like that.
I may be biased. I'm sorry.
I started calling my dog Broly Pool after watching Deadpool. Makes no sense, but I think it's fun.
And 3, 2, 1.
I wasn't plugged in all the way.
I think we need a magic award. That's
The
what's
HDMI
missing.
cord wasn't plugged in all the way. Even I could have figured that out.
All right, introducing Charan. Take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm Sri Charan, founder of Newcast, and thank you judges for selecting us in this. And in Newcast, we deal with media assets and around media asset ownership and how we interact with media assets. So this is something which we came up, we brainstormed during the hackathon thing, how we can make the media asset experience even better. Like currently all the media assets are like passive, like books or films. There is no interaction which can be done with them. It's a one-way communication kind of a thing. So with the AI booming and all, we were thinking intersection between the media assets and AI. So now the whole idea around Newcast AI is how do we make studying more engaging, and how can we get people more involved in the book. For example, an 8th grade student can talk with his science textbook or talk with his math textbook that he has certain question or something like that. And even there are fun ways to interact with this, like in a way, you can talk with the films as well. We did a demo, small demo, where you can talk with film characters, the media which you own. You can talk with the characters in the media. You can talk with 2,000 years old authors. So the core idea around this is how to make media consumption more engaging and more involved. So it gets more interesting for the user.
So what you're saying is I could, if I'm trying to find a quote in my favorite book, I can just ask, and it'll tell me what page it's on.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And you can literally, what's happening in your life, you can just put it out, and Sherlock Holmes can answer it in his own style.
That's really cool.
It's so engaging, like the demo, if you guys are interested.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah.
This would have helped me through high school and college. Instead of have in my science book, where can I learn? Tell me.
Yeah. So in this demo, we don't have multiple or funny examples, but this is how it engages. So you open your film or the book, and you select, and that model, the AI model, is restricted to that specific book or the film. So, and the whole AI model and the films are hosted on Iagon. So the whole media asset is stored on Igon, and the AI model is trained using Igon compute power. These all media assets are this is the architecture. So these all media assets, whatever we release through Newcast, using Wang chain, we can mint it on 30 different blockchains. That's the minting aspect of it. And using Mastro indexing layer, the whole process, like we build multiple applications, and each application without Mastro, we can't be building them. Like they play a core goal for us. So that's pretty important for us. And if
I see a huge advantage here for content creators, especially if they're covering a specific topic that has a lot of different volumes. Maybe it's manga or whatnot, and they're trying to find specific clips to use in their video.
Yes.
They could use your tool to find that exact page.
Yes.
That's cool.
And and even brainstorm with it. Like I'll just share the link. If anyone's interested, you can DM us on Newcast. You can use the application now. So it's very interesting. Like, trust me, a few of the community members have tried it, and they love it, kind of a thing. And if that's it, let's interact with
That was
media.
excellent. Let's give a big round of applause. Awesome, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Andy finished early. All right, we're going to go to Nathan and give him a 30-second bonus for setup. We'll see if it works. So what do you think, Scott? Is your mind blown yet?
I mean, I didn't understand much of what Sky was saying. It's a little out of my wheelhouse, but it was awesome. Would like to learn more. But I saw a lot of things in my mind on what we could do with that technology, especially in content creation and just media in general. Rediscovering your favorite books and your favorite comics and magazines. I think that's a really great idea.
Just this.
That was excellent.
I'm going to need the HDMI for sound, I think. That doesn't fit in there.
Sound might not work.
What do you need? A plug for here?
Yeah, it's just YouTube video.
That doesn't. I have one at my booth because I brought it from home.
That doesn't work.
I'm going to save the day again.
Do we want to just run a different demo?
Because you need it to go into here, right?
Not
4 o'clock guys are here, and it's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we're running behind. But you guys need
Problem
these.
is you need it to go into your iPhone.
If you look
yeah,
here,
Stand by.
it'll say web game score proof, Jonathan.
Yeah.
It has all the things. So
I do
third,
have one at
second.
my booth. If it's easy to
You
get.
have to sit in the front.
Hi.
I can talk at least. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit while we get this figured out, because literally I'm just going to run a YouTube link because I did my demo on video, so that should be pretty short. But my name is Decimalist in the Web3 world, or Nate Minton, if you know me in real life. And what I want to present to you all today is something I like to call Cardevia. Now, Cardevia is an AI assistant for developers. And it supports multi-LLM, so you can use it. You can choose if you want to use OpenAI. You can choose if you want to use Claude Anthropic, Meta, Llama 3, what have you. So you can switch out the LLM as you desire. There's over 487 pages of Cardano development documentation and examples, and WagMe Games up here will appreciate this. You also have the entire Unreal Engine 5.1 documentation uploaded, as well as Unity. So this thing can literally help you build a game and integrate it with blockchain. And as a proof of concept, what I'm about to show you, as soon as we get the right cable, is its own proof of concept, because I specifically built the dApp using only the AI assistant that I'll demo for you. Once we get the cable.
Woo!
Woo! Keep the hype up.
Hey, so how hard was it? How hard was it participating in the hackathon and using the tools?
I mean, it was stressful participating in the hackathon, right? I know I was super excited about it. I love Iagon's tech. I'm a big fan of Maestro and WanChain. We use them all in our business in various forms. So it was a super exciting chance for us to come out and like showcase what we can do. Honestly, I loved everything about the hackathon. The communication, the support was great. The hack and proof portal needs a little bit of work, but everything else was fantastic.
Thank you. Appreciate the feedback. I definitely know what you're talking about.
So all we need is a lightning cable for the
Oh,
iPhone.
lightning. I got lightning. Hold on. This is lightning.
Okay.
You know, there's a rule in programming where if you run into the same problem 3 times and you solve it 3 different ways, you should probably create like a better solution. Yeah, do you think we're there yet?
No.
Should I start doing card tricks?
Here we go.
Oh, no, 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 no. Awesome. Thank you so
Ooh,
much.
and it's brand new. Look at you. No,
And
plug it
this
into
is
the-
the
plug it
this
into
is the
the
last
earbud.
demo for the Igon WanChain Maestro track.
the
So
exact
right
port I
after
have
this
in my
demo,
backpack.
this video,
Then plug it in the body.
we're gonna call the sponsors up to the stage, and we're gonna give awards for the best use of WanChain, the
try to
best
keep it all on the
use
table 'cause
of
sometimes you get
Maestro,
finicky.
and then we have third, second, and
Alright, so
first
now-
for the winners.
Not yet.
So this should be coming in now. It looks connected. Looks physically connected, I should have said.
I can confirm.
There seems to be a difference between physical and digital, but we're working on that.
Can I mirror it? I can mirror it.
You need to do.
Okay. You want me to do that? Airplay or anything?
No, not on airplay, but when you're displacing it. It should see it automatically, but
All right. We have to call this.
I can literally just grab this laptop and like plug it in and play a YouTube video. I just grab it. Okay.
okay, yeah.
Did we get it working?
You can airdrop the video to the laptop and light up the laptop.
Okay. We got all the adapters and shit, right? We need audio for the.
He's gonna pull up the link on his laptop.
Okay. Is it gonna be? Do you need audio?
What if he air?
Right there.
There won't be audio?
Yeah, there will be audio.
Okay, there will be. Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, but don't worry, the awards are soon.
Okay.
We're gonna get back at you with the video, but we're gonna actually plow through here. Let's give this man a round of applause.
It would have been amazing. It would have been amazing. You all would have been impressed.
Where can I find this video?
Is this a trick to keep us in suspense?
Will you tweet it later?
I will tweet it right now.
There it is. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, let's bring up our judges. For reiteration, we did all the scoring and presentations yesterday. This is to show off the projects. So we're going to pass off the mic to...
Hi, this is Wei Jia. I'm VP of Engineering at OneChain. OneChain is a sponsor of this hackathon. We had a great time yesterday, and actually 4 judges who actually were kind of debating on which one should be number 1, which one should be number 2, and then we had a very good time. And I'm here to present the best use of OneChain's technology. OneChain is a cross-chain focused project. We bridge from Cardano to all the other blockchains, to 30 blockchains connected. And we also support cross-chain NFT and then the FT tokens. And we find a great project that matches exactly what our technology is intended to support. And this is a project for cross-chain use for RWA, real-world asset. So we have a chance to, using the technology, they have a chance to bridge NFT tokens from Cardano to other blockchains, and they can also put real-world asset in Cardano blockchain and use other blockchain asset to buy that asset. So this this award goes to Sam. Yeah, Sam, thank you very much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Pass it.
Okay.
Okay, use this one. It's louder.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Marvin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Maestro, and I'm going to announce the winner of the best use of Maestro. And the winner is Sharon from Newcast.
All right, my guy. Still cool with you, Sky. We're still good. Congratulations. Hey, stay together and look in the camera right there. Stand still for a second. All right, good. Congratulations. Round of applause, guys.
All right. Hey, guys. I'm Brock. I'm the product manager at Iagon. And
Øystein Hansen, Iagon ambassador.
And we're excited to announce the top 3 for the overall hackathon with Building with Iagon, WANchain, and Maestro. So we'll start it with 3rd place.
Here we go, baby.
First place goes to Nathan with his chatbot LLM. Come on up. Congratulations.
Come on up, Nathan. Congratulations. I gave it my mic. I thought my mic was louder, but I'm just loud.
All right, 2nd place. We have Sky with the Chain Index chat.
All right, Sky. Congratulations. Hold it, stand still. Yeah. Nice work, Sky. Congratulations, Sky.
All right, and the grand prize overall, 1st place for the Build with Iagon, WANchain, and Maestro deck is Newcast AI. Come on up, congratulations.
Yeah, I know. Let's give a round of applause also for our sponsors, Iagon, WANchain, and Maestro. They've been fantastic. All right. Now, at this point, Charan is probably thinking, how much money did I win, and how do I split it amongst my team members? But I have to say, Charan, you're going to have to come back up and do another demo any second here once you finish juggling the awards. We're going to go with a demo on the Midnight data protection track. So Midnight, as many of you know, or hopefully know, is a privacy-based chain that is all about data protection. So we wanted to see people come out and see how they can improve Midnight's solutions, how we can provide more data validity and sorry. All right, lost my train of thought. But we're going to have Charan again on stage talking about new auth. As you can see, it's a little different from new cast, but
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Switch it to this one.
All right, so the same style. He's got 5 minutes, minus that 30 seconds that he saved earlier. So you got 4.5 minutes. There you go. And you're live.
Hey, I'm back. Yeah. And new auth, this is a very serious problem we feel, and this is somewhere where in Newcast we would be focusing a lot, most of our time, continue building it. So new auth, our vision is like it's an authentication layer for both humans and AI models. So in the current scenario, when AI models are being trained, we would have seen the news where most of the AI models are training illegally, not giving the credit or compensation for the creators, which is a very bad scenario. And it's not like we can straight away blame the people who are training the AI models, because for example, I just want to do a fun project on NFL sports team that about some data in August. So does the weather affect or something? And it's a very small project. As a user, I want to do it. I can't afford like $40,000 where I should pay to Times, New York Times to get the data right. So there's no way except scraping illegally, which is bad. And there's no other way to do it. So how we imagine with NeoAuth is, we want something like a simple marketplace, like Amazon or any other t-shirt buying experience, where you be like, okay, I want some data regarding sports. From then, the next slide opens from this newspaper, and next slide opens which kind of sports, next slide which football or which country, and it's a simple, and in the all aggregation, when we go through all of these tags, the amount of tokens of data which we are taking from media channels will be less for a smaller corporation. And they can just charge like $10 or $50 or $100, and you can train the data on copyrighted content. So this is not only suitable for smaller companies, even bigger companies can do it. And they can charge like $40,000, $30,000 as well. So this, and how do we make this ecosystem possible, this marketplace possible, is like, so while the data is created itself, or the whole archive which exists previously is tagged on the blockchain. So there is a reference point from where the data is being extracted, and this not only solves the AI issue, but even it solves the misinformation issue, which is very serious. Currently, according to World Economic Forum, the #1 risk in upcoming 2 years is deepfakes and misinformation. So to fight this, it's really hard to fight with AI because it constantly keeps upgrading and getting better. So the only solution what we see is fighting it by tagging the information at the origin itself on the blockchain using Midnight ZK, because it has the public state and private state. We get a lot of control over the data, how it's exposed. So by tagging it, no one has the control, or it's easy to prove which is right and which is not right. And like 34 million AI generated images are done every day. So, and now there's another issue. Like it's not only an issue, the fake misinformation for humans, it's an issue even for the AI models. It's like AI creates this fake information and it consumes this fake information. So it's like a snake eating its own tail. According to Oxford and Cambridge, a paper was released where they mentioned like 10% of the data is synthetic or fake, the whole model collapses. So even for AI models, this is very crucial to have a chance to work with authenticated data. And this is all possible with multiple layers, and blockchain is a crucial thing. And we are using Midnight ZK because it provides us public and private state, as the users have more control on what data needs to be given out and what needs to be private. So the process, we see it in a very similar way. If a media is being created or tagged, the user just has 3-4 steps, and it's very similar to the existing processes. And why we think there will be adoption is there is no upfront cost for the creators or the media houses, because they just need to tag the data, and if any revenue is made, it's split with them. So what's next is like a new archive, new source, and new auth AI marketplace. New archive is the total old data which already exists is stamped on the blockchain. And new source is like an SDK kit which we provide for creators and media houses, where the data can be stamped exactly when it is created or published. And new auth AI marketplace is the final dream of this whole thing, where we create a marketplace for AI, where it's good for AI as well as good for content creators, because they get compensated for the work they do. It's a crucial thing in this market. We have our demo live on midnight.newcast.io. Anyone can check it out right now as well. Yeah, thank you for your time and listening to me again. Let's build a secure private.
Thank you, Charan.
Thank you.
Jonathan, are you ready?
Excellent.
For the Thunderdome?
That was great.
This project is web game score proof. Jonathan's going to walk you through.
Good luck following that up, man. I mean, that was great.
Yeah.
Still in the zone, didn't even hear me. Well, that was a great presentation, and everybody knows AI is getting so big and trying to create new IPs. If these AI models are taking what already exists and then changing it and trying to sell it off as original, it's a big issue, right? So that was some great information.
I wish y'all could see what I see backstage, but you can't, and it's funny.
Tell me when. Oh, expand it.
Did you do screen share? It's just not showing.
It's showing them.
Oh. Hey, we have the video here, but it's not. All right, thank you. You're good. Kick it away, Jonathan.
All right, GM. So I've built something on top of Midnight. I'll start by explaining the problem. There's a lot of cheating involved with online gaming. And some of the things you can encounter are just bogus scores, mods, aimbots, regular bots just playing the game without a human. And the sum total loss is about 29 billion. So it's a big problem. And so I want to speak specifically about browser-based games. They're particularly susceptible to cheating because somebody can just send in a score. It's a bit technical, but they are more vulnerable to this, online cheating. So some of the existing solutions are very much ad hoc. Verifying that the score is within the bounds given by the game. Sure, you can do that, but people can always consistently send in the high score. Player heuristics, basically tracking a player, seeing how they play, and determining if they're doing anything against the rules. And finally, you have server-side gameplay, where you use the browser kind of like a marionette doll, and you send commands in to the server via the browser, but that's not very decentralized. But with Midnight, there is a solution. And I think before I talk about the Midnight solution, I just want to bring a comparison. Since we're all here at Rare Evo, IOG has developed Doom on top of Hydra. And yeah, this Midnight solution, it kind of mimics that. You have a shared runtime where everybody is playing the game. So here your shared runtime is essentially the contract, and you have something on the user's machine. It's called a proof server that can verify that the game was actually played.
Now, Jonathan, can you invent something that verifies the player's cheating and then sends a virus that decimates their PC? Because that's what I want to see.
Yeah.
I didn't hear no.
Well, a lot of the existing solutions, I will mention that a lot of the existing solutions to anti-cheat involve basically putting spyware on a user's machine. So it's not all that different. It's just not a very privacy-centric way of running a business.
I was speaking more to revenge. As a COD player, you guys know what I'm talking about.
So this is a very simple demo. It's not going to be as impressive as the Doom on Hydra, but it serves a purpose. Basically, I hit that enemy once, and I verify the score, and I sign a transaction. Now, this is not that practical, but it's a prototype. And there are existing blockchains that are doing something like this on Mina, and they have a company that's working on this type of stuff. So in theory, in the future, you would pre-authorize a series of transactions and then have the player play the game, execute the transactions, and then submit their score. I just want to say that there's also other applications for data protection. This particular example doesn't need that. It's a bullet hell. But if you're playing chess against somebody and you've checkmated your opponent and you don't want to reveal your moves, for example, then this could serve that purpose.
Well, thank you so much. What a great presentation. Round of applause for Jonathan, everyone.
Thank you, Jonathan. I know everyone likes games. Based off of how many booths we have about games here at Rare Evo, I think that's got some legs. So now we're going to welcome Alex to stage to talk about how he built formal verification of Midnight smart contracts.
All right, round of applause for Alex.
This is our last demo before the Midnight Awards, and then we'll be to the Rare Evo Awards. Stick with us as we connect the last adapter. Drum roll, please.
I can only do one drum.
All right. Here you go, Alex.
Hello. Hello from Denmark. Yeah! Always fresh, sometimes sunny. Okay, my name is Alex Baran, and I'm building a system for formal verification of Midnight smart contracts. So how do we test smart contracts now? How do we check them? We test them. So we can test our contract with number 1, 2, 1 million. Everything is fine. And then we have a hack at 1,000,001. Hacker comes and steals a honeypot. Can we do it better? Yes, we can. We can check for any number. And then will give us many executions. Because if we check for one number, it's one execution. But when we check for many numbers, we can have many executions. So now we should check for all execution passes. Now imagine that instead of coming to Vegas, you decided to stay home with your family and play a family game. And this game involves money and has some rules. And of course you want to have it private because it's a family. So you don't want to show your financial transactions to everybody. And here Midnight comes beautifully into play, because on Midnight we can have shielded transfers, and we can hide players, and we can run our game locally on our machine and then just send proof to the blockchain. So now imagine that we want to verify a property. And what property you might think here? Well, probably if it's a family game, you want money to stay in the family. You don't want others to come and steal money, family money. Let's reformulate this property slightly. Let's say that money must stay in the household. And we want to check it for all executions of our smart contract. But what does it mean in the household? How do we check that somebody is a member of household? Well, governments, they issue claims, like Alex is a resident at some street signed by an authority, or that Alex owns a property signed by maybe another authority. Now let's see how we can formulate our property that we can verify. We can say that when money is sent from the family contract to a receiver, we require signed proof of residence for the receiver. And now I'll open a video where we can see how verification works in practice. Let's hope we have sound.
In this file we have source code for our family game, our Midnight smart contract. And in this file we have properties that we want to verify. And one of the properties says that money must stay in the household. This property is expressed in code. Can we verify this property? Let's run our proving engine. And proving engine says that proof failed, so property cannot be verified. Can we understand why? Let's look at proof debugger. In the proof debugger, we have steps of the proving machinery until we reach the last step, when goal cannot be reached. Now let's look at coins that left smart contract at this point. And indeed we have one coin that was sent to this address, to mama address. But do we have a proof residence for this mama? Or is it correct mama? Maybe this is a fake mama, maybe this is a hacker. Here we can see that required signature is missing for mama address. That means that we don't have correct proof of residence for mama address. We can also see it in the constraints that for mama address, verified signature is not present. And this is a problem that can lead to loss of funds, because funds can be sent to incorrect address, maybe to a hacker. And of course we need to fix this problem.
Okay, so for us it was just a property violation. What a big deal, you think, right? But for a hacker, it's a path to the honeypot. It shows them steps to take in order to steal money from your contract. So verification becomes less of an option and more of a race. It's either we verify to protect or hackers verify to attack. Yes, so thank you for your attention. Let's build it together. You can find me on LinkedIn, or you can find me on Discord, Code Hawaii. I'm coming from Denmark, so that's why it's called Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. All right, now let's get the judges for Midnight Data Protection track up on stage. Thank you for coming out. Been fantastic partners.
So
here's your mic.
once you give them the award,
How's everybody doing? Can you hear me? Great. We're good? Can I get going? All right. Hi, folks. My name is Eran. I lead the Midnight Initiative at IOG. Very thrilled to be here. If you don't know about Midnight, not going to bore you now. Go to midnight.network or come to our Discord. Fun stuff. Can't thank enough all the participants that participated in our hackathon. And it was a really hard time judging between the 3 finalists who did amazing job, and I'm sure we're going to work with all of them. Now, I know that we're kind of between you and drinks, so I'm going to keep this short. Let's see. 3rd place. It's my honor to invite Jonathan with Web Game Proof Score. Jonathan. Thank you. All right. How did I do? Fantastic. Here you go.
Stand right here together. That guy.
Hang on. Bring me Diego with the shield. All right. Now, fun. Well done. Fantastic job. All right. Drum roll. 2nd place. Can I have back here Alex with formal verification of Midnight Smart Contracts? Amazing job. Thank you. Fantastic. Come on. Alex, fantastic job. Oops, sorry. And 1st place, if you didn't guess it already, Nuoth Sharon, the ZK deepfake work. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. There you go.
All right, thank you,
everyone.
everyone. Thank you for all the hackers, all the sponsors, the judges, everyone for listening. It's been a fantastic hackathon, and we're going to jump into some more awards. Thank you.
Sharon's going to have to pay for overweight luggage. These things are heavy.
They are.
Hope you packed light, my friend.
Yeah, I didn't get to participate. Maybe I can hold on to one.
We'll get you one. Ready to do mine now? Yeah. All right, everybody. Now it's time for the Rare Evo Event Awards.
Woo,
so
woo.
if you've won an award, make sure you're in the audience so you can accept the award. And we're going to get started with the best booth at Rare Evo. Drum roll, please. That was weak. My guys, thank you. Everybody else, what's up? All right, best booth award goes to Reflex. Congratulations. Come on up here.
If you didn't visit their booth, you can stop by and get a complete image of your body. You should check it out. All right.
All right, the next award goes for Best Community. Let's see who it is. Yeah. Okay. Neo Tokyo, what? Who's accepting the award? Come on up. Congratulations. Come over here to the middle here. I'm going to take a photo with the camera.
Congrats, man.
Yes, sir. All right, the next award goes to the Best Media Partner. Drum roll. Thank you, guys. You can tell who's on the payroll. Altcoin Daily.
Let's go.
All right. Congratulations.
There you go. Congratulations.
Next up, Best DeFi Project.
Hosky token.
Here we go.
Just kidding. Sorry.
Wi-Fi. Did I say it correctly too? Oh, here you go, brother. Come over here to the middle.
Congrats, Steve. Well done.
Thank you, Ebook.
Well done. Yeah, picture of this guy in the middle.
Here?
I got a box for you.
Oh, and a box?
Yeah, so you can. No.
Next up, we have Best Developer Award. And unfortunately, Adam Dean couldn't be here to accept it. So on his behalf, we have Hosky. Where's Hosky at?
What?
Oh, here we go.
The best developer in the network.
Do not. Can we get some support right about here? Congratulations. Yeah, he doesn't want the handshake.
His eyes are, it's a little hard to see, I think. You want to look that, can you open your paws?
I'll help you. Yeah, there you go.
That looks good. Yeah, this way. I have a box. Can you hold a box and an award?
You can put the award in the box.
Hosky can do anything. Let's go, Hosky! Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. All right, next up we have Best NFT Project, and the award goes to Star Atlas.
Star Atlas.
Get on up here. Here comes the man, Michael.
Here we go.
Congratulations.
I almost had to knock Hosky over.
Well done. Well done. Here's a box. Don't break it.
All right. This award goes to the best speaker at the Rare Evo event, and it goes to Mickey Watking. Congratulations, Mickey. Get on up here.
Come on up, Nikki.
You're Miggy.
Well
Congratulations.
Thank you. Nice work, man.
All right, just a few left. Next up, we have Best Merchandise. And the award goes to Crypto Chips.
Hey-o.
I better get one of these. Where's Crypto Chips? Do you have some Crypto Chips? I'll go back to your booth.
Congratulations, man. Well done.
Thank you very much.
He's got your award.
Thank you.
Well done. Here's a box for you, so stay safe.
All right, guys. Best Activation. And the winner is The Gardens. IYK Goons, The Gardens. Get on up here.
Let's go. Congratulations.
Oh, this fight's about to break out.
Look at these winners over here.
Who gets to hold it? Oh, what a nice guy. Here you go.
Well done. Here's a box so you can stay safe.
All right, and the final award, Best Gaming Project. And it looks like they saved the best for last. Would you look at that? WAGMI Games. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Our very own Ian Bentley, CEO of WAGMI Games.
Thank you, Scott Herman, co-founder of WAGMI Games.
Congratulations, sir.
Where's our trophy?
I think I'll be holding that.
Well done. Here's a
All right, guys, and that wraps up the Rare Evo Awards. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around and hanging out with us. all the applause, all the clapping, all the support. We'll see you at the next Rare Evo. Epoch, bring us home, baby.
We'll see you tonight at Omnia. Be there. You can get in with your ticket. We'll see you next year at the Hackathon. Sign up when I reach out, and let's do this. Let's make Rare Evo bigger and better next year.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP